Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, you will be learning about Excel Advanced full course. But before we begin, I would like to take a quick confirmation from our viewers if the screen is clearly visible and we are clearly audible. If yes, kindly type yes in the chat section, and if there is anything that we could improvise, then please do let us know in the chat section. Great. I see a lot of positive responses from our viewers. So I think it's clear that we can get started. So before we begin, I would like to tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. If you are a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now without further ado, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. At first, we will get started with a basic fundamental understanding of what exactly is Microsoft Excel and spreadsheets in Excel. Followed by that, we will start with some advanced fundamentals in Excel, that is how to protect or lock cells in Excel. Followed by that, how to set up your print page. Then we have goal seek in Excel, charts in Excel, and followed by that, we will understand some conditional formatting and data validation in Excel. Later, we will dive deep into the lookup functions, where we will learn about the H lookup, Vlookup and X lookup in Excel. Then we will try to implement the VStack function in Excel, which is the latest function. Followed by that, we will understand the Power Query in Excel. Then we will try to understand how to convert the PDF data into the Excel form of data. Then we will understand the round off functions in Excel, then how to combine multiple cells in Excel and how to create a combined data spreadsheet in Excel. Followed by that, we will learn about Excel round off formula. Next, we will learn about combining data from multiple sheets. Then we will learn about dated function in Excel. And next, we will find how to change the date format in Excel. Once we are done with the date format in Excel, we can get started with pivot tables in Excel. Followed by the fundamentals of pivot tables in Excel, we will understand how to create pivot tables using multiple sheets in Excel. Then we will get into slices in Excel. Then we will understand sum ifs in Excel. Followed by that, we will understand how to create a drop-down list in Excel. Then we will go through the budget template in Excel. Followed by that, we will understand the MIS report in Excel. Next, we have Excel macros and VBA. Then we have the user form in Excel. Then the regression in Excel. Followed by that, we will learn how to recover unsaved Excel files. And then project planning in Excel. Once we are done with the Excel advanced functions, we will get started with tips and tricks in Excel, which will make things easy for you while working on data analytics using an Excel. Followed by that, we will cover some interesting and most frequently asked Excel-based interview questions and answers. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now let's get started with our first topic. So over to our training experts.
What is Microsoft Excel? So Microsoft Excel is a software product designed and developed by Microsoft for storing data in an organized way, that is, rows and columns. And Microsoft Excel is also capable to manipulate data through some mathematical operations. Followed by that, Microsoft Excel is also used to extract the insights from the data and represent it in the form of visually appealing graphs and charts. Now we have a basic understanding or an overview of what a Microsoft Excel software product is. Now moving ahead, we will understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel. So following are some fundamentals that you need to know before getting started with Microsoft Excel. So basically, when you install the Microsoft Office in your computer, you will have various Microsoft products, out of which Microsoft Excel is one of the products. So we will be dealing exactly with that particular product, that is Microsoft Excel. So when you get started with Microsoft Excel, this is what you will see in the first page. So this particular page is called as Microsoft Excel homepage, where you will be having various varieties of sheets. Microsoft Excel will give you some suggestions based on the type of sheet you want to work with. We will see this in a better way through the practical session. So once you get started with the sheet, you will have some more options. So this particular option is called as the Toolbar Menu. You will have the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So these are the tools that you will be using to work on your data using Microsoft Excel. Furthermore, we have a toolbar ribbon. So when you select some or the other option from the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, Review, View and Help buttons, you will have a ribbon. So for example, you can see that I have selected the Home tool here. So when I press on the Home tool, this is the ribbon which Microsoft Excel gives me. So this ribbon has some options in it which can perform various operations. Now in a furthermore detailed way, we will have Toolbar Groups. So when you see in the previous slide, we have a complete toolbar ribbon. So this particular ribbon is segmented into groups. So you can see the first group as paste, cut, copy, format, painter, etc., etc. And the second group is the font, the size of the font, and to increase the size of the font, to decrease the size of the font, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And here you can see the text alignment. So each and every group has separate functions. So each set is called as a group. And I think you can see a small arrow option over here. So this arrow option is used into the toolbar groups when the group is not able to fit all the operations or all the functionalities in one single provided section. So when you click on this particular arrow mark, you will have another dialog box. So this is called Toolbar More Options. So you can see that when I clicked on this icon, you can see a new dialog box which opens me a new set of operations which are not able to be fit in this particular group. So we will also see more about this in a better way in the practical session. Now moving forward, we have cell and address. So when you open a Microsoft Excel sheet, you can find boxes. So each and every box is named as a cell and each cell has its own address. For example, the highlighted cell over here has an address B3. So B is the column name and 3 is the row name. And apart from that, you can have the sheet tracker in the bottom left corner of the Excel sheet where you can navigate through different sheets. And in the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing or decreasing the sheet size. So these are the basic fundamentals of Microsoft Excel that you need to keep in mind before getting started. So we will have more on this in the practical session.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So now we enter the demo inventory in Microsoft Excel. So we will be using Microsoft Excel to create a sheet of the employees in a company. So basically an employee in a company has employee ID, name and designation, salary, etc., etc. So we will be trying to create the same table using Microsoft Excel. But before that, let us understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel through the practical demo first. So I have started my Microsoft Excel and this is how the home page of Microsoft Excel looks like. So you have a blank workbook over here. If you want to create a new workbook, you can select new option. So Excel will provide you with various variety of sheets. You can see money in Excel, adjustable meeting agenda, streaming show list, small business cash flow, and many more. If you're not able to find what you're looking for, then you always have an option of selecting the particular type of sheet what you're looking for. So you have various options. If it's business, if it's personal, if it's planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, etc., etc. So let's imagine that you wanted something from business. So just by clicking at business option, the Excel will load a variety of sheets related to business options. So this might take a while. So you can see that the Excel is loading few types of sheets. So you can see that Excel has provided us with some online varieties of sheets. For example, any calendar, business expenses, channel marketing budget, budget summary report, blue product list, etc., etc. You can see construction proposal, invoice, you name it, Excel has got it. So Excel will provide you with some variety of options based on your requirement. Now for this session, let's get started with a blank workbook, which looks something like this. Since this tutorial is based on the fundamentals, we'll go with the blank workbook. Now over here you can see the toolbar that we discussed earlier that has the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view and help. So this is the toolbar and under the toolbar I have selected home and you can see this is the particular ribbon what we discussed about. This particular ribbon belongs to home page and when you select file option you'll get back to home and if you select insert option you'll have another different ribbon with different groups, etc., etc. So every particular tool has different ribbons in them. And remember the extra options that we discussed when you press over this arrow key. This is it. So when you press the arrow key you'll have few more settings which cannot be fit in this particular section of groups. So you can have some variety of options over here of changing the font, changing some effects to the text, font size and font style, etc., etc. Apart from this, we have also discussed about the cells in every sheet. So this particular cell has an address. So you can see the address over here, which is B3. So B happens to be the column name and 3 happens to be the row name. Now we also had a discussion about the sheet tracker. Right now we just have one sheet. If you want multiple sheets, you can just feel free to select on the plus option, which will always create you some extra sheets. And you can navigate through sheets just by pressing on the sheet name. And when you get back to the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing and decreasing the cell size or the sheet size. Now let's keep it default with 100%. Now these are the few fundamentals that you need to keep in mind before getting started with Microsoft Excel. Now that we know the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel, let's get started with a practical session which is about the employees details in a company. Now let's select this particular cell and let's type in employee details. Yeah, we have the cell. Now an employee details table will have the information related to employees. So the information will be about name, it will be about employee number, it will be the designation, and maybe salary, and maybe blood group as well. And let's take another one, which is phone number. Yeah, so far so good. And you can see that we have some problem with this particular column. The designation, the name of the designation is practically good, but it is not visible. So when you're not on that particular cell, you can see that the name is incomplete over here. So you can always fix that. You can just manually change the size of the row or cell, or you can also feel free to double click on that cell, which will automatically set the size of that particular cell. And same goes to the blood group. Just let's try to double click on that, and same goes to phone number. Great. So you can see that the employee's details are just confined to the first two cells. It's supposed to be somewhere in the middle, right? So no problem, we can do that as well. We can select all the cells and we have an option of merging them. You can just select this one, which will help you with merging and centering that particular data to the center part. So that's how we do it. Now let's get started by adding the names of the employees. Let's add the names: Joe, John, Mary, Mark, Susan, and then Jennifer. Let's type in Mike. Let's type in Tim, Jeff, Jeffrey. Yeah, we have a couple of employees. Now let's type in the employee numbers. Yeah, we have the employee numbers now. Let's type in the designation. Okay, let's choose Joe to be the CEO of the company and John as the software developer. And Mary as tester, Mark in finance, Susan also in finance, and Jennifer in testing. And Mike in marketing. Same goes for Tim. And again, Jeffrey into software development. And Morgan into testing again. Now let's click on C so that it gets, resized according to the length of the text. Now it's done. So let's get into salary. $10,000 and $15,000 and $19,000. Let's increase the salary of a CEO. So let's keep it $1 lakh. And finance again, 20,000. So yeah, the salaries are allocated. Again, the blood group. Yeah, we have the blood groups. Now let's type in the mobile numbers. Yeah, now we have typed in some random mobile numbers as well. So yeah, this is how you can add in some data into your table. And now let us imagine that you forgot to add or remove a column. So let's imagine that we wanted to add a serial number as well, but somehow we forgot to add it. Now you can always add a new row or column. For example, here we wanted to add a new column. So we just have to right click on A, select the insert option. Here we have a new row now. Now let's type in serial number. And let's type 1. Now can you see the small box option over here? If you just drag it, you can copy paste all those over here. And now let's right click and fill series. Now we have the employee number starting from 1 to 10. That's how you do it. And apart from this, you can also change the font of the entire row. You can change the font to say Aroni, and you can always also change the font. And same goes to the employee table. You can select it, bold it, and you can also increase the size, and again select a color for the text, maybe a different color. Green would be better. And you can also select the entire cells and align them to the center. Looks more good. And you can select or double click the row names, so you'll have the proper spacing between all the rows and columns. So we have double click on the column, right? Yeah, so basically that's how you make things happen. Now let's save this. So I'd like to go to the save option and AMP data. Let me save this in my local location and just save. It's done. So that's how you work on your Excel file with some basic data. And to learn more, don't forget to get subscribed to Simplilearn's YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated. So you're the first person to get an update on any technology, not just Excel.
Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular spreadsheet is related to employee details. Yeah, now the screen is visible a bit better. Now let us imagine that this is our confidential data, and you want to edit only two columns, that is the designation column and phone number column. Now let us imagine that the company has finished one annual year, and now there are some promotions happening in the company, and let us also imagine that the phone numbers of the employees provided by the company have undergone some changes. So now the minor edits that you want to make are related to the designation column and phone number column. Now you can see that all the columns, that is the blood group, new salary, salary hike, current salary, and name of the employee, serial number, employee number, everything is editable. So in such kind of scenarios, when you pass on this data, there might be a possibility where your colleague or subordinate might end up making some mistakes, right? So you want to avoid that. So you can do that by locking the cells. Now let us rename this sheet. Now the sheet has been renamed successfully. So now you can lock the cells by the following process. So in this process, you have two major steps. First one is to lock the cells, and the next one is to protect the cells by a password. Now when you select all the cells in this particular sheet, you can just click on this edge here, and you have all the cells selected. And now right click somewhere on the sheet, and you can see an option called Format Cells. So in this particular option, you have some options provided, which is number, alignment, font, and you want to go into the protection part. So you can see by default, Excel keeps all the cells locked. Now we want the phone number and designation to be unlocked. Okay, so let's cancel it for now and get back to the sheet and select the columns D and I. And now let's right click and go into Format Cells, and in the protection option, make sure that you uncheck the locked icon. Now select OK, and now okay, so you cannot include the merged cell. Fine, we have a cell here which is merged. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, now again select the entire column, right click, get into Format Cells, and uncheck the lock option, select OK. Now we have finished the first part, that is locking all the cells which you don't want to get edit and unlocking the cells where you want to make some edits. Now the second stage is protecting the sheet. Now right click on the sheet name, and you can see an option called Protect Sheet. Click that. And now here you can see select locked cells and also select unlocked cells. So let us provide a password here. So let us use some simple password so that we don't forget that. So I'll be selecting 123, and now select OK. Re-enter the password to proceed. Now let us type 123 again. Now select OK, and now the sheet is protected. Now we have successfully locked and protected all the cells in Excel. Now let us verify that the cells you wanted to protect are really protected and locked or not. So we have unlocked phone number and designation, and everything else is locked. Now let me try and edit the blood group. So when I double click or try to edit this particular sheet, then I'll be receiving a warning from Excel. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. You might be requested to enter a password. So it says that this particular cell is locked and you cannot edit it. Now let us try to edit the phone numbers which we kept as unlocked. So you can see I can really edit the unlocked cell here. Now let me try to change this phone number. Let me enter some random phone number. So you can see the cell is editable. Now let us go through the designation column and try to edit this particular column. Now since I said that there's a promotion happening in the company, so the deputy CEO is now the current CEO of the company. and software developer happens to become the senior software developer, and the tester as well. Let us imagine that he will become the senior, and so on. Okay, so this proves that this particular sheet is editable. Not the entire sheet, but only the cells that we kept in the unlock mode. Okay. Now, this is how you lock and protect your cells in Excel. Page setup in MS Excel. So to understand the page setup in MS Excel, we will go through a demo inventory in Excel where we'll be considering some restaurant data. Now, without any delay, let's get started with a practical demo. Now we are on the Excel sheet, and this is the data I was talking about. The restaurant data, where we have the first column, that is rank, and next we have the restaurant name. Followed by that we have the sales happening through that restaurant, and then we have the segment category. That is what kind of service does that particular restaurant offers. Now this is the list what we made, and what if we wanted to represent this data in the form of a printed paper, right? So I guess you can see all the columns and rows here. So you can see that we have almost like 250 rows. So there is no chance, or there is no way to print all those 250 rows in one page. Of course, it is practically possible, but when you try to read the content, it will be so tough to read because all the rows will be clubbed together so closely so that you cannot read it. So you need to print them page by page. So, and you need to also take care of the data is aligned properly according to the page size, everything, and even you need to take care of the margins of your page, right? So that's what page setup basically means. So we had a detailed overview of our data and what actually we're trying to make. Now let us see how page setup is possible in MS Excel. So to go to the page setup menu or go to the page setup options, we have three methods. Let's start with the simplest method. So the simplest method is by just clicking on File and go to Print option. And you'll see all the page setup options right over here. And you can also go to Print menu by pressing a shortcut method, that is Control P. So you'll directly end up on the page setup options. Now let's look at the second method. So the second method is, you can see the toolbar over here, right? Which has File, Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, View, and Help. So the second method, we can use Page Layout option from the toolbar. And you can see when you click on the page option from the toolbar, you have a new ribbon over here. So this ribbon is all about page setup options. So it will offer you margins, it will offer you orientation, size, print area, breaks, background, print tiles, etc., etc. Right? So all these options or menus in this ribbon belong to page setup. Now let us look at the third method. So the third method is something similar. You have view option on the toolbar. So just select a view, and you can see we have few page setup options over here as well. The normal, page break, page layout, custom views, and we have grid lines, formula bar, heading, zoom in, zoom out, select to zoom, freeze certain panes, right? So all these are also the page setup options. So we have the three methods to enter the page setup options. Now we are familiar with those. Now let's get started with the practical mode on page setup. For that, let me use the simplest method, that is holding the control key and pressing P, which navigates me to the print option. Now we have various set of options here. We have no scaling, normal margins, letter, portrait orientation, collated, print active sheets, and note 1 for Windows. You can see this option is the printer's option. For example, if you're connected to a printer, which is the hardware printer, then your MS Excel will show the printer's name here. So other than printer, you can also make some other arrangements where you can just directly print your complete data in the form of PDF and then you can export your PDF to your recipient. That's also possible. Okay, now let's get started with the first option, that is print active pages. Okay, to understand this better, we need to create a new sheet. Not a problem. So you can see that we just have one sheet over here. So let us kind of select all the items and create a new sheet and try to paste it over here. Or let's try to paste it over here. Okay, now let's try to extend these. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's rename this sheet or let's rename it as restaurant sheet 2 for our reference. Now let us get back to the print sheet option. So I'll use the shortest method, that is holding the control key and press P. Now you can see that here we have 6 pages in total from the active sheets. So the current active sheet is the top 250 sheet. So this particular sheet is the current active sheet. So if we print the entire data in this particular sheet, then we will end up printing 6 pages. Now let us select the other option where you have to print the entire workbook. Right. So now you can see that there's a change in the number, that is 12 pages. So what is a workbook? So basically workbook is the collection of entire sheets in your Excel homepage. So in this particular Excel homepage, you have the first sheet, that is top 250, and the second sheet, that is the restaurant sheet 2, right? So the combination of these two sheets make up a workbook. So when you select the entire workbook option, you'll have 12 pages. So that's how we use this setting where you select the active sheets, the entire workbook, and there is another option where you can only print a selected item. So if you want to do this, then let's get back here. Now, what if your customer or what if your client wanted the top 10 restaurants only? So you can select the top 10 restaurants by doing this. Now you have the top 10 restaurants. Let's go to print. So you can see Excel has automatically selected the selection only, print the selected content only. So you can see we have only the top 10 restaurants or top 11 restaurants that we have selected in our sheet, and it is ready to get printed. So this is how we use the first option. Now let's get back. Let's not select that and let's make the pages normal. Now get back to the print option again. Now you can see the next option, that is collated. Right. So in collated you have different options, that is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. And the next one, which is uncollated, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. So why are these numbers present here, and what does collated mean anyway? So this is your question, right? Now the answer for this question will be a little similar to your examination hall. Okay. Let us imagine that you are in examination hall and you are the invigilator and you have 10 students in your room. So you wanted to provide question papers to all the 10 students. Okay. So you have your question paper distributed into 3 sheets. That is, you have marked questions and your questions are fit into 3 papers. Right. In this scenario, we have 250 rows and all the data is split into 6 sheets. That is sheet 1 or page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. Right. Now, if we wanted to print 10 copies, then the arrangement of papers will be page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6 in continuous order. Right. That is collated. If you wanted 10 copies of different ways, where you wanted to print the first sheet first, then you wanted to print the second sheet second, and the third sheet third, that is, you'll have 10 copies of first page, 10 copies of second page, 10 copies of third page, and so on. That particular approach is called uncollated approach, and if you're printing the pages in continuous order for 10 times, then that particular approach is called as collated approach. So this is what we had to learn about collated and uncollated. Now let's get back to the third option. Now let's press again print. Now we have our data over here. There's something wrong. Select all the elements, Control P. Yeah, now we have our data back. Now we have the third option, that is the portrait orientation. Okay, so when we click that, we have two options, that is portrait and landscape. So you might be having a good idea, like when you try to click a picture in your phone, we have two modes as well, that is portrait mode and the landscape mode. So when you click on the portrait mode, this is how your data will be looking. Now, to understand the difference, let's click the landscape mode. So when you click the landscape mode, this is how your data representation will change. You'll have a wider page to print. So this is why we use the page orientation. For now, let's keep the page orientation as portrait orientation. And we have now the fourth option. So what is the fourth option? We have various sets of options in here, that is letter and A4 size. There are also some more page options over here where you can select the page types you want to print. So basically you'll be having few more options, that is A4, A5, A3, etc. But here we just have two, that is A4 and letter. So basically you'll get those options, and followed by that next we have margins. So here you can see we don't have any margins for our data. Okay, so now we can add some margins by setting up this one as an option, like last custom setting, or you can also choose normal, wide, narrow, right? So your page will be changed according to your margin size. Right, so this is how you can change the margins. Now let's keep it as default. Let's set the normal one. Now we have the next option, that is scaling option. So here you can see we are trying to fit the page. So when you're trying to print these sheets using no scaling, then the actual size of the page will be printed. Now you can also modify that. You can fit and print these sizes. So you can remember the first option that I said of printing all the 250 rows in one single sheet. This is how you can fit it. So fit the sheet on one page, where you can see all the 250 rows are fit into one page, but the data is not readable. So, but we don't want this type of an approach, right? So let's keep it as the default one, which is no scaling. So these are the variety of options in print. Now, if you wanted to print all the 6 pages into the PDF format and mail it to your client, you can also do that. I think I have explained it in the first place. So you can see we can do it by just selecting this option, where you can print all the 6 pages and into PDF format, and then you can mail them to your client. And you can also select the number of copies you want. You can increase the copies to 2, 3, and any number of copies you want. For now, I'll keep it as 1 copy. Now let's print this. Now let us select the location, rename it, and publish. Now let's get back to documents and see if the page is printed or not. Here you go. Here we have the restaurant data in the form of PDF. So we have our entire 6 pages of data in the PDF format. Now we are back on the home page. Now we had some limited functions in the print function over here. We had tried to export the data. So you can also export the data or try to print it from the print option over here. You can just select that as well. You can file PDF. Yes, the pages are printed now. There you go, we have the restaurant 2 PDF data. So that's how you can print all your data. You can either choose
the export option, or you can either choose the print option. Now when you see into the print option, we have limited number of page setup options over here. Now let's check out what we missed. So we are in the page layout here. So we had gone through the margins, we had set all the margins, and then we have also gone through the portrait and landscape. Now you can see the size. When we were in the print menu option, we had only A4 and letter. But here you can see there are a wide variety of options. That is, other than letter, we have tabloid, legal, statement, executive, A3, right? We have A5 and many more other options. And if you want some more paper options, you can go to more and you can always select a few more options. That's how you do it. And yeah, we didn't have the break option. So remember when we had been through the print option, we did not have the break option there. Let's select this to normal A4. So you cannot see the break option over here, right? So here we have the break option. So what does break option does? Right? You can actually break the page. Remember we spoke about the top 10 things or the top 10 rows. You can always do that. So you can just keep the top 10 restaurants in your first page and then break the remaining. And to set page breaks, you can select the cell. Now I need the top 10, so I'll select this particular cell, which is in the 11th position. And now I'll try to implement the page break. Insert a page break. And now you can see on my sheet there is a thin line which is separating the two pages. That's how you can see the indication of a page break implemented onto your page. Now how do you see it? You can see it by selecting Ctrl P, where you can see the first top 10 restaurants being printed on your sheet. So there you go, we have the first top 10 restaurants printed on our sheets. So that's how you use the page break. Now let's try to eliminate all the page breaks. So you can select breaks and reset all page breaks. So the page break has been eliminated. Now you can always choose a background for your data as well. You just, if you want, you can add a picture to your background. I think that's not available for now. Okay, you can work offline as well. Let us select this one. So you can see that we have added a background to our data. We can select all the text files and then we can change the color so that the text becomes a little visible. Yeah, that's how you do it. Now if you don't want the image to be added on your file, you can also remove that, delete page background, and there you go, all the images are gone. Now the next important part, that is the print titles. Now why do we need print titles? For that, let's try to print this. So now you can see the first page. In the first page we have the title, rank, restaurant, sales, segment, category. But if you go to the second page, you don't have that title, right? You don't have the title, rank, name of the restaurant, sales, and their service category. So if we want that, then we need to add titles. Now for that, let's select the print titles option. Now let's select the rows to repeat on top. Now for that, we need the first row. Select the first row and this particular row will be repeating into all the pages. Now let's try to print it. So yeah, now you can see the titles are being added to all the sheets. You can see the page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5 and page 6. So you can see the titles added to all the sheets. So that's how you use the print titles option.
So now we are on the Excel sheet and you can see that in this particular Excel sheet we have some student details. We have the serial numbers, names, roll numbers, class, blood group, and some subjects like math, science, computer, statistics, social, GK, and the final marks obtained, percentage, and total marks. Right? So let us imagine that a company has come for an interview. So all these students are going to attend an interview, and the minimum percentage to attend the interview will be like 75%. So you can see that we have 75 here and all the students have got above 75 except for the one student, which is Mike. Right? So for Mike to attend the interview, he needs 75% or above. So he can make some modifications in one of these subjects, right? So there is always an exam after the exam called as improvement exam. So if you can
like to score some extra marks in the subjects which you have scored less, so that you can make up to the percentage what you're expecting, you can do that. So here in this particular sheet, Mike has 6 subjects, right? And in 6 subjects, you can see he has scored 76, 91, 45, 71, 94, and 62. So out of these, he have scored less in one subject. Compared to all the subjects, one subject is really low, that is computers. So what if he can give an improvement exam and increase his percentage to 75, right? So that can be done. So we can do some brute force methods, like we can change the marks like 55 and then check this particular one, so it's getting 74, right? So using the brute force method will be a little bit lengthy. So you can do this because it is just a small table which has least number of data, and you just have one single cell to modify. So that can be done in small tables. But what if you had some table with hundreds of rows or thousands of rows? That will be time consuming, right? So for that, we have some inbuilt functionality in Excel that is called goal seek in Excel. So for now, let's eliminate the marks here. So we have eliminated the marks and the upgraded percentage is 65. Now we need the target as 75. Okay, so let's write it as Mike's target, right? We need Mike. So Mike's new target as 75. Okay, now to make sure that we need a mark here which can get Mike to 75%, we will use the data operation. So here on the toolbar, which has file, home, insert, etc., we have one other option called as data. So when you click on data from toolbar, you'll have this ribbon, and in this ribbon we have various options. So when you come into forecast group, we have an option called what if analysis. When you click on what if analysis, you'll have a set of options, out of which we have goal seek. Now for goal seek, we need to select a table cell, that is this particular table cell, that is M9. So we need the value 75 here, right? So what is the cell that you need to change here? For that, you need to select this one and select this particular cell here, right? And now you can select OK. Now you can see that Excel has automatically run all the permutations and combinations and has come up with a number, so that the overall percentage of Mike will be 75%, right? So the expected marks that Mike should be getting in his computer's improvement exam should be equal to 56 or greater than 56 to get the final target as 75, so that he can attend the company's interview. So this is how we use goal set or goal seek in Excel. Now let's quickly get onto the practical mode, where we will have some datasets over which we will be trying to apply the charts. Now there are various types of charts in Tableau, and those are the pie chart, the column chart, the bar chart, column versus line, pivot chart, and sparkline charts. So we will discuss one after the other. First, let us discuss about the pie chart. So as you can see, we have a small dataset on my screen, which I have personally created, and this deals with the companies and this deals with the shares of the automobile industry. So now for this, let's create a pie chart. Select all the data and then get into the toolbar, and inside the toolbar you can see various options, and inside that we're going to use the insert option. And when you select the insert option, you will have a ribbon here, and inside the ribbon you can see groups, tables, illustrations, add-ins, and here you go. These are the charts. So now we needed a pie chart. So select on that icon and you have various types of pie charts. You have 2-dimensional pie charts, 3-dimensional pie charts, donut type of charts, etc. Right? So I would like to go with the 3-dimensional pie chart, as it looks a little more appealing and easy to understand. And now there you go. This is the title of the chart, and these are the legends of the chart, and this is the chart area, and these are the values. Now we can kind of add the data labels as well. So you can just have to press the plus icon over here and you'll have the options. You can add the data labels, which will give you a lot more interesting values. And you can also turn this around. As you can see, on double clicking any part of the pie chart, you'll get this option which is called as format data point. And let's imagine that you wanted to show the information related to this particular one, which is Volvo, which has the biggest share. So this is in front right now. Now what if you wanted to show the information related to Tata, which is over here, right? For that, you can select this particular arrow key and you can just twist it, and there you go, it is coming in front. This will be a great way of presenting your data to your clients, right? Yeah. And there is another option where you can directly explode this, like you can pick it out. You can see this, right? Point explosion, where you can split it out and you can show that, especially like you can highlight it and show it. So that's the, a great way of presenting your data. So that's how you can work with pie charts in Excel. Now let's quickly move to the next one, that is the column chart. And in the column chart, we have the data related to some company and the profits of that company based on a year. So you can see that the year has started from 2008 and it has gone until 2021, and these are the profits of that company year after year. So since we are dealing with column chart, I'll tell you the simplest way to create a column chart. There is a shortcut key for that, which is Alt F1, and there you go, you have the chart right on your screen. Now you can expand the chart just by dragging it like that, and you can see that there is some problem with this chart. That is, we have numbers here instead of years, right? You can see that the first column is the years, which is 2008 to 2021, but here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not proper, right? So to change the axis, that is, you can see the axis which is 1, 2, 3, 4, from 1, 2, 3, 4 to the years 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, etc. You just have to make one change here. And also you can see I have pressed the plus icon over here, which will open the option where you can include the axis titles if you have, and data labels, everything, right? So for now I think I'll keep it as it is. So you can include the data table as well as it is here, and you can include that in the chart. There are various options that Excel provides you. So now let's focus on changing the axis from 1, 2, 3, 4 to the years. For that, you need to select the chart design, and inside the chart design you have an option called select data. Press that, and here you have various set of options. You can see profits, you can see years. Now we'll select years and we will remove that. And now you can see the edit option here, right? Select that, and now it will ask you which column to be selected for the axis range. For that, let's select this, and now let's select the years here and press OK, and there you go. Again, press OK. So there you go, you have the years over here instead of the numbers which you had in the first place. So that's how you create the column chart. And we have the next type of chart, which is really simple. Now, you kind of change this chart directly into bar chart. There is no big deal in that. So for that, you just need to select the change chart type option over here. You're just changing the chart type and you can get the bar graph over here. Column and bar graphs are completely same to each other, only that you can see these bars in the horizontal way rather than in the vertical way. And let's do that. Let's not create a new thing for that. So yeah, there you go. When you select the change chart type option, you have various set of chart type options on the menu bar over here. So what we needed was the bar chart. Now let's select that, and there you go. Let's select OK, and you have the bar chart, right? And if you want, you can include the data labels, which look a little bit more interesting. You can also include the data table as well. Okay, for now I think we have to expand the chart to get the clear view. Yeah, that's how you do it. Right, now let's move into the next type of one. Yeah, we dealt with the bar chart, so we'll directly enter into the column versus line chart. So we have similar kind of data. We just had year and profits in the previous part. Now we also have included the expenses, right? We needed another column to showcase the line chart compared to the columns, right? So for that, I've included a new column that is expenses as well. Now just let's select the data and let's select the option Alt F1 to create our chart. Right, now automatically Excel has provided us the column chart. We have the columns of expenses, we have the column of profits, and we also have years. Now let's change the data as we did before. Select year and remove it, and then edit. Select edit and select the year, that is from here to 2021. Select OK, and we have the years over here. Now what we needed to do is change the chart type, right? Select the change chart type option, and since we wanted to create a column versus line chart, it is a combination. Whenever you want one or two types of charts included in one single chart window, then it is a combo option. So here we need to select the combo option, and inside that we have various types of combination charts. We have clustered column, we have clustered line on secondary axis, we have clustered stacked areas, clustered column, and the other one is custom combination. So let's go with the first one, that is clustered line. Let's select that, and there you go, we have the line graph with the column. So that's how we create the column versus line. And if you want, you can include the data labels, and you can include the data table as well. Yeah. Okay, I think we need to expand the canvas a little more to get a clear view. Yeah. So you have legends over here, you have the data labels and axes, everything, and chart title. You can always change the chart title. So for now, let's rename it as profits versus expenses. Yeah, that's how it goes. Done. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake here. Yeah, it's clear now. Now the next type of chart we're going to deal with is the pivot chart. So we have dealt with pie chart, column chart, bar chart, and column versus line. Now pivot chart is a little bit different. It's like you're going to create some active chart which responds to the variations you're making to your data. So to understand that better, let's create a practical chart over here. Now select all the data. Okay, yeah, I have selected the data. Now to create a pivot chart, let's select the insert option from the toolbar, and inside the ribbon we have charts group, and inside that we have pivot chart. Now let's select the pivot chart option, and there you go. Now it's asking for range, and we have selected the range over there. And we are not going to create a new worksheet for the entire chart. We are going to create the chart inside the existing worksheet itself. So for that, let's select the area where we want to select the chart to be present. Now for that, let's select this, and yeah, select OK. Okay, there is some error. Let's cancel this and try again. Let's select the data and pivot chart again. We have selected the range. Yeah. That's how you select the range. And now select the position where you want to create it. Existing worksheet. We have selected that. And press OK. Yeah, that's the way. We've got our pivot chart over here, and you can see our pivot chart is completely blank. Right, now it will respond to the changes you make to your pivot chart. For now we have serial numbers, and these are the names of the guys who have, okay, so these are the names of the guys who have some dealerships for various car makes such as Ford, Ferrari, Honda, Kia, Alfa Romeo, BMW, etc., etc. So we're gonna change, or we're gonna see, we're gonna make some charts of the persons who own the cars or the car brands or dealerships in various regions. So we're gonna work on that. Now let's drag in the name, and let's drag region and cars and units. Yep. So we have our chart over here, column chart, which has the different names and the dealerships and some of cars over there, right? So you can see that we can also change some values over here. What if we wanted to know only the details regarding Jennifer? You can do that. You can unselect everything and you can just select Jennifer and press OK. Now you'll have the details of only Jennifer of having the car brands. So we have the regions as well. So Jennifer owns dealerships in 2 different regions, that is South and West, and the sum of units and count of cars as well. So that's how the pivot charts are used in real time. And now let's select sales and drag the sales as well. Yeah, it's been dragged, and you have the sales of Jennifer, the details of her sales. And let's move the chart a little bit, and you have the plus icon where you can include the data labels for a better information. Yeah, so that's how you use the pivot charts. So we are on the last type of charts, which is the Sparkline chart. Now to create a Sparkline chart, we need to get into the insert option, and inside we have the ribbon, and inside the ribbon we have the group, that is Sparklines. Now to generate a Sparkline chart, we need to select this particular column and then select the type of sparkline you want to create. So now let's create the column type of Sparkline chart. Yep, we have to club these cells together first. I forgot that, because we're going to insert the Sparkline chart right above here. Now for that, let's merge the cells. Yeah, so we wanted to create the Sparkline chart of column type, and now it's asking for the location where we want to create the Sparkline chart. So this is the location. Now let's select OK, and there you go, we have the Sparkline chart right over here. Now you can see that we have a negative point here, so if you want, we can change that from negative to positive, and it will automatically update that. And if you want to add the axis to this particular chart, you can select the option Sparkline, and there you go, you have certain options like high point, low point, and if you wanted to add some margins, then you can also do that. Add data type axis, and there you go, you have the axis. Show axis, yeah, you have the axis now, and you can have the high point and low point for that as well, which is the the biggest change and the smallest change in this particular segment, that is furniture. Yeah, furniture had the highest sales in January, and home appliance had the lowest sale. And you can also change the color, and let's change the color again. Yeah, we have a different color over here which resembles a little bit more better, or you can also go with this one. And if you wanted to add the same to all these tables, you can do that just by dragging it, and you have it for all the 6 months. Now, if we wanted to add some new data in this row, or you wanted to add a new complete row, then you can do that as well and change that and bring that change implemented in these charts as well. Now let us try to add a new row here which includes the miscellaneous. We have that data right over here. Let's select that, copy, and let's paste it over here. So there you go. We have the extra row here. So yeah, now we have added the miscellaneous row, and right now we have the Sparkline chart for only 4 columns or 4 rows, that is furniture, technology, home appliances, and office needs, and miscellaneous is missing. Now to add that as well, let's select Sparkline, and inside Sparkline just select edit group location and data, and now let's select the entire data, and now select OK. There's something wrong again. Sparkline, edit data, select range, this should be helping. Yeah, there you go. We have all the 5 rows now, including furniture, technology, home appliances, office needs, and miscellaneous.
So conditional formatting is a method to visualize your worksheet. We already have the charts in Excel to visualize our Excel sheets in graphical form, but what if you had to see or visualize the data in your worksheet as it is? So that is where the conditional formatting comes handy. Now let's get back to the Microsoft Excel and try to implement some conditional formatting. Now we are on the Excel worksheet. This particular dataset is based on a store. Now we have various columns in this particular dataset. We have row ID, order ID, customer name, etc. And finally we have quantity, discount, and profits. Now let's go to profits. Let us imagine that we have provided this particular store with a target of minimum 15% profits. Now let us find out the stores that have hit the 15% target and the ones which did not. So for that, let us select the entire column. Now you can find the conditional formatting option in the home toolbar, and in that ribbon, the ribbon with styles has the conditional formatting option. Click on that and you have various options over here, highlighting the cells, top bottom rules, data bars, data scales, and icons. So data bars are actually the bar graphs which highlight themselves on each and every cell if you implement them. And these are the color scales. If you want to implement some colors, you can go through that. And if you want to represent your cells with icons, you can also do that. For now, let's highlight the cells. So select that, and inside this, select the greater than option. And here you can provide the percentage, that is 15%. And the cells or the stores which hit the target should be highlighted with green color. And select OK, and there you go. You have your stores that hit the 15% target and the ones which did not hit the 15% target. Now if we want to highlight the ones which did not hit the 15% target, you can highlight them with the color red. So conditional formatting, highlight the cells less than 15% with color red and text dark. And there you go, it's done. Now let us consider another example. So this particular example is based on train dataset, and here we have the passenger ID, survived, passenger class, name, etc. Now we have a train accident incident over here. Now 1 is indicated that they are alive and 0 is indicated that they are not alive. Now let us use this column and conditional formatting, highlight the cells containing the text as 1 with color green. Okay, and highlight the cells that contain text 0 as the red, that indicates they are not alive. And let us select the icons. Now we have the icons over here. The X indicates that they are not alive and the green tick mark indicates that they are alive. Now that is how you use conditional formatting in Excel. So what is data validation in Excel? So it is a feature by Microsoft Excel where it can restrict data entry into certain cells by using data validation, and it will prompt the users to enter valid data in the cells based on the rules and restrictions provided by the creator of that particular sheet. Now this would be a little confusing to understand, so to understand it in a much better way, let's get back to the practical way where we will start entering some data validation rules to our Excel sheet and try to enter data into it. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular sheet is based on employee ID, employee name, employee department, employee salary, fiscal year, and work timings of the employees. Now we will be applying some data validation rules to each and every column and try to enter data based on the rules we have entered. Now for the first one, which is the employee ID, we'll enter rules based on the employee ID number. So to apply the data validation, you need to go into the Data tab on the toolbar, and inside the ribbon, you can see Data Tools Group. And in the Data Tools Group, you have the option of Data Validation. Now select the entire column, go to the Data Tools Group, select Data Validation option, and you will have this particular pop-up menu. And here you can see different types of options. So since we are entering employee ID, it would be a whole number. So let us select whole number option. And now here you can see the option of between, not equal to, not between, greater than, less than, etc. So let us select between, and let us assume that your employee ID has 5 numbers, and it should be between 10,000 to 11,000. So let us provide 10,000 and 11,000. Now select OK, and now the new rule has been applied. So now the minimum value of each and every employee ID should be equal to or more than 10,000 and less than 11,000, and it should have 5 digits. Now let's try to enter a wrong employee ID, that is just 1. There you go. You can see that Microsoft Excel is not allowing you to include a wrong number. It says this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So now you can press retry and try to enter some number which is in between 10,000 to 11,000. Now it is 10,901, and this will take the entry. Now let us assume that because I am the creator of this sheet, I know what should be entered here. But what if I give this sheet to you and you are the person who is trying to enter the number and it shows the error and you don't know what was the error, right? To avoid this kind of confusion, what you can do is you can do some ways where you can provide the message to the user. So that can be done by, okay, let's select the sheet again and go to the data validation, and here you have the same settings. Now here you have another option saying input message. So before input message, let us go to error alert. Now here the error title would be data entered is not valid. Please enter. This is the error message. Please enter EMP ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Press OK. Now when you try to enter the wrong number, it will show that particular error alert message. See, data entered is not valid. Please enter employee ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Now this is fine, but how long this will be, what if there is an option where you just hover over to this cell and it automatically tells you to enter the value between 10,000 to 11,000 without having to face the error? Yeah, even that can be done. So you can select the entire column, go to data validation, and here this is the input message. This is where you can do that. So here you can write the message name, valid data. Please enter
data between 10,000 to 11,000. Now, when you hover over to any cell in this particular column, it will automatically show you this message where you can avoid all the errors. Just select OK. See, when you select any cell in this particular column, it will automatically tell you, please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. So here you don't have to face any errors, right? Now let us try to enter the valid data. 10902, and it will take it as the correct value, and again 10903. Now in case if you try to provide the wrong number, it will show the error. See? So that's how it is. Now we have finished the whole number part. Now let's get into the employee name, where we have to provide the second type, that is text length. Now let us imagine that in your company you're trying to provide ID cards to your employees, and you know that ID card is really small, and inside that ID card you need to include the employee photograph and your company name, employee ID, blood group, phone number, address, everything, and also you need to include the name of the employee. So what if there is an employee with very lengthy name, like 30 characters, 40 characters? Yeah, in India it is really possible that you might have a lengthy name. So what you can do is you can provide the text length where the text is limited to like 15 or 20 characters. So you can include that name in the ID card. So you can do that by allowing the data validation criteria with text length. Minimum can be anything, so minimum can be 1, and maximum here you can provide 15, and press OK. Okay, minimum will change it to at least 2, and yeah, let it be 1. So minimum is 1 and maximum is 15 characters, and press OK. And let us also provide the input message. Enter character type, character data. Please enter valid name. And error alert. Invalid data. Please enter valid data. Okay, please enter characters less than 50. Press OK. Now let us try to enter a random name. Okay, we'll enter characters more than 15 here. QWERTY 0. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Okay, now this is more than 15. Okay, I think it's not more than 15. Let's try to enter a little bit more characters. Yeah, now we have entered more than 15 characters and it is showing please enter characters less than 15. So now we can retry and try to enter some valid name. Now we have characters less than 50, so it will take as the proper name. Now let us try to enter another name. I'm just entering some random data. So another name maybe. Great. Now the next type of data validation is also done. Now let us get into employee department. Employee department is something really superb. So I'll tell you about it. It's actually a list. Now let us finish the other ones first. That is employee salary, fiscal year and work timings. After that we'll learn about the list one. Now let's come into employee salary. So salary is something where you have to include decimal points. So now let us go to data validation, and inside the values we have already dealt with whole number, text length. Yeah, now we'll deal with employee salary, that is decimal. Now minimum is, okay, what is the minimum can be 1 0.00 and maximum can be 1 lakh 0.00, or let us put that as 10 lakhs. Press OK. Okay, not just then. Enter valid salary. Okay, now let's change it to minimum as 10,000. So the employee minimum salary will be 10,000 and input enter valid salary. Enter salary between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Let us include a comma here too. Now error alert, invalid salary, please enter between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Press OK. Now the message and data validation conditions are applied to this column. Now let us try to enter some invalid data first. It will show the error. Now we need to enter the valid data. Yeah. Now it is taking the valid data. Let us provide 20,000 and this has 35,000. Now the next one is fiscal year. Let us imagine that we wanted to work on the employees for current working year, that is 2020 to 2021, and or you can consider 2021 to 2022, not more than 2021 and not less than 2021. For that you can provide the year option as well. So for that you need to select the entire column, go to data validation, settings, and inside here you have an option of date. So let us provide the date option as between, and start date is 01/01/2021 and end date is 01/01/2022 and input message. Let us provide data as current fiscal year, current financial year. Enter date between 2021 to 2022. Let us copy this and go into error alert. Error message will be seen, invalid date. Select OK. Now the error message and the data input message and the data validation rule has been applied for this column. So let's try to enter some date here. You can enter 02 of February 2021. It will take as the correct data. Now let's try to enter some wrong data which is apart from 2022, 02/2022. It will not take this, it will throw error. So that's how it works. Now let us try to enter as 2021 and this as March. It will take it. Now another data, 04 this time and 2021. So that's how your data validation will work. Now coming into the next type of data validation, that is time. So we have time here. Let us imagine that you are providing some work timings to your employees. That should be from 9 AM to 5 PM, not more than that. So you want to keep your work life balance for all your employees. So you just want them to work between 9 to 5 and that should be fine. And anything apart from that time should be invalid. So you can do that by selecting time option between. It should be in between and the start time will be 0900 and this should be 17. That is 5 p.m. in the evening. And input message, please enter time between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. This should be the input message. Now error alert, invalid time, error message. Okay. Now, okay, work timings. Now this should be okay. We can do this as 2 columns actually. Let us cancel. Let us copy this and paste it here. You can do it as login timing, and this should be okay. This should be a log out. So this should be okay. So this will be considered as login and log out times. Now let us provide the login time. This should be the right time, and let's try to provide wrong timings. 08. Now it will not take it. It will throw as error. So it's working fine. Let us provide 10. Now let us provide the logout time. It should be below 5 p.m. So let us provide 5. It will take it. Okay. Let's try to provide something just 1 minute less than 5. That is 59. Okay. There is some problem in this. Let's check it. Okay, it is taking 3, that is including seconds. Okay, let's provide seconds as well. Zero 5 0 0 0 0. Okay, still there is some problem. Okay, we have entered 4. We are supposed to enter 24-hour timing, right? 14. Okay, it should be 17. I think this will work. Yeah. Now we are following 24-hour timing here. So let's provide another timing, that is 16:30 00. This will be valid, and 15:30. Yes, this is also valid. Now we have finished almost all types of data validation things. That is, we have finished with any value, whole number, decimal, date, timing, test length, and the last one is list. So this is where things get interesting. Now let's cancel this. Now select the employee column. Now if you're running a company, then definitely you'll not have only one department in it. You might have multiple departments, right? So let us consider that you have a software development company. So in that, the basic departments will be software development team and software testing team. So what you can do is you can provide a list. So using that list, you can just hover over to that cell, select the drop down menu, and inside that you can select the option. So we will try to work something like that. If we have selected the entire column, selection, okay. Let us select the entire column again. Go to data validation. The selection contains some cells without data validation settings. Do you want to extend data validation to these cells? Yes. Now let us provide the list option, and here source you can provide as developer and tester. Press OK. Okay. Now input message, select one, error alert, invalid data, select from drop down only. Press OK. Now when you select the cell, you can see small drop down icon, right? So when you press it, you will have developer and tester option. So you can select developer for first one, and for second one you can select tester, right? Okay, this is good for one or two options, maybe three, or even maybe like 5. But what if you have more departments? Okay, let's go to this second sheet where we have the department data. So here we have like 15 departments, or 15 employee type names. So the first one is CEO, second is developer, tester, quality analyst, system analyst, finance, human resource. So many options are there. So you cannot keep on typing all of them, right? So here it is 15. What if you have like 25, like 50 departments, right? It will be tough. So for this, you have another option. So let me select all this data and copy this from this sheet to our employee sheet. Let us paste it somewhere here. Let's expand this. Okay, now we have our list over here. Now let us remove the data validation from this column. Clear all. Okay, now everything is cleared. Let's select OK. Now let us erase this data as well. Now let us apply the list data validation again from scratch. Go to list. Now here we can select the source. Select this particular cell and drag it until here, and it has been loaded. Now go to input message, data options, select one from the menu or the drop down, copy, error alert, select only from the drop down menu, invalid entry. Yeah. Now let's select OK. Fine. Now you have the icon here. You have all the provided options. You can scroll down and select any one out of these. You can select knowledge transfer for the first one, and second one would be system analyst, and the last one would be human resources. Now in the list everything is fine. Okay, this is showing you the menu options and everything. So but what if you provide this sheet to your new joinee or new employee in your company, and by mistake he messes up something like deleting this? Okay, so we have deleted systems analyst, and when you click on the options, here you don't have systems analyst. In that place you have blank space, right? So there is a way where all your data can be messed up. So to avoid this, what you can do is you can actually save this data in a different sheet, like I did here, like department data. You can hide this sheet, or you can protect this sheet with password or something, so that nobody can mess this up. So now let us get back to the employee data and select this column and clear everything. Press OK, and let us also clear this and this as well, and this one too. Now let us eliminate the rows or cells, the employee, everything. Okay, now we have basically removed this data from here. Now let us try to apply the data validation once again. Now here let us select as list, and here let us provide the option. Let us go to next sheet. Let us select all these options and press OK. Okay, let's provide input message. Data options or department options. Now let's select OK. Now let's hide this sheet. Now the sheet has been hidden and you still have the options. Developer, or let us provide CEO. Then we have developer. Then we have tester. So that's how you can protect your sheets as well. Now this is how you apply data validation in your Excel.
What is Excel VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. VLOOKUP lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. VLOOKUP takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a VLOOKUP function. So VLOOKUP takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the VLOOKUP function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit Skillup by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how VLOOKUP performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how VLOOKUP is case insensitive. Then we'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how VLOOKUP works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. Now if you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the VLOOKUP function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my VLOOKUP formula, and using this formula I am getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the dataset we'll be using. Now this is the same dataset that you saw a while ago. So this dataset has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this data set and perform our VLOOKUP analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original data set. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the data set. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our data set that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson, I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my VLOOKUP function. So let's go ahead and write our VLOOKUP function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my VLOOKUP formula. To write the VLOOKUP formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write VLOOKUP. Now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I am going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to VLOOKUP. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the dataset, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because if you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column, and let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column, so I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay. Now let me just show you another method to use Vlookup in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a Formulas tab, and under Formulas tab, under Function Library, you see we have an option to select Lookup and Reference. If I click on this, and if I scroll down below, you can see there's an option called Vlookup. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till, let's say, the end of the data set. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use Vlookup in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell Vlookup to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for Matt. So my lookup value is going to be Matt. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name Matt anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my Vlookup formula. So I'll type Vlookup, I'll hit tab to complete it. And this time my lookup value is going to be Matt. So I'll select this cell, comma. My table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for Matt. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright, it has returned me binder was the item sold by Matt. Now let's try to figure out why Vlookup returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name Matt to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, Matt should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, Vlookup will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before Matt is Kivel, and hence Vlookup returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for Matt, again Vlookup will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is Matt, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay. We have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what Vlookup is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write Vlookup. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. So I close the bracket, hit enter. you can see Vlookup has returned me pen. Now let's understand why Vlookup returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, Vlookup in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence Vlookup returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of Vlookup, which tells Vlookup always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, Vlookup only looks to the right. So if I use the Vlookup function for this example here, I'll write Vlookup. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma, my table array I'll consider from the order date, because I want the order date, till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column, if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is Vlookup always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily, because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column. Let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says Vlookup returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice. You see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. But the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil, and at the second instance it's desk. Now as per the property, Vlookup always returns the first match. Now ideally, when we write the Vlookup function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see Vlookup will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the Vlookup function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So Vlookup did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, we have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the Vlookup function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. Vlookup has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because Vlookup only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is Vlookup is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our Vlookup function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly Vlookup did not consider Gil, which was present at the bottom of the table, in uppercase. So this shows that Vlookup is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The Vlookup function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use Vlookup to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with Vlookup, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using Vlookup. So I'll write my function Vlookup. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas. Then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with KI, ampersand actually represents concatenation, and star represents anything followed by KI. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma, the range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. Vlookup has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the Vlookup function. So I'll write the Vlookup function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass KI within double inverted commas because KI is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing KI followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after ki will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using VLOOKUPs. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of VLOOKUP. So if the VLOOKUP function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the if_NA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my VLOOKUP function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my VLOOKUP function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value, and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma. I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the if_NA function. And within if_NA function, I'll give my VLOOKUP function. So let me type if_NA. I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter, I'll use my VLOOKUP function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma, my table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma, my column index number is going to be 2, comma, my range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the VLOOKUP function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. And this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma, suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma, I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our VLOOKUP formula. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma, my table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma. My lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma. My match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here, let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing, I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table, I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my Vlookup formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma. My table array will start from the region rep, which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column. And from this table array, my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrews representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all, we saw our data set, which was a sales data set that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how Vlookup performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write Vlookup in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your Vlookup parameters. Next, we saw how Vlookup performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that, we saw an important property of Vlookup, that is Vlookup only looks to the right, followed by Vlookup only returns the first match. Following which we saw that Vlookup is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where Gil was present in uppercase, but still Vlookup found the total revenue for Gil which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use Vlookups, and here we saw how to use an if and a function along with Vlookup, and finally we saw how to use two-way lookups.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the sheet of Microsoft Excel, and here you can see some data on my sheet. That is employee name, employee ID, and salary. So here we are going to perform our horizontal lookup, but before that, let me show you that this particular drop-down menu. So this particular drop-down menu has all the names of the employees in this particular table, and we have created this using data validation in Excel. If you want to create the drop-down menus just like these, then feel free to check out our data validation in Excel tutorial, link to which is in the description box below. Now let's try to implement HLOOKUP in Excel. So here we have employee name, but we want to find out the employee ID. So for that, let's create the HLOOKUP. Now for that, equals to HLOOKUP. Now the first one is the lookup value. So this one is the cell which is the employee name. Now after that, the table array. We have to select all the table arrays here. Now the row index number. So the employee ID is in row index number 2 according to the table. So for that, provide 2 and close the bracket. And before closing brackets, you might want to give the exact match. So for exact match, select false and close the bracket. Press enter and there you go. And if you select Jack, then you'll find the employee ID of Jack. And if you select Jerry, you'll find the employee ID of Jerry reflecting here. Now similarly, let's find out the salary of all the employees using HLOOKUP. So equals HLOOKUP and lookup value, that happens to be the name of the employee. Now the table array, and next we have row index number, that is salary happens to be the third row in the table, so 3, and exact match. Close the bracket and enter. So now if you change the values in this particular drop down menu, you'll find the employee ID and their particular salary. So Jack happens to be carrying the employee ID as 1001 and his salary is 10,000. So similarly, let's try to find out Peter's employee ID and salary. So there you go, 1005 and 50,000 as salary. So that's how you use HLOOKUP in Excel. Here you can see the first chart. So this particular data is converted into a table format to avoid confusion while you're fixing the data. So here you can see the name of the employee, employee ID, department, salary and date of joining. And here you can see the salary column and the bonus percentage of each and every employee based on their salaries. Now coming to the new data table, and here on the table 2, which is an updated table, here you can find we are going to find out the department of the employee and the current department of employee and the bonus percentage based on his or her salary. So why are we finding current department again? So here you can see that we have an intern, Emily, who was joined in the year 2020, but recently she got promoted as a developer. So her department has been changed from department intern to department developer in 2021. So that's what we're going to find out here in the current department using XLOOKUP. Now let's start to implement XLOOKUP. So for that, equals to XLOOKUP, and for lookup you can see we need to find out the lookup value, lookup array, return array, and all the other two are not important right now, but you can use them to get some exact matches in the future. We'll also use that in the future. For now, let's try to use the first 3 parameters, that is lookup value, lookup array and return array. So the lookup value is the name of the employee Mary, and lookup array is right here, which is this one. Now we're going to select the lookup array, then comma, and we're going to look up the department. So this is the department lookup array, and that's all we need. Close the bracket and press enter. Okay, I think we missed out the lookup value. So the employee or the lookup value which we required was missed, so I've added it here. So that is the lookup value, the first one, which is Mary. And there you go. Press enter and you have the department here. Now let's add it to all the rows, and here you have all the rows and all the data related to all the employees. Now we will find out the current department. As you can see, here you have Emily as intern, which is the older data. But what if we needed the latest data, that is the developer in the year 2021, right? For that you might want to work the XLOOKUP formula a little bit. So let's try that. XLOOKUP, lookup value, which is the same, and comma. Now where you have to look for the array, that is lookup array, this one, and the return array, which happens to be this one. And next, you can find the exact match for this one, so that's all right, exact match. And here comes the important part, where you have to search last to first. By default, XLOOKUP searches for first to last, that is
like this, in the starting place to the last place. So that's the reason why we had Emily as intern. So now if we give last to first, then it retrieves the latest data where Emily will be shown as developer. Now select that, and now you can close the brackets and press enter. So let's add that to all the rows. There you go. Now you can see Emily, Clark, Peter and James, all they have got their updated job profiles. As you can see in the original data, Emily is a developer now, so is Clark, who was originally a tester and he got promoted to development team in 2021. Similarly, Peter became a senior finance executive in 2021 and James the manager of sales. Now let's try to find out the bonus for all these employees based on their salary. So this one is quite simple. So X lookup. Now the lookup value is their existing salary, comma, and the bonus part. So the lookup array is the salary range. Then here is another important point. So here you might want to find the exact match, but finding an exact match will not help you here. You might want to declare another type of value where you can get exact match or next smaller item. So you'll understand it why I'm selecting that. So now let's close the bracket and enter. So now we have the bonus values. Now let's add the bonus value to all the factors, all the rows, I mean. So you can see we have different variety of salaries, that is 38,000, 22,000, 39, etc. But here in the ranges we have provided 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So what if the value is between 30 and 20? That's when you want the less number, right? That's when you want the number which is equivalent to 30 or less than 30, which happens to be 15%. So that's how it has worked here. That is 0.15% bonus to the actual salary.
Now we are on our Excel sheet. Here you can see the employee names and employee IDs of different employees from different zones. Let us imagine that the blue one is from East, green one is from West, and the black one is from, or the purple one is from South, and the orange one is from North. So this data is a little small, but what if we had a data with hundreds or thousands of rows, including all the employee names, employee IDs, or another relevant data type like sales of an employee and his employee ID. And you were supposed to combine all the data from all the 4 different zones into one single sheet. It would consume a lot of time, right? So recently, Microsoft has released some latest updates based on arrays and datas. So one of those is VStack function in Excel. So how to use it? Since it is a latest function, I recommend you to go to the file menu, and in the file menu you can navigate to account, and in the account you can see the option of update options. Then you can select update now, and your Microsoft Office will be updated to the latest version, and you'll get access to the latest functions in Excel and all the other Office related things like PowerPoint presentation, etc. Now we are going to implement the VStack function in Excel. It is completely simple. All you need to do is equals to stack and then select the data. Remember to select the data from column A and cell 2 or the row 2. We are not selecting the employee name and employee ID. We are just selecting the data. Now separate them by comma. Then again this one here, this set, and again this one, and again lastly this particular last set. Now close the bracket and press enter. And there you go. You have all the employee names and their respective employee IDs all together in one data set. So this is how you use VStack function in Excel, and there are also a few more new updates from Microsoft Excel.
So what is Excel Power Query? Power Query is an advanced feature of Microsoft Excel that allows you to prepare your data for analysis. You can perform numerous text computations and numerical analysis to make your data more powerful and informative. Excel Power Query is a data preparation and transformation engine. It allows you to carry out the extract, transform, and load operations on the datasets from multiple sources. Now, let's look at the challenges solved by Power Query. Earlier, in Excel there was difficulty in data connections. Now, using Power Query, you can connect to a broad range of data sources such as relational databases, web files, text, CSV, JSON files, and even fetch data in the cloud. Volume, variety, and velocity are the characteristics that define big data. It was a major problem to handle such data. Now, Power Query enables you to transform your data to an appropriate size. It also allows you to work on any shape of data from any source. Earlier, updating your data and refreshing it in real time was an issue. Using Power Query, a repeatable process query is adopted to update the data in real time and in the future. In Excel, it was not so easy to reshape, transform, and manipulate data, but using Power Query provides a highly interactive experience and sophisticated tools to prepare your data. Now, from Excel 2016 onwards, Power Query on Windows has been fully integrated into Excel. But in Excel 2010 and 2013 for Windows, Power Query is a free add-in. You can go ahead and download the link. Once installed, the Power Query tab will be visible in the Excel ribbon. Now coming to the features of Power Query. So Excel Power Query allows you to clean, transform, manipulate, and process your data for analysis. It helps you to automate repetitive tasks that you want to do it over and over again. You can search for data sources and make connections as and when you want. Power Query helps you to prepare and shape the data in the right format for performing analysis. And finally, once your data is ready, you can share your findings or use your query to create interactive reports and dashboards. Now let's have a glance at the demo that we are going to work on in this video. So we'll look at how to load data from different sources. You will understand how to extract tables from web files, so we'll extract tables present on Wikipedia pages. Then you'll learn how to sort and filter data. Up next, you'll see how to group your data, how to split a column into multiple columns, and then pivot and unpivot your table. Then you're going to work on date columns and make some transformations. Understand how to append tables and merge tables vertically and horizontally. Now let's open MS Excel and start with importing a simple text file. So you can see here I have my Excel file opened, and in the middle you can see I have my employee.txt file. Now this is a comma separated file, meaning that the values are separated by commas, as you can see it here. The columns have been separated by commas and all the values have a comma between them. Now this text file has information about the name, age, company, and the city to which the employee belongs to. Let's see how easily you can import this EMP text file into MS Excel. Here I'm using Excel 365 or Office 365, where Power Query on Windows has been fully integrated into this version of Excel. So what I'll do is, first let's go to the Data tab, and you have this section called Get and Transform Data. So I'll click on Get Data. Under Get Data, I'll go to From File and select From Text/CSV. Once I click on it, it will ask me to give the location where the file is there. So my file is on desktop. I'll click on Power Query Files, and here you can see I have my employee.txt file. You can see the type here, it says text document. Click on EMP and hit import. Now this will take some time to import the file onto Excel. It's establishing a connection, you can see. There you go. So here you can see the file name emp.txt. You can see the file origin. As I said, the delimiter is comma, and we have the data type detection. And here you can see we have our text file. So Excel Power Query feature has automatically detected the column names. So we have name, age, company, and city as our columns, and these are the values. Now let's hit load. So this will load all the rows and the columns onto Excel. There you go. It was really quick. Excel has automatically loaded our text file. Now you can see here we have another tab called Queries and Connections. So we have made one query and have loaded the employee data. It gives a preview also, you can see it here. And if needed later, you can go to edit and change some values that we'll see later. Now you can use this data to create simple visualizations. So let me show you how to do it. So let's first select the data and we'll go to the Insert tab. Under Insert tab, I'll click on Recommended Charts. Let's say I want to know how many employees belong to a particular city. So I'll click on the second chart which says the count of name by city, and I'll click on OK. Here you can see we have a nice clustered bar chart, and you can see in Bangalore there were 5 employees, in Hyderabad we had 2, and in Nasik we had 1. You can see the count here. This is a pivot table. If we go back to our actual data, here you can see in Bangalore we had Vidya, Sonam, Avinash, Varun and Himani, and there were 2 more people from Hyderabad and 1 from Nasik. So you can use the Excel Power Query feature to import data onto Excel and make some visualizations. Now, if you want to fetch some data that is present on the web or on the internet, Excel Power Query features and functionalities can help you import those data as well. We will now see how to import data, specifically a table that is present on the web. Here, I'll be using a Wikipedia article on the list of European Cup and UEFA Champions League finals. Let me show you the page first. So this is my Wikipedia page on the list of European Cup and UEFA Champions League finals. If I scroll down, you can see all the details here, and I would like to import this table which has the list of all the finals. So we have columns like season, winners, scoreline, runners-up, venue and attendance. Let's import this table onto Excel. So I'll copy this URL first. Now let me open a new sheet. I'll go to sheet 1, and then on the data tab, under the get data section, I'll go to from other sources, and here I have from web, which allows me to import data from the web. Either you can follow this path, or if you see here, there's an option to get data from the web. If I click on this, it is asking me to enter the URL. So I'll paste the URL of the Wikipedia page here, and let's click on OK. Now it's navigating, and OK. You can see Power Query feature in Excel has given us a list of tables, which you can see here. We have something called as document. There's a key table, and here you can see there's one table which was extracted from the Wikipedia page, and the table which I am interested in is this table, which has the list of European Cup finals. You can see it here. Excel Power Query feature has automatically detected these rows, and it has given a list of columns as well. You can see these are the columns. Now we'll explore the Transform Data tab present in the Power Query. Now if I click on Transform Data, it will take me to the Power Query editor. Let me just click on refresh. Now this is the most important section. Now, using the Power Query editor, you can clean your data, filter your data, manipulate your data, and make it ready for analysis. Now let's explore a few tabs available here. So we have a Home tab that has a query section. You can see you can reduce rows, manage columns, sort the data, transform the data, combine different tables. Now there's another tab called Transform, which allows you to select your data type, transpose your rows and columns, pivot and unpivot your columns, and here you can see you can find out some summary statistics, and you can manage your date values as well. Now if you want to add some new columns to your data, you can do that as well, and you also have a View tab. Now here, if you see the first 2 rows, the values are the same. You can see season, these are all repeated, which we actually don't need, and these are pretty similar to our column names. Similarly, if I scroll down, you see there are some rows which have null values. So actually these rows do not add up any value or do not add any value to our data. So we'll clean this data first. So let's see how to do it. Now if you want to remove certain rows in the table, what you can do is go to the Home tab and under Reduce Rows, click on Remove Rows and then choose Remove Top Rows. If I select Remove Top Rows, it will ask me how many rows do you want to remove from the top. You can see it here. I want to remove the top 2 rows. Now let's click on OK. You will see that the Excel Power Query editor has removed the first 2 rows. And on the right you can see the steps that were applied. You can see it here. Previously we had these 2 rows which were redundant, and once we applied this step, it has removed the first 2 rows. Similarly, let's go down and remove the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going to remove the last 7 rows from the table. So again, I'll go to Reduce Rows and click on Remove Rows. Now this time I'll select Remove Bottom Rows, and here I'll choose I want to delete 7 rows from the table from the bottom. I click on OK. If you see, the last 7 rows have been deleted. Now let me show you the last row, which is this one. So the last season of UEFA Champions League was held in 2020, which is this year, and Bayern Munich won the Champions League against a French team that was Paris Saint-Germain by a score of 1-0. Now if you see the last value, that is the attendance, you can see the value is 0, which means there were no spectators in the stadium. It was because of the COVID conditions. Now let's do some more manipulation to our data. Suppose this time I want to add a new column, let's say a stadium name, by extracting values from the venue column. So let me just show you the venue column. So this is our venue column. So the first value is the stadium name. Then we have the city in which the stadium is there. And finally we have the country name. So I want to extract only the stadium name. So you can see we have some stadiums like Santiago Bernabeu, there's Wembley, San Siro, and other stadiums. So I want to extract only the stadium names. So let's see how to do that. I'll click on the venue column and go to Add Column tab. Under Add Column, here you can see we have Extract. Now if I click on this drop down, there's an option to select Text Before Delimiter. So if I choose Text Before Delimiter, here I'll give my delimiter as comma. So everything before the first comma will be considered as the stadium name. Now let me click on OK. Now here you can see under Applied Steps it says Inserted Text Before Delimiter. If I scroll to the right, you can see the last column has our stadium names. Let me double click on this and change this to Stadium Name column and hit Enter. Even this step is applied here. You can see renamed columns. Similarly, let's explore a few more features. Now I want to add a new column called Stadium City. So if we consider this venue column, whatever is there between the 2 commas is the stadium city. So for example, Santiago Bernabeu is in Madrid. Similarly, Wembley Stadium is in London. San Siro is in Milan. So these middle values I want to extract into a new column called as Stadium City. So let's see how to do it. So I'll click on the venue column and go to Extract, and again I'll select the Extract tab, and here now I'll choose Text Between Delimiters, and my first delimiter I'll give is a comma and a space. you can see here all the values have a comma and a space, and my end delimiter will be another comma. Then I'll click on OK. This will add a new column to the extreme right of the table. You can see here we have text between delimiters, and it has extracted the stadium city. Let me go ahead and rename this column as stadium city and hit enter. You can see the applied step here. Now I want to split the score column into two columns. So here we have the score column, and the left value presents the number of goals that were scored by the winning team, and the right value presents the number of goals that were scored by the losing team. So here I'll split the column into two columns as winner score and loser score. So what I'll do is select this column and go to the Home tab. Under the Home tab we have Split Column. I'll select Split Column and then choose By Delimiter. So automatically Excel Power Query detects that this dash is my delimiter, and I'll split at each occurrence of the delimiter. Let's click on OK. Now you can see the score column has been split into two. It has renamed the column as score.1 and score.2. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and we'll rename this column as winner score, and this will rename it to loser score. I'll hit enter, and I have renamed it successfully. Next, let's change the winners team and the runners up team values to uppercase. So suppose I want to change all the values or the club names of the winners team to uppercase. So what I can do is I'll select this column and go to the Transform tab. Under Transform tab I have this option called Format. So here I'll click on Format, and then you can see I can change the case to lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word. So here I want to make all the winner teams as uppercase. I'll select uppercase. There you go. We have successfully converted all the winner team names to uppercase. Similarly, let's do it for the runners up team as well. So here I have my runners up team. I'll go to the Transform tab, click on Format and select uppercase. Now we saw how to do some simple manipulation of our data. So we created a few columns, split a few columns. Now to save all this, I have to go to the Home tab and then click on Close and Load. This will take some time and load our data onto this Excel sheet. You can see here it's loading the data. This will take a bit of time. There you go. Excel Power Query feature has successfully performed some manipulations on our data, some calculations on our data, and then it has saved the final version and loaded it onto Excel. Now using this clean data, we can do some analysis. Let's say I want to find the seasons in which the winners team scored more than 3 goals. So we have a problem statement at hand where we want to find the seasons in which the winner team had more than 3 goals scored. So what you can do is select any cell in this data and go to the Insert tab and click on Pivot Table. Here I'll click on Existing Worksheet and then I'll give my location. I'll place my pivot table somewhere here and click on OK. Alright, now since I want to know the seasons, I'll drag season onto row, and I'll also drag the winners team column onto rows. Then I'll choose my winner score under values. Here you can see we have the pivot table ready. Now we need to filter this table to see all the winning teams that scored more than 3 goals. So what I'll do is I'll select this winner score column and place it under filters. And here you can see I have my filter. Let me click on this drop down and I'll select multiple items. From this multiple items, I'll choose 4, 5 and 7 because these values are greater than 3 and click on OK. Here you can see I have filtered my pivot table, and to the left you can see the season and the winner team that had scored more than 3 goals in the finals. Alright, similarly you can perform some more analysis. Suppose I want to know how many times Real Madrid won the championship. So let's see. I'll click on one cell in the dataset, go to the Insert tab and click on Pivot Table. I'll choose Existing Worksheet and give my location here. Let's say I want to place my pivot table here. I click on OK. Alright. So the question we have is, how many times have Real Madrid won the championship? So I'll choose the winners team column and place it under rows, and let's say we'll select the winner score as well, and let's convert this winner score from sum to, let's say, count, and click on OK. And since I want to check only for Real Madrid, so what I'll do is I'll go to the Insert tab and I'll insert a slicer. Here I'll choose winner teams as my slicer and click on OK. And out of this I want to choose only Real Madrid, so I'll select Real Madrid. You can see it here. Real Madrid have won the championship 13 times. Okay, let's say you want to compress your data and remove unnecessary columns without losing any information. You can do that using a feature in the Power Query editor called Unpivot. To perform this task, we'll use a census data of India from Wikipedia. So let me first show you the Wikipedia page. So this is my Wikipedia article which says list of states in India by past population. And if I scroll down, you can see it here. There's a table which says by past population from 1947 to 2011. So there are a few columns like rank, this state or union territory, and we have population starting from 1951 till 2011, which was our last census. Here you can see if I scroll further, there are nearly 29 states and we have 7 union territories. So we will extract this table and load into Excel first. Okay, so let me click on a new sheet and we'll follow the same drill. I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. Under get data, I'll go to from other sources and click on from web. Here it will ask me to provide the URL link of the Wikipedia page, so I'll paste the URL here and click on OK. Now once I have done that, it will load a few tables onto Excel. You can see there are a few tables here. I'll click on the first one. So we have our table here. Now let's do some transformation to this data. This opens in the Power Query editor. Okay, I'll click on refresh first. This will take some time to refresh the entire data. Okay, we are done. Now if you see this data clearly, the first row in this table is not necessary at all because these are our column names. So we also have our column headers already present. So let's go ahead and delete the first row. So we'll go to the Home tab. Under Remove Rows, I'll click on Remove Top Rows. Now I'll give my number of rows as 1. So we want to remove the first row only. I'll click on OK. You can see the first row has been deleted. If I scroll further, I actually don't need the last row as well, which is the total. So what we can do is we can also remove the last row from the bottom. So I'll select 1, click on OK. You can see the step has been applied and you don't see the last row that was the total row anymore. So the task that I want to do here is I want to compress all these columns, which are basically the population columns. So I'll select my state or union territory column and go to the transform tab, and here I have the option to unpivot columns. So I'll click on this drop down and select unpivot other columns. You can see here the step has been applied and all the population column from 1951 till 2011 have been unpivoted. If you want, you can go ahead and rename these columns. Let's say I'll write it as population column, and let's say this is, I'll rename it to total population value. Alright, now we are done with our preparation of data. Let's go to the home tab and click on close and load. Now this will take some time to load the data onto Excel. Alright, so we have our census data here. So first you can see rank 1 is Uttar Pradesh, and we have the population starting from 1951 till 2011. Then we have for Maharashtra. If I scroll down, you can see the other states. We have Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, there's Karnataka. If I scroll further, we have Odisha, there's Telangana, Kerala. Now if you see here, the population values from 1951 till 2011 for the Telangana state are all NA, which means there was no data available. Now this is because Telangana was only formed in 2014, so there was no census for this state. Let's continue with our demo and let's explore a few more features and functionalities of Power Query Editor. Now the next table we are going to use is an AdventureWorks customer table. Now this dataset is provided by Microsoft for practitioners who want to learn Power BI, Excel or similar technologies and want to do some manipulation, some calculation, some data analysis stuff. So let me go to a new sheet and let's import the AdventureWorks customer dataset. It's a CSV file onto Excel first. So I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. From here I'll go to from file and choose from text/CSV. You can see it here in my Power Query files folder. I have my AdventureWorks customer table. I'll select this and click on import. This will take some time to load the dataset. You can see the preview of the dataset here. So we have columns like the customer key, we have the prefix of the customer name, the first name, the last name of the customer, date of birth, marital status. If I go to the right, we have annual income, total children, education level, occupation and homeowner column as well. So let's click on transform data. Here we'll learn a few more features of Power Query. Okay, we have our data on our Power Query editor. So first what I'll show you is, let's change the prefix column, the first name column and the last name column to proper case. So you can see it here, the prefix, first name and last name columns are all in uppercase. Now if you want to change the values to proper case, just hit Ctrl and select the three columns and go to the transform tab. Under transform tab you have format. So if you click on format, here you can see we have lowercase, uppercase. Now proper case is to capitalize each word. So I'll click on capitalize each word. You can see it here now. We have converted the prefix, first name and last name column into prop case. The next step I'm going to show you is, let's merge all the three columns, the prefix column, the first name column and the last name column into one full name column. So what I'll do is I'll select the three columns and then let's go to add column, and under add column we have this option called merge columns. Let's hit merge columns. Okay, now it's asking you to give the separator. I'll select my separator as a space and click on OK. Okay, so before click on OK, I want to change my new column name from merged to, let's say, full name. And now let's click on OK. You can see here it says inserted merged column, and if I go to my right, you can see it here, we have a full name column. Now if you want to shift the location of the full name column, you can do that as well. Just hold this and keep on dragging to the left. This will move the entire table to the right, and you can place it wherever you want. So I want to place it, let's say, here. Okay. Now actually I don't want all these columns, so let's delete it. So click on this and I'll right click and click on remove. You can see we have removed the prefix column. Similarly, let's remove the other two columns. You can either right click and do, or go to the home tab and then select remove columns. Alright. Now let's say we want to add a domain name column from AWS customers by extracting the characters between @ and .com. So actually I'm talking about the email address. From this email address, we want to create a new column called as domain name. For that, we'll extract characters that are present between @ and .com. So let's see how to do it. I'll select the email address column and then I'll go to add column. Under add column, I'll click on extract. And this time we want to extract between two delimiters. Also, I'll select text between delimiters and I'll give my starting delimiter as @ and my end delimiter would be .com. Now let's click on OK. So this will insert a new column to the extreme right. You can see we have our domain name. Let's go ahead and change the column name to domain name and hit enter. Alright, you can see the step has been applied. Now we are done with our preparation of customers table. Let's just go to the home tab and click on close and load. So all the transformation that we did in the Power Query editor will reflect here. So you can see we have our full name column, and if you see we have our domain name as well. Okay, now using the Power Query editor you can perform some statistical analysis. Now let's explore those statistical features. For this we'll be using another dataset called AdventureWorks product dataset. Again, this dataset is also provided by Microsoft. So let's go to the new sheet, and here I'll go to the data tab, click on get data. Under from files, I click on text/CSV. Here you can see we have AdventureWorks products. I click on import. Let's click on transform data. So we have our data loaded onto the Power Query editor. The data is mostly clean, so let's not alter this data. Let's straight away go ahead and explore some of the statistical features that we have here. Now let's say if you want to find the total number of product names in the product table. We have this product name column, and say if you want to find the total number of product names in the table, how to do it? So what you can do is click on this product name column, then go to the transform tab. Now in the transform tab you have an option called statistics. Click on this drop down and select count values. Now this will open another window that will return the total number of products in the table. You can see the value here, it says 293. Now to move back to the query editor, we have to cancel this step here. So let's just click cancel or close. We are back again. Alright. Now let's say you want to calculate the average product price from the product table. So if I move to the right, you have a column called product price. So let's see what is the average product price from the product table. So I'll select this product price column, go to the transform tab. Under statistics, I'll select average. So this will give me the average product price, which is 714.4373. You can consider any unit you want. Let's say this is in dollars. Now again, we have to cancel this step to move back. Okay. Now, if you want to find the maximum and minimum product price, you can do that as well. So let me select my column product price and go to the transform tab. Under the transform tab, we'll click on this statistic drop down, and let's say I'll select minimum. So this will give me the minimum product price, which is 2.29. Similarly, if you want to find the maximum product price, so select this product price column, go to the transform tab and then choose maximum. So this is the maximum product price in the product table we have. Let's cancel this step. Okay. Now you can also round the product cost and product price column to 2 decimal places. So if I show you both the columns, you have your product cost and you have the product price column. You can see the floating values or the decimal points are not constant, it's varying. So let's limit it to 2 decimal places. What you can do is select both the columns and then go to the transform tab. In the transform tab, you have here rounding. I'll click on this drop down and select round. Now here I'll give my decimal places as 2. If I click on OK, you can see here both the columns, the product cost and the product price column, have been rounded up to 2 decimal places. I can scroll down, you can see all the values have been rounded up to 2 decimal places. Alright. Now let's say you want to add a column called discount price column by multiplying 0.9 to the product price column. And let's say you also want to round that new column to 2 decimal places. So how to do it? So we want to give a discount of 10%. So I'll select this product price column, go to add column, and then I'll choose custom column. Here we'll write a formula. So I'll give my new column name as discount price, and my formula would be, I'll select product price, I'll click on insert, and then I'll multiply this product price by 0.9. So this will give me my 10% discount on the product price, and click on OK. You see here we have our new column added, which is discount price. So if the product price is 34.99, if you give a 10% discount, it's 31.491. Alright. Now the next question was to change the or round the decimal places to 2. So I'll go to the transform tab. Under rounding, I'll click on round. Let's say I'll give 2 and click on OK. So even this has rounded the discount price column to 2 decimal places. Now we are done with our mathematical operation on this product data set. So we saw how to find sum, average, count, how to round up values, how to add a new custom column. So let's go ahead and close it and load it onto Excel. You see here we have our new product table added here, and the last column, if you see, it's the discount column that we added. Okay, now it's time for us to explore another feature. So we'll use a table called AdventureWorks calendar table, which has basically a date column, and let's see how using Power Query you can prepare that data as well and make some manipulations, some calculations. So let me go ahead and import AdventureWorks calendars table. Again, this dataset is provided by Microsoft. So I'll go to my new sheet and I'll go to the data tab, click on get data, and from here I'll click on from text/CSV, and you can see I have my calendar table here. I click on import. Now this will open in the query editor. You see here this dataset has only one column, which is a date column. So let's click on transform data. Okay, now if you see here, the first row is actually the column name. So let's do the transformation here. Let's push this as the column name. So I'll go to the home tab, and under home tab you have this option called use first row as headers. I'll select this. You see here we have the column name as date. Now before making any operation, let's see if all the fields are available. You see here, if I click on the date drop down, the year, month, quarter, weekday, day, everything has been shaded out and I can't access this. The reason is the date settings are not correct. So we'll change the regional settings. Let me show you how to do it. So we'll go to File and I'll select Options and Settings and go to Query Options. Under Query Options, we have something called as Regional Settings. Here, under Regional Settings, we'll select English United States instead of English India. So I'll just scroll down, and here we have English United States, and I click on OK. Now once this is done, I'll go to my data type and I'll select date as my data type. I'll choose replace current. OK. Now you can see my date column has been formatted. If I go to the date tab, you can see I have access to all this. Now let's do some operations on this date column. Let's say you want to find the earliest and the latest date from AW calendars table or the AdventureWorks calendar table. So what you can do is select this column, go to date drop down under transform, and here we have the option of earliest and latest. So if I click on earliest, this will show you the last date, which was 1st of January 2015. Let me close this. Similarly, you can see the most recent date. I'll go to the date drop down and click on latest, and you have 30 June 2017 as the latest date. I'll close this. Now let's add a new column, say day name, start of the week, and others. So I'll select my date column, go to add column. Here under add column, I have my option to select the day name, the week name, and others. So I'll click on this date drop down, and under day, let's say I want to choose name of day. This returns the day name. Similarly, let's say I'll want to find out the start of the week. You can see we have the start of the week column or start of week column. Now one thing to notice here is in this Power Query editor, the week starts on a Sunday. Now suppose you want to start your week on a Monday, you can do some transformations on this formula tab. So here in the formula bar, you can add a 1 here to make sure your week starts on a Monday. So if I hit enter, you will see all these values will change. You can see it's 28, 4 and 11. This will become 29, 5 and 12. Let's hit enter. You can see it here. Your start of the week is on a Monday. Now there's another method to make sure your week starts on a Monday. Let's cancel this step. Okay, I have to insert it once again. So I'll go to date, and here I'll choose start of week. Now the week starts on a Sunday. So one more method is to add day dot Monday. You can see automatically Power Query is giving me a suggestion. So I'll hit tab to finish it, and I'll hit enter. Now you can see the values have changed and our week starts on a Monday. Now let's say we want to add a few more columns like start of month, name of month, start of year, and the year value. So you can just click on the date column or select the date column, go to the transform tab. Okay, not the transform tab, let's go to the add column tab, and here let's say I'll choose year. So we have all the year values, and similarly let's say I want to know the start of the year. Now you can do a few more transformations. Let's say I want to know the month. Now here it gives us 1, which means January, that's February, March, and so on and so forth. Let's say we'll do one more. I'll click on this, go to my date drop down, and here I'll choose, let's say I want to know the day of year. Alright, now we are done with all our transformation and preparing our data on our date field. So let me just go to the home tab. I'll click on close and load. Now this will load the data set onto Excel. You can see it here. We have the data ready. Now you can use this data to make some analysis, draw a pivot table, draw a pivot chart, and do a whole lot of things. Now while working on a project, it is possible that not all your data will be in a single file. It could be stored in multiple files. So it's important to combine and bring all your data together. Now we will see how to join your data vertically. I have my data present in a CSV folder. So let me show you the folder first. So this is my CSV folder. Let me open it. And I have some files. These are named as project 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let me open just one of the project files. It has a very small quantity of data. You can see it has a month column and an amount column. Let me close this and let me show it to you again. Let's open project 4. All the files have the same number of columns. You can see this also has a month column and an amount column. Now we'll combine all this data together and load it into Excel. Let's see how to do it. So I'll open a new sheet and I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. Then I'll go to from file, and this time I'll choose from folder. Now this will ask me to give the folder location or the path location where my CSV files are. So I'll choose browse, and here you can see I have my CSV file. I'll just double click on it and click on open. Now it has selected my file path or the folder path. Then I'll click on OK. You can see these are the files. You have project1.xls, project2.xls, and so on. I'll click on this combine drop down and I'll hit combine and transform. Now this will give you the preview of one of the data files. You will see it now. You can see it here. It says sheet 1. Okay. Now it's processing all the data files present in that CSV folder, and this will be uploaded onto our Power Query editor. Now you can see here on the Power Query editor, all my data files have been combined vertically. Here you can see the month column. On the extreme right, it's the amount column, and to the extreme left we have the source name or the source file where the data came from. So first is project 1, then we have project 2. If I scroll down, we have project 3 files, project 4, and similarly we have project 5. Now this is one way in which you can merge your tables vertically. So we are done with it. Let's just go to the home tab and click on close and load. All the transformations that were applied, you can see it here. We have our final table, and we have successfully combined 5 Excel files. Again, you can also join your data horizontally. This would be like an SQL join where the data is present in multiple files or sheets. Based on a common key column, you can join the tables. So you can perform a left join, a right join, an inner join based on the problem that you are trying to solve. So let's merge two tables based on a column. I'll show the dataset first. It's an Excel file which has 3 worksheets. So here is my Excel file which we'll be using to merge our data horizontally. You can see there are 3 worksheets. The first one is year 11, which has data regarding the student name, the gender of the student, and the course the student had opted for. Similarly, we have another for 2012 or year 12. We have the student name, gender, as well as the course. And finally, we have a courses table or a courses sheet, which has all the details regarding the course. So we have the course name, the teacher who teaches or teacher who taught that course. We have the lesson type, the number of credits, and the assignment type. Now we'll use this data sets to load it onto Excel using Power Query. So I am on my Excel sheet. Let's just open a new sheet. I'll go to the data tab, and here I'll click on get data, and this time I'll choose from Excel workbook, and I'll select my file which is students and courses. I click on import. So we'll just see how to import two tables and join them horizontally. So let me first select the courses sheet, and I'll click on transform data. Now this has loaded the courses table onto Power Query editor. The table looks fine. We have the course column, teacher, everything is fine. Now let's load one more table and then we'll merge it. So here under the home tab you have a section called new source. I'll click on file. I'll again select my students and courses and click on import. And this time let's choose another table, let's say year 11, which has the column name as student, gender and course. I click on OK. Now it has successfully loaded this table onto Power Query editor. Now if you say this, the first row is actually our column names. So I'll go to the home tab and select use first row as headers. So this will push the first row to the column names. You can see we have done it successfully. We have my student name, the gender column and the course column. Now let's merge it. So if you see here in the home tab we have a section called merge queries. Let's click on this drop down and select merge queries. Here I have my table which is year 11, and let's choose one more table, that is courses. Now the kind of join I'll choose as left outer join, which means it will take all the rows from the first table and matching records from the second table. Here I need to select the common key column. So if you see both the tables, we have the course column as the common key column. So I'll select this, and now you can see there's a tick mark, which means it has selected the rows and the columns successfully. You can see it says the selection matches 175 or 175 rows from the first table, and let's click on OK. Let's just expand this and click on OK. If I scroll to the right, you can see I have successfully merged both the tables. Now if you want, you can remove unnecessary rows or columns. Suppose if you see I have the course column from the year 11 table, and here also I have the course column. Now this is redundant. Let's just remove one of the columns. I'll just select this column. I'll go to remove columns and I'll select remove columns. Okay, the rest looks fine. We have successfully merged both the tables by using a left outer join. Let's just click close and load. Now this will take some time to load our data onto Excel. You can see it here. We have successfully loaded it onto Excel. Now we are done with our demo part. Now let's just see what all we have done in our demo. So I'll go to my first sheet. Here you can see we had imported a simple text file first, and then we plotted a graph which is a pivot chart. Then you saw how to upload a file from the web. So here we imported a UEFA Champions League table which was present on Wikipedia, and then we plotted some graphs and charts. You can see we made some analysis using pivot tables, and then we imported another web file which was based on a population data, and we used the unpivot option or the unpivot feature in the Power Query to reduce the number of columns. Then we made some calculations to our customer table which was from AdventureWorks. Then we used another table called the products table. Here we saw some statistical calculations, and we added a column called discount price where we used conditional operations. And then you saw how we manipulated a date column, and then we saw how to append and merge multiple tables.
Try to convert some PDF data into Excel. Now you can see the PDF document which I am looking to convert from PDF to Excel. So this particular PDF document has a table. So this is the state-wise GST collections that happened during March of 2020. Now we need to convert this tabular data from PDF format to Excel format. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel. Now to initiate the process, we might want to choose a blank workbook for this. So now we are on the blank workbook and the complete sheet is empty. Now let's go into the data option in the toolbar. And in the data option of the toolbar, we have the ribbon of Get and Transform Data. In this ribbon, you can see Get Data option. Select that and you can see various options here from File, from Database, from Azure, from other sources, etc. Now we need the first option, that is from File. And in that we have a drop down, and in that drop down you might want to select the PDF. If you have a JSON file, you can also choose from a JSON, and if you have the data from XML, you can choose that, and even you can extract the data from text or CSV as well. Now we need the PDF option, so select the PDF. Now navigate where your file is existing. So my file is on the desktop, and now let me select the PDF document. Select import. Now Excel will automatically analyze the tabular data in the PDF format and give you the results. Now according to Excel, there are multiple tabular formats. Table 1, Table 2. So basically this table is one and the same. So all the 29 states are fixed in one table itself. But since the PDF is divided in sheets, this particular document is considering the first table as a separate table and the table which is present in the third page as a separate table. So we have table 1, table 2, and there are a few more tables which Excel is assuming that it might be table, but it's not. And another table which is page number 002, it is a table, and another one is right here. Now there is an option of selecting all the tables all together at once, or you can select only one table which you want to select. So if you select multiple items, Excel will automatically give you an option of choosing your tables. You can just tick and select the tables you want, or you can directly select the table you want on your Excel sheet. So right now let's try to select multiple tables. So I'll be selecting 1, 2, 4 and 5, and this particular one is not a table, so I'm eliminating that. Now you might want to choose the load option. So Excel is now loading the data. Now all the data has been successfully loaded. Now
Yeah, it is giving us a notification that all the data has been successfully loaded. And now just right click on it and here choose the option load to, and here select table option, and if you want the data to be loaded to a new worksheet, you can choose that and select OK. Now you can see all the data is being successfully loaded in the form of tabular format in the new Excel sheet. Similarly, let's try to load another page. In the table format, new worksheet, select OK. And the third sheet. Now get ready to impress your boss by converting all the PDF data into Excel sheet just in a matter of few seconds with few steps. And there you go. All the 4 tables have been loaded successfully in the form of Excel in just a few steps. Now this is how you convert PDF to Excel.
Now for this particular tutorial, we will be using the student dataset. Now let's get back to the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are in the Microsoft Excel, and as you can see on my sheet, okay, let me expand this. So as you can see on my screen, we have the dataset belonging to students. So we have 10 students and every one of them has name, roll number, class, blood group and marks, etc. And at the end we have the percentage. And as you can see, we have the percentage in terms of float values, and we have a lot of decimal values like 8 and above. So what if you wanted to just have 1 or 2 digits after the actual percentage, like 80.6 or 80.66, right? It would be a little bit more or good to read, right? So that's what a round off actually means. So now let's work on having rounded off values for the percentage. Now let's create a new column. Let's name it as round off percentage. Great. So to actually perform the round off formula, we do have a predefined method for that. For that, you just have to type in equals to round, and there you go. We have round up and a round down. So both of them perform the same operation. Let's select a round up, and this is the M column and the row number is 3. So we'll have to press M3 and the number of values after the decimal point. For now, let's select 1, and there you go. Press enter and the value should be rounded off. Now 80.66 is being rounded off to 80.7. Now when you drag the cell to all the rows, then you can see all the values will be rounded off. Here you can see 75.16 has been rounded off to 75.2 and 82.33 has been rounded off to 82.4. So we end up with having rounded off values. So for example, let us imagine that you wanted to create one single cell for all the employees in your company, which stores the first name, second name or last name, including their email IDs at one place, right? If you want to do so, like let me show you how it looks like. So let me copy this here. Then that's the first name. Now it's your second name along with the email ID. Now let us imagine that you wanted to store all the employees in the same way, right? So you can do this by using combine operation in Excel. Now all it takes is just a simple formula, that is equals to, and the first cell address, that is A2, and you can use an ampersand sign. Now you can use the next cell reference, that is B2, and then colon and the last cell address, that is E2. Now press enter. So when you press enter or tab, you will get this particular answer. But this data is completely in a state where you can't understand it, right? The first name, last name, and the email ID has got combined all together. So you want to use some spaces, right? So all you need to do is just make a little modification to this particular existing data. So you can press another ampersand and include spaces. And then you can separate the email ID and the name with some colon. So now we have separated the first two cells, that is the first name and the last name, with a space using the ampersands. And then again we have used an ampersand to include the colon. And see that we have also included a space between the colon marks so that it gets separated cleanly. And now let's try to press tab and see the result. So there you go. The first name and the second name is separated by space, and the email ID and the complete name is separated by a colon. Now you can use this to all the cells, and there you go. All the first name, last name, and the email IDs have been printed here. So that's how you use the combine operation in Excel.
Now we have started our Microsoft Excel, and here we have our empty worksheet. So dated if function is majorly used to find the differences between two individual dates. So it is also called as dated if by a few people, and a few people also reference it to date diff, that is date difference. So anything is good. Now to find the difference between any two dates, let's select a few dates. So the first date would be, let us imagine that you're an employee and you wanted to find out how many years that you've been working with an organization. So for that, you might want to need today and the date where you joined the company, right? So it might be date of joining and today. So what's the difference, right? So let us imagine that you joined the organization somewhere around 2010, 0105, 2010, and today. So for today, you can give any particular date. Let us imagine that today is 1st of January 2021 or 2022. Now we have both the dates, that is the joining date and the current date, which can be the current date. So the day can be anything, so you might be watching this on a different date as well. So the date of that day for today would be a little different. So we'll imagine the today's date as an imaginary date. Now we might want to find the difference, that is in terms of years. So you wanted to find the difference in terms of years. So here you can find the difference in terms of years, days, and months as well. So currently, let's try to find out the difference in terms of years. So for years, you might want to specify the third parameter in the dative function as y. If you wanted months, you have to give the m as the third parameter. And if you wanted to find the days, you might want to give d as the third parameter. So we have discussed the third parameter. So what are the first two parameters, right? So the first two parameters are the first date and the last date. So the first date in this situation is your date of joining, and the last date or the final date, which you want here is your today. So let's find the difference. So for that equals to, so it can be dated if or date diff. So date if and the first date, which is the A2, and comma the last date, that is B2, and your parameter, third parameter in terms of years, that is y, close the bracket and press enter. So there you go, you have your date here. So it's been like 11 years that you're working with your organization. So that's how you find out the differences. So we have 11 years because we did not finish the 12th year completely. So if we had given the month as maybe 6, where we have finished our total years, then it will automatically change to 12 years. So that's how you work with dated if function in Excel. So you can see on my screen, we are on the Excel spreadsheet, and on my spreadsheet, you can see date in column A and different formats in column C, D, E, and F respectively. Now by default, the data type or the data present in the A column will be considered as general. And there are a few situations where even if you try to format the date in your format, like the customized format, you may not be able to do it because it's still under the general data type. So for that, for being on the safer side, what we will do is select the data and navigate to the data toolbar, and in that you have the text to columns option. Press that and remember to have the delimited icon. You might be having the dash as your icon or slash as your icon for the delimited thing, and select that, and next, and here you can see, right, it's in general mode, so you can press on date and DMI will be your date format, that is date, month, and year. Now click on finish. So it's been formatted now. Now let's copy the same data and paste it in all the 4 formats so that we'll see the different formats that we can change to or customize to, right? So there you go. Let's expand the columns a little bit. Now we have day, month, and year. So now you might want to change a couple of things, right? For example, you wanted to change, okay, let's see the menu. So the way is to select the cells and right click and select the format cells option. And in here you can see the date function, and in here you can see different types of modifications that you can do to your data, right? So you might want to also change your dates based on the location. So right now we are in India, and imagine if you wanted to change something based on US, or if you are having your client in US and he wants the dates in US format, you can also change that. So here you can see English United States and press on that, press OK, and you can see it's been changed to US format where you have years in the first place, months in the second place, and dates in the last place, right? And now let us imagine that your client does not want the dates. All he needs is just months, right? You can also do that. Get back to the format cells option, go to custom, and here instead of month, date, and year, all you can do is just write down month and year and select OK. So you'll have only month and year, not the dates. Now your client is being a little more, he wants a little more detail, and he wants you to add a lot of granularity to your data, which includes day, time, etc., everything, right? So you can also do that. So the same way, go to format cells, custom, and here I think it's in date itself. So let's navigate a little. Yeah, here. So you have the day, date, month, and year. Press OK. So there you go, right? So that's how you can do it. And now let's try a little bit more. If we have a few more options pending, so go to format cells and custom, and you also have timings. So here you have date, month, year, and the timings. Press OK, and there you have all the timings as well. So since these dates are, I created them just a few moments ago to keep it simple, so I did not have to add the timings here. So if you are keen about adding the timings, you can also do that. For example, if you wanted to add the timings of the employees logged in and logged out, you can also do that using the same format.
What is a pivot table? A pivot table is a tool that summarizes and reorganizes selected columns and rows of data in a spreadsheet to obtain a desired report. It does not actually change the spreadsheet data. It simply pivots or turns the data to view it in different perspectives. Pivot tables are especially useful with large amounts of data that would be time consuming to calculate manually. Now, let's understand the different components of a pivot table. So there are 4 main components. First we have rows. When a field is chosen for the row area, it populates as the first column in the pivot table. Similar to the columns, all row labels are unique values and duplicates are removed. Columns is the second component. When a field is chosen for the column area, only the unique values of the field are listed across the top. Then we have values. Each value is kept in a pivot table cell and displays the summarized information. The most common values are sum, average, minimum, and maximum. Finally, we have filters. Filters apply a calculation or restriction to the entire table. So let's jump over to Microsoft Excel and let me show you the dataset that we will use in this demo. So with India being ready for its 16th census in 2021, that is next year, it is a good time for us to analyze India's last census data from 2011 and see where different states and cities across India stood in terms of population, literacy, and other socio-economic factors. We will analyze this data by creating different pivot tables in Excel and explore some of its features. So let's begin. First, I'll show you one of the features that Excel offers us. So suppose I click on any cell and hit Ctrl plus Q, you can see our entire table is selected, and at the right bottom there's an option of quick analysis. Now you can see by default Excel has prompted certain features such as formatting, we have charts, totals, and there's one more called tables. Now Excel by default has created some pivot tables for us. Now the first one you see is sum of district code by state names. Next we have sum of sex ratio by state name. Then we have sum of child sex ratio, sum of male graduates, and sum of female graduates by state name, and there are others. Before creating our pivot table, so let's have a final look at our data set. So first column you see is the city column. So there are different cities from different parts of India. Then we have the state code, we have the state name, district code, we have the total population followed by male and female population. Next you can see we have the total literates from each city. Then we have the male and female literates. Next we have the sex ratio. Then we have the child sex ratio. Next we have total number of graduates. And finally you can see we have male and female graduates. So using this table we'll create several pivot tables. Now first of all, let's create a pivot table to find the total population for each state and sort it in descending order. So you can see here we have the problem statement. So our first pivot table will have the total population for each of the states in descending order. So to create a pivot table, you can click any cell in your data, go to the Insert tab, and here left you can see we have the option to create a pivot table. So let me select pivot table. Now my range is already selected, the entire table, and here I'll choose existing worksheet because I want to place my pivot table in the same worksheet, and I'll give my location, I'll point to cell Q5. Now let me click OK. You can see the pivot table fields appears here on the right. Now since we want to find the total population for each state, so what I'll do is I'll drag my state name onto rows. So here in our pivot table you can see we have the different state names listed. Now we want the total population for each of these states. So in the field list I'll search for total population, which is this one, and drag it under values. You can see we have a sum of total population for each of these states. By default Excel will sum any numeric column. You can always change it to average, minimum, maximum, anything you want. Now we want to sort this column in descending order. So I right click, go to sort option and choose Z to A, that is largest to smallest. You can see here in 2011 Maharashtra had the highest number of population, or the total population in Maharashtra was the highest. Then it was Uttar Pradesh, we had Andhra Pradesh, and if I come down we have Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands towards the end. So this is a simple pivot table that we created. Now the next problem we have is we want to find the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So let's see how to do it. I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here I can click on pivot table. My range is selected. I'll choose existing worksheet and give my location, which is Q5. I click on OK. Now here we want to find the total sum of literates. So what I'll do is first let me drag total literates column to values. You have the total sum of literates from all the states. Next, I want to see the sum of total literates based on states and cities. So let me first drag state name onto rows, and then we'll drag city onto rows. You can see here we have our pivot table ready. To the left of the pivot table, you can see we have the state names and the cities per state, and on the right you can see the total number of literates from each city. If I scroll down, we have Assam, then you can see we have Bihar, and if I keep scrolling, we have all the states: Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, there's Jammu and Kashmir, which has now become a union territory. We have Jharkhand, Karnataka, and other states as well. Moving on. Okay, so the next thing we want to see is what is the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state. With that, we also want to find the states that had the highest and lowest sex ratio in 2011. So let's create a pivot table for this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert, choose pivot table, click on existing worksheet. I'll select cell Q5 and click on OK. Now, since we want the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio, so first I'll drag those columns. Either you can manually scroll and drag it, or here you have the option to search for it. So if I look for child, you can see we have the same column listed. You can just drag it from there. Let me delete this. And I also want the sex ratio, so I'll place it on top of child sex ratio. Next, we want to see it based on different states. So what I'll do is I'll take state name and put it under rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. On the left you can see we have the different state names listed, and on the right we have the values. Now we want to find the average. Now by default, Excel will sum the numeric columns. You can see it tells you sum of sex ratio and child sex ratio. So what you can do, you can click on this drop down and go to value field settings, and here summarize values by, you can choose average. You can see the custom name, it says average of sex ratio. Click on OK. Our entire column is now giving us the average sex ratio. Similarly, for this column, let me convert it into average. I'll again click on the drop down, go to value field settings, click on average and click OK. And you can see here we have the average of child sex ratio for each of the states. Now the next question says which states had the highest and lowest sex ratio. So we'll consider this column. So we'll sort it in any order you want. You can do it either ascending or descending. Let me sort it in descending order. You can see we have our column sorted now. So in 2011, Kerala had the highest sex ratio, and if I scroll down to the bottom, you can see Himachal Pradesh had the lowest, which is around 818. Up next, let's explore one more feature of pivot table. So suppose you want to see the top or bottom few rows of a pivot table, you can do that as well. So here we have a question at hand. We want to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. So let's see from the entire pivot table how we can filter the top 3 cities. So I'll go to insert, click on the pivot table option, go to existing worksheet, click on Q5 and hit OK. Now since we want to find the top 3 cities, I'll drag city column onto rows, and then we want the female graduates. So in the search bar I'll look for female and I'll choose this column, that is female graduates, and drag it here onto values. So I have the sum of female graduates for each of the cities. Now since we want to find the highest number of female graduates in the top 3 cities, so let me first sort this column. I'll sort it in descending order. Now we have it sorted. Now from this you can say that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore are the top 3 cities, but it's displaying all the cities for us. So let's filter only the top 3. So what you can do is right click and go to filter. Under filter you have the option of top 10. I'll select this. Here I only want the top 3. So either you can go down like this, or you can directly type 3. Your column is already selected. Let me just click on OK. There you go. We have the required pivot table ready, and it only displays us the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. Now the next thing we want to see is how to use a slicer in a pivot table. So we have a question here. What's the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka? So let's create a pivot table for this and see how you can use a slicer to filter the table. Click on existing. I'll click on a location, this time Q6. Click OK. Now since I want the total population, so I'll drag total population onto values, and then I'll select the city onto rows and then the state name also. I'll place it on top of city. So you have in the pivot table all the states and their cities, and on the right you can see the total population for each of these cities. But our question is, we want to find only for Rajasthan and Karnataka. Now for that, what you can do is go to insert and create a slicer. Either you can create from this option, or you can go to pivot table analyze option, and here you have the option to create or insert a slicer. I'll click on this, and since we want to slice the table based on state, that is Rajasthan and Karnataka, I'll choose state name as my slicer field. You can see this is my slicer here. Now you only want the data for Rajasthan and Karnataka, so I'll search for these two. So here we have Karnataka, so let me select Karnataka first, and I also want for Rajasthan, so let me select Rajasthan also. You can see in our pivot table we only have data for Rajasthan and Karnataka. So this pivot table shows you different cities from Karnataka and the total sum of population from each of the cities, and similarly we also have for Rajasthan. Moving ahead, now we will see another very interesting feature of pivot, that is how you can create percentage contribution of a table. For example, we have a question here. What's the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state? Now we want to see in terms of percentage and not as sum or average. Let's do that. I'll create my pivot table, click on existing, and I'll select an empty cell. Okay. Now here, since we want to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates, so first I'll drag male literates onto values, followed by female literates onto values. By default it has summed up the male literates and female literates value, and also I want to drag state column to rows. So here you can see the sum of male literates and female literates per state. I want to convert this as percentage contribution. So what we can do is I'll select any cell and I'll right click and I'll go to show value as, and here I have the option to select percentage of grand total. So I'll select this. You can see we have the percentage contribution of male literates to the total. Now if I sort this, you will get to know which state contributed or has the highest percentage contribution. So we have Maharashtra for male literates, then we had Uttar Pradesh in 2011. If I come down, we had Meghalaya, Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands as those states which had little or minimal contribution to male literates. Similarly, let's do it for female literates. I'll go to show value as and select percentage of grand total. So you can see here also Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, then Gujarat and all had the highest percentage contribution to female literates. So this is another good feature to convert your data and see it in terms of percentage. Now moving ahead, let's say we want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state that had the lowest female graduates. We can do that as well. I'll go to insert, click on pivot, go to existing worksheet, select an empty worksheet and click on OK. Now since I want to see based on states as well as cities, so let me drag the state name first onto rows and let's drag the city column onto rows. Next, we want female graduates, so let me look for female graduates in the field list. I'll drag it onto values. Now we have the list of states and their respective cities, and to the right of the pivot table you can see the sum of female graduates from each city. Now first I'll sort this column. I'll right click, go to sort and click on shortest to largest. Now we have sorted our female graduates from shortest or smallest to largest. Now since I want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state, I'll come to this cell, right click, go to filter and select top 10. Now I'll replace top 10 with bottom and I want the bottom 3 cities from each state. I have my column selected, that is sum of female graduates. If I click on OK, you can see here some of the states don't have 3 cities. So you can see Andaman and Nicobar Islands has only 1 city, that is Port Blair, while the remaining you can find the bottom 3 cities with the lowest number of female graduates. So Andhra Pradesh had these 3, in Assam we had Nagaon, then there was Dibrugarh and Silchar. Similarly, if I come down in Haryana we have Palwal, Kathal and Zind. If I come further, here you can see for Karnataka there's Gangavati, there's Rani Benur and there's Kolar. Similarly you can see for Kerala as well. Now moving ahead, now in the next example I'll tell you how you can create a calculated field or a calculated column in Excel with the help of a pivot table. So in a pivot table you can create or use custom formulas to create calculated fields or items. Calculated fields are formulas that can refer to other fields in the pivot table. Calculated fields appear with other value fields in the pivot table. Like other value fields, a calculated field's name may precede with sum of followed by the field name. So here we have a sales table that has columns like the items, which has different fruits and vegetables, and those have been categorized as fruits and vegetables. We have the price per kg, and this is in terms of rupees, and we have the quantity that was sold. Now let's see, if you want to find the sales for each item in the table, you can create a calculated field. So your sales column is going to be the product of price per kg and quantity. So let me show you how you can do that with the help of a pivot table. I'll create a pivot table first. Click on an empty cell, hit OK. Now if you see on the top under pivot table analyze and under calculations we have the option fields, items and sets. If I click on this drop down, I get the option to create a calculated field or insert a calculated field. I click on this. I'll give my field name as sales and I'll select my formula. I'll first click on price per kg and hit insert field. I'll give a space, hit shift 8 to give the product symbol, and then I'll double click on quantity. Now this is my formula for sales, that is price per kg multiplied by quantity. I'll click on add and I click on OK. If you see here, there's a calculated field that is present in the pivot table fields, which is sales, but it did not add it to our original table. Our original table is the same, but here we have added a calculated field which is present only in the pivot table list. Now we can use this it has already taken it under values. Now let's say I want to find the sum of sales for each item under each category. You can see it here. We have our category fruit and we have our category vegetable, and under that we have different items like apple, apricot, banana. Similarly, in vegetables we have broccoli, there's carrots, corn, eggplant, and others. So this is how you can create a calculated field in a pivot table. Now there's one more good feature that Excel offers us in pivot table is to create a pivot chart. So you can use your pivot table and create different charts. So I'll show you how to do that. If I go to insert, here I have the option of recommended charts. If I click on this, Excel gives me some default charts which you can use. Let's say I'll select this. Let me drag it a bit to the right. Here you can see I'll close this pivot field list. This is a nice bar chart that Excel has created. This is called a pivot chart. Now here you can see the category fruits and vegetables and the different fruits and vegetables or the items. In the y-axis you can see the total sales. If you see from the graph, guava made the highest amount of sales. Now if I sort this, let's sort this first. You can see it here, fruit guava made the highest amount of sales. Now since I sorted and changed my pivot table, the pivot chart also automatically gets updated. Similarly, there are other charts also that you can create. Let's go to the insert tab and let's click on recommended charts again. Let's look for a pie chart. So this is a pie chart that you can create. Let me click on OK. So here is our pie chart, and each pie represents a certain item, and the pie that has the highest area represents it had the highest amount of sales. In this case you can see it is guava, and similarly we have other items as well. This is fruit banana, that's corn, and we have spinach and others. Let's explore a few other charts. So first I'll click on my pivot table, go to insert, and under recommended charts let's now select a line chart. If I hit OK, move it to the right. So this is a line chart. You can see it starts from guava, which had the highest amount of sales, then it drops, and in the x-axis you can see the different items. Similarly, when it starts with the vegetables, broccoli made the highest amount of sales with 2,800 rupees, and our lowest was eggplant at 900 rupees. For fruits, papaya sold the least at 700 rupees. Let's take another chart. I'll go to insert. Under recommended charts, let's see. This time we'll see a bar chart. Now this is a horizontal bar chart and not a vertical one. We just saw a vertical column chart like this. This is an horizontal bar chart. Now you can always increase and decrease the size of these charts. Let's explore a last chart. Let's take the area chart for now. So this is an area chart. Again, it looks similar to the line chart. It starts with guava, which had the highest amount of sales. Similarly, papaya under fruits had the lowest amount of sales. Under vegetables it was broccoli, and finally eggplant made the lowest amount of sales under vegetable. Now let's go to our first sheet and summarize what we have done in this demo for pivot tables in Excel. So we had our data. This is 2011 census data from India. We had the different cities, the state names, and we had the total population, total literates, female literates, male literates. We had the sex ratio, total graduates, and other information. So we began by understanding how to create a simple pivot table where we calculated the total population for each state and sorted it in descending order. We found that Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh had the total population in 2011. Then we saw another pivot table where we calculated the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So you can see we had the different state names and the cities under each state. Then we saw another feature where you could calculate the average of a certain numerical column. So here we calculated the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state and found out which one had the highest and lowest sex ratio. After that, we saw how you could find or filter tables. We saw how to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. We found out that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore were the top cities with highest number of female graduates. Next, we saw how to use slicer in a pivot table. So we sliced our table based on Rajasthan and Karnataka state and saw the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka. In the next sheet, we explored another feature that was to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state. Then here we saw how to find out the bottom 3 cities for each state having lowest female graduates. Now, one thing marked that some of the states did not have 3 cities. For example, Andaman had only 1 city, that was Port Blair, but the others we found out the bottom 3 cities that had the lowest female graduates. Finally, we looked at how to create a calculated field in a pivot table. So we saw how to create a calculated field called sales, and then we explored how to create different charts and graphs. So this was an area chart that we saw. There's a column chart. We also saw or looked at a bar chart, that was a horizontal bar chart. Similarly, we saw how to create a pie chart as well.
Now here we have 4 different sheets of the sales. So the first sheet is the West Zone, next is South Zone, East Zone and Central Zone. So all this data belongs to one single sheet, that is Superstore dataset. So I have categorized, or I have taken a part of the data which belongs to Central region, South region, West region and East region. Now we are going to use all these 4 sheets and create one single sheet, which is the pivot table of all the 4 sheets. Now without further ado, let's start the process. Now for that, we might want to use the shortcut key, that is Alt D. Now press P. Now this starts the pivot chart wizard. Now here we have to choose the option multiple consolidation ranges. Then click on next. And here you can see the pivot table is clicked by default. Now we'll go to next. Now here click I will create page fields, or the pivot chart wizard will automatically create if you want that to create for you. Now click on next. Now here let's select the range. Now I'll be selecting the range. Add it. Now next we'll select East. Add it. Followed by that we have South. And finally we have West. Now we will name these according to the regions. So the first one will be West. Next one will be South. Next one will be East. And the last one will be Central. Click on next, and here select new worksheet and finish. And there you go. You have the pivot table here. Now you might want to change the summation value. So click anywhere on the pivot table and change it from count to sum, so that you have the summation of the total number of sales, subcategory sales and grand total of sales, etc. Now here you can see all option. Now let's select Central and you'll get the details of the Central region, the grand total and the sales happening, quantity of sales, etc. Now here you can see the furniture,
office supplies, technology, and the grand total, all in one single sheet. Now let's get back to the original sheet. So as you can see, this is the original sheet, and in the original sheet you can see various more categories, which is the shipment mode, customer segment, country, city, state, and you also have product name, subcategory, etc. So if you had added all these into this sheet, you can also create a separate option of adding minute details to your pivot table. So that is how the pivot table is created using multiple sheets.
So slices in Excel are software filters used along with Excel tables or Excel pivot tables over a large amount of data. Not just filtering out data, but slices also help you with an easy understanding of the information being extracted and displayed on the screen. Now, Microsoft Excel slices are compatible with Windows and Macintosh operating systems. Now, let us understand how to implement slicers in Excel. So for that, we might want to get back to the practical mode, that is, starting our Microsoft Excel. Now, we are on our Excel sheet, and as you can see on my screen, there is some data available on the Excel spreadsheet. And this table is not just any table. This table from Microsoft Excel has been converted into an actual table. As you know, by default, Excel considers all the data which has been inserted into the spreadsheet as a database. And to implement the slices in Excel, we might want to create or convert the format of database into a normal table. For that, you can select all your data and just press Ctrl T, and that will allow you an option called Convert the Data into Table. Now, since this table is already converted as a table, we can directly start implementing or inserting slices into the spreadsheet. Now for that, select all your data. Then go into the Insert option, and in the Insert ribbon, you can see the Filters group. And in the Filters group, select the option called Slicer. Now you will be provided with multiple options, since we have the columns Employee ID, Employee Name, Zone, Designation, Department, Salary, Employee's Date of Birth, and Employee's Date of Joining. So we can choose any of the options available according to our columns and create the slices. Now let me select the first one, that is Zone, next Designation, Department, and let's also select Employee Name. Now press OK, and there you go, we have our slices. Now let us try to rearrange these slices. All you can do is just select and drag them up. And done. Now let us imagine that we want to see or take a look at the employees who are working in the East Zone. Then we have all the information displayed on the screen who are working in the East Zone. They are Jack, Tony, Banner, Fred, etc. and their department, designation, etc., all on one single screen. So this really helps you while you're presenting your data in a presentation. Now for a change, let's try to select the department. Now if your client wants to select the data from only analytics department, then you might want to select on the analytics key on the department slicer, and there you go, you have an employee called Luke Hobbs who works in the East Zone, and his department is analytics and his designation is contract based, and the salary he is getting is 65,000. Now similarly, you can see that we have only selected analytics, and your client also wants data from IT support. Now you can see that analytics is gone. But what if you want both analytics and IT support? Then you have an option called Select Multiple. Then you can select analytics and IT support, and if you want HR, you can also do that. And in the zone, if you want West along with East, then you can do the same, East and West, and you have all the employee details. And in the designation, let's try to select senior, trainee. Okay, select multiple, senior, trainee, and manager. So that's how you do it. So that's how it's done, and that's how you implement slicers in Excel to simplify the filtering options using slicers during a presentation. And with that, we have come to an end of this tutorial on slicers in Excel. So what is SumIfs in Excel? Now, you might want to calculate the total sum of sales, right? So let us assume that this is your entire store's sales data and you wanted to calculate the entire sum of sales. So there is a sum function in Excel where you just have to, select all the cells and apply sum function onto it and you'll get the sum of all the sales, right? So with something like this, you'll select all the cells and then you'll apply a sums function and you'll get the sum here and average everything, right? So this is fine, but what if you just wanted to find the sales that are happening in only Western region? As you can see, our column F is based on region. So we have 4 regions: South, West, East, and Central. So your manager asks you to find the sales happening in, suppose, say, West region. So how do you calculate it? Would you manually go into each cell and check if it's West and calculate? That will be time consuming, right? So what if you had a method which could do it for you just in a matter of few steps or few clicks, right? So that's exactly SumIfs. So it will basically add a condition, calculate the sum of sales where the region is equals to West. Simple to or similar to SQL query, right? So that is exactly what we're going to do in Excel today, that is using SumIfs. Now let me add here sales of West region. Now in the next cell, let's add a SumIfs function. Remember, there are multiple sum functions in Excel. So when you type in SUM, you can see so many options based on sum, right? You just have sum followed by that you have SumIf. It is just SumIf, not SumIfs. Today we are concentrating on SumIfs. So not just SumIf, we'll go to SumIfs. So we'll be having an option of placing multiple if conditions there. So let's also try that. More on that later. Now let's press tab to select our SumIfs function. Now, okay, we forgot another important step. So before we apply SumIfs, we need to convert our table into a table format. Yes, it looks table, but right now it's not in tabular format. It is in the format of database. We know that Microsoft Excel considers its data as a database by default. So to convert the database into table, just click anywhere on the data and press Ctrl T so that you'll have a new dialog box. And it will ask if your table has headers. Just make sure that you have ticked in it. Our table does have headers, so select OK. Now our database has been converted into a perfect table and it's ready for applying SumIfs function. So now you can see our database has been successfully converted into a table. Now let's begin with our SumIfs. Now again, remember we are using SumIfs here, not SumIf or sum. So select SumIfs and press tab and we have our SumIfs function. Now the first step, which column are we looking at? What are we finding out, right? Which is a sum range? What sum do you want? For now, we need sum of sales. So select the sales column and we have a simple key function here. Let's hold Control, again press Shift and hold Shift together. So we're holding Control and Shift key together and now we're pressing lower arrow key once. Yes, the entire sales column has been selected, comma. Now where do you want to look? So we want to look, which part of the table you want to fetch, right? So this is the region part we want to fetch right now. So again, hold Control and Shift together, lower arrow key. The entire column is selected. Now the next last part. So we want to look into the both of the columns, that is sales column and region column. Now which type of data you want? So for now we want Western type of data. That is the sales data which is happening only in West, right? So we'll select this cell with the data as West, or you can also manually enter it. For now, let's select the data. So I'm selecting the cell F7, which has data as West, right? Now let's close the parenthesis and press enter. So there you go. You have the sales happening in the Western region. Now you can also try to format it in the form of currency. So let's use dollars, since it is based on American states. So let's use dollars. So there you go. Now we are having the sales data of West. Now let's try to copy the same to all the 4 cells. And for now here, let's type in East. And this can be South, right? And this can be your Central.
There you go. Right. Now you can also copy the same formula and make minor edits to it. So here, instead of F8, you can select East. So where is East? Here, and press enter. So you have the sales related to East. Now let's try to edit F9 with South. Select South region, enter. So you have South sales, and what remaining is Central. So let's edit Central as well and press enter. So there you go. Right, now you have all the separate sales data from West, East, South, and Central. Now again, you might want a bit more granularity in data, right? Or in your reports, right? Like you wanted to find the sales data happening in West and you wanted to find out the category based on only furnitures. So your manager will ask you, okay, fantastic job. So now just give me another minute detail on the data. I want to calculate the sales happening on West based on category furniture, right? So he wants furniture or he wants office supplies only, right? You can also do that. It's not an issue at all. Now let's try to copy this cell and paste it here, and sales in West. Let's add another input here on furniture, right? Now you wanted to calculate the sales happening in West region only on furniture. So you can also do that. Now we can use the same formula as well. Just copy paste the formula here, right? And you can add few things here. When you try to add a comma, it will automatically generate the next criteria. So it is expecting that you are looking for adding another criteria, right? Now which column you want? You want category. So let's select category. You want to select all the cells. Same trick, Control Shift lower key, and again press comma, and you wanted to select only furniture. So select on furniture cell. There you go. Now press enter. So there you go. We successfully have the sales data from West region based on category only furniture. So that's how you do SumIfs in Excel. You can also add a few more details to it. Like in furniture, you can also look only for tables. So here you can see in West region, we have furniture sales data, and we have sales data of West region based on furniture, which includes only tables. You can also do that using SumIfs function in the same way. All you have to do is select the subcategory column and select the cell which has the data as tables. So this is how you use SumIfs in Excel.
How to create a drop-down list in Excel. Now for that, we might want to switch to the practical mode. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and here you can see I'm trying to create a calendar for the employees in the company, where you might have to, write down the day and month and year or week of your birth date, or maybe your joining date, or maybe also your last working day, right? This might be useful for all the employees to, avoid them from writing it down manually. So how do I create it? So it takes a few simple steps. All it takes is some data validation methods. And also there is an exclusive video specifically made on data validation in Excel, link to which is in the description box below, or you can search it on our official YouTube channel. Now you can see that the word calendar is on the first cell, that is A1, but we have 4 cells below it, that is A3, B3, C3, and D3. So you might want to add this to all the cells, right? Like maybe in the middle. So for that, you can do the option of merge and center. Also, there is a tutorial on merge and center about all the options available in this particular thing. So you can go through that also. And here we have done the first step. Now all we need is day, month, year, and week. So in a calendar or in a month, you'll have days from 28, 29, 30, or 31 days, right? So let's create a list or the drop down menu for that, so that whenever you click it, right? So whenever you click on that particular cell, you will have the list of all the days available, right? So let's get started with that. Let's create a new sheet. So why are we creating a new sheet? You won't want that all the numbers in your calendar sheet right over here, right? So for that, so we are creating a new sheet and all the data will be available here. So here, let's write down the days first, and here the second number, Also, you can use the option of flash fill so that you can, reduce the effort here. So you can see the flash fill option over here. All you need to do is select the cells and drag them down until you get your required dates, right? So let's keep it to 31 days. There you go, you have the days. So these will be your days. And here, now the next option was month, right? Yeah, month and year. Now using the same flash fill option, you will add the months into your sheet. So this will be Sunday. So Excel has this smart flash fill option where you can just drag the data and everything will be filled according to your requirements. So Sunday to Saturday. Now the next one, right? That is your month. So same as the before process, we'll create January. You can use the flash fill option and all the way up to December. Now the last one was the year. So 1990 and 1991. So you can select the cells and flash fill up to 2022 maybe. Yeah, 2022 should be good enough. Now this is the flash fill option you have here, and also we have an exclusive tutorial on flash fill altogether. You can go through it for a detailed explanation as well. Now coming back to the original sheet, so this is where you create your drop down list, right? So select the cell where you want to add the drop down list, navigate to data, and then here is your data validation menu. So we have a variety of data validation options over here. There is an exclusive tutorial on that. You can go through it. For now, we'll look into the list option only because we want to create a drop-down list, right? So here it will ask for source. Click on the source here, the source bar, right? Now navigate to sheet number 2 where we have the days options. Select the range. So this will be your range and select OK. Also, you can add some message here, right? What you can do is, in case if there is an error or something, right? You don't want that to be happening. So all you need to do is write down and select from drop down. Select from drop down only. So this could be a message, select from drop down only. The title is select options or just options. In case if there is an error, you can write down your title as invalid data and you can write down a message as please select from drop down only. So in case if someone tries to write as 32 or 33 to check the integrity of your data validation, then they will encounter an error and an error message, and then they must be understanding what exactly they try to do and if it's correct or wrong, right? So this is to make sure that whatever the data you enter is correct and valid. So okay, and here you can see select from the drop down list only, options with option list as title, and let's try to enter 32, right? And when you press enter, you will see an error. So the error message is invalid data. Please try to select from drop down only. So you can go for a retry and select the drop down, right? So let's eliminate that and now select something from the drop down. So let's take it as maybe 10, right? So this is how you cleared the day 1. Now let's try to do with the month. Same data validation option. Settings will be list and source will be this one. think I made a mistake here. So let's cancel this and go back to sheet 2 and rename this as our week. Yeah, now coming back to the month again. It will be a list. And the source will be in sheet 2. Navigate to the sheet 2 and select your range, and the input message the same. Options, select from drop down only. And error alert, title will be invalid data. This one will be please select from drop down only. Okay, and that's done. Now let's continue with year as well. Let's quickly do the same. It will be a list. Source will be in sheet 2. This is your list. Press OK. And lastly, the week. Same process. It will be a list. Source will be in your sheet 2. The input message, options, title invalid data. It's drop down only. Right, so your drop down list is ready now. So the month will be anything. So currently we have May, and the year can be anything, anywhere. So let's take it as 1997, and a week can be, the adjacent week. And so what was 10th of May 1997? Let's check our calendars. So it was a Saturday. So it was a Saturday, and that's how you create a drop-down list in Excel. And if you want, you can also add borders to your calendar, right? So that's how it's done.
So on my screen, you can see an example Excel budget template theme. So on my screen, you can see a column where you have the debit amount. So in the I column, we have all the debit amount what we are spending for a month. And on the right column will be the balance amount or the running balance of that. For example, you can see that there is a row number 5 where the debit amount is 8,000 for a jeans, Levi's, and it is done through UPI payment. Now, if I change this value of 8,000 to 4,000 something, then you can see that the running balance will automatically change. You can see that currently the running balance is 73,000, and if I change this value from 8,000 to 4,000, then all the running balances will change. Let's do that. So for that, let's press enter. There you go. You can see that the number has been changed successfully, and all the values from the running balance are also changed until the last day, which is the March 30th. Now, how is this working? And not just that, you can see that we have also included what is the total debit amount in January and what is the running balance, that is the total available balance
after 1 lakh has been debited into the account in the month of February as February income. Now the current available balance is 1,13,200 and the total expense in February is 1,04,500, right? How am I doing all this? Looks so much interesting, right? Now let's do this practically. So for that I have already created a new sheet and I have included all the data that we have used previously, the income of that particular month and all the expenses of that particular month. Now without further ado, let's begin to implement the Excel budget template. Now our first step happens to be converting all the data into a natural table. So you know that in Excel, all the data values are stored in the form of a database by default. So it happens to be our duty to convert the database type table into the pure table type table. So for that, select all your data and press Ctrl T, and there you go. You have an option to convert this data into a table. And remember to check this particular checkbox and tell your Excel that your table has headers. So we do have headers here. So now press OK and your table will be converted into a natural table. Now let's type in the formulas. So now let's select the cell J2 and type in the formula. So what are we doing here is we are trying to add the sum of J2 plus H3, so which is this particular cell, and removing I3, that is this particular debit amount. So this formula is used for checking the running balance. Let's press enter and there you go. So it means that you received 1 lakh rupees in the month of January, and out of that 1 lakh you spent 15,000 rupees for something, maybe your educational loan or something, and then the remaining running balance out of 1 lakh rupees is 85,000 rupees. Now let's copy the same formula to all the cells. And there you go. Now the running balance has been calculated for all the cells here. Now remember the monthly income, available balance and debit for January and final balance. Now let's try to calculate that for all the 3 months. So here we have 3 months, that is January, February and March. Now let's do a simple calculation to find out the available balance of that month and the total debit made by that person in that particular month. The formula is really simple. All you have to do is use a sum function and calculate the sum of all these values. And done, right? There you go. So the total expense of the month January is 93,800 rupees. Now let's calculate the total debit of February month. Same formula, that is calculating the sum of all the expenses made in the month of February. There. Now let's also calculate the sum of all the expenses in the month of March. Done. So we have the final values of all the total expenses made in those particular months. Now let's calculate the final balance. Now I think I forgot one important thing. So before we calculate the final balance, we need to find out the available balance. That is the available balance after 1 lakh rupees is credited into our account and along with the savings that you have from your previous month, right? For that we have a simple formula now, which all we are doing is just adding the income cell with the balance cell. That's all. There you go. Now after crediting 1 lakh rupees and adding up the balance of that particular month, that is we have 13,200 remaining from the month of January, and the month of February we have income of 1 lakh. So the total amount is 11,300 and it is 1,13,200. Yeah. Now we have the final balance, that is the difference between the available balance and the debit made in that particular month. So in the month of February, we had a total balance of 1,13,200 and the total debit of 1,04,500. So the final remaining balance is 8,700. Similarly, the same formula has been applied for the month of March, and the final balance we have is 37,300. So that's how you implement budget template in Excel. All simple formulas, and you have all the numbers at your fingertips.
So first, let's understand what exactly is MIS report in Excel. So MIS stands for Management Information System. MIS reports provide data on different categories for accurate decision making. So MIS in Excel is a procedure to create interactive report using Microsoft Excel. So MIS reports help management to access the performance of organization and allow faster decision making. So if you know to create the MIS reports using various business intelligence tools such as Excel, then you might find a very good job opportunity in a well-established company. Now let us try to learn how to create MIS report using Excel in a practical mode. So let's get back to the Microsoft Excel.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here you can see that I've got some sales data of various car manufacturing companies, and I've also got some slices. So using these slices, I can get the real-time information from the dashboard. So I'll select an year from the first slicer, and I'll go into the second slicer and I'll select a company. Now I'll select BMW and SUV type. So we have the data of all the SUV types cars manufactured by BMW car manufacturing company in the year 2018. Now let's start and create something similar to this one. So how did I create this MIS report? Let's go through this in a step-by-step way. So on my screen, you can see that we have created a completely new Excel workbook, and we have some sample data with 5 rows and 20 columns. So this particular data is based on the manufacturer year and the car manufacturing company and the type of the car manufactured and number of cars manufactured in that particular year, and also the price of that particular car. Now, to create MIS reports, we need to play around pivot tables. So we also have tutorials on pivot tables, and you can go through that in our Simplilearn YouTube channel, and also we will try to link those in the description box below. Now let's select the entire data and go into the insert ribbon, and there you can see the first option, that is pivot table. So after selecting the pivot table option, it will show this particular dialog box where it will ask you for the range of cells you need to select, and the next one is to create the pivot table in the same sheet or a new sheet. So we'll take a new sheet here. Now select OK, and there you go, you have the pivot table here. So first you have an empty pivot table, and on the right side you can see we have pivot table fields. Now you can either drag these options into the rows and columns, or you can also click it. So now let's drag and drop these. First we will select year and car. Followed by that we will take type, quantity and price to columns. So there you go, we have our pivot table now. Let's select all the data in the pivot table, and again let's get back to the insert option, and here you can see an option called pivot chart. Select that and you will have various pivot chart options here. Now you can select any one which you can prefer or which you like, or whichever you think can represent your data in a best way possible. So now let's go with column chart first. Let's select OK, and we have our column chart over here. Now this happens to be our first chart. Now let's create a few more charts. So to create few more charts, we'll go back to the same original data. Select again insert and pivot table. Now again a new worksheet. So here we have another empty pivot table. In the similar way, let's drag the same data into rows and columns.
There you go. And again, we will select all the data and create a pivot chart. Go to insert option, pivot chart, and now let's try to select pie chart. Select OK, and we have our pie chart over here. Now let's try to create one more. Same procedure, select table, select pivot table, then create new worksheet for the new pivot table, and now drag and drop the data. Now let's go to insert again. Let's select all the data, go to insert option and pivot chart. Now let's try to select the bar chart. Select OK, and there we have our bar chart. Now remember the first chart we created, that is in sheet 2, this one. So we will try to move all the charts to this particular table or this particular worksheet. So let's get back to the sheet number 3, right click, and you can see an option called Pivot Chart Analyze. So from here, you can move the chart. Select the option of moving the chart, and don't select the first one, select the Object In option and select the sheet number to which you want to move this chart. For now, we want to move this chart to sheet number 2, select that, press OK. Now we have the chart moved to the sheet number 2. And in the same way, let's go to the sheet number 4 and let's move this particular chart to sheet number 2. There you go, the chart got moved to sheet number 2. Now you can insert the slices. So we have selected the third sheet or third chart, and inside the Pivot Chart Analyze option, we have an option of inserting the slicer. Now we will insert the slices for year, car, and type. Now select OK, and you will have all the 3 slices onto your sheet. Now let's rearrange them. So I'm just organizing them in a neat way. There you go. And you can also customize your designs for all the charts so that they look a little more better. Now, if you see, if I make some changes, only one chart will be interacting for this, right? So if I select Ferrari and year 2020 and option as sports, you can see only one chart is interacting to these particular slices. Why? Because all these slices are connected to just one chart here. So you need to make sure that all these slices are connected to all the 3 charts what we created. So let's erase all the filters and select one slicer at a time. Right click, and you will see an option of Report Connections. Select that, and you see that the connections are only connected to the pivot table 3. So select the remaining pivot tables as well. Select OK. And in the same way, select the second slicer. Select the Report Connection option. Connect pivot table 1 and 2 and select OK. And in the same way, the third one. So now, all the slices are connected to all the pivot charts. Now if you make some changes here, they will respond automatically in the same way. Now let's select the Ford company, the year 2019, and hatchback option, and you have all the cars which were made in the year 2019 from Ford company in the segment of hatchback. So this was the sample dataset that we worked on. Now you can also work on some complex datasets such as this Superstore dataset. Now, one thing you need to make sure that when you're working with Excel MIS, you need to make sure that all the macros are disabled on your dataset and you convert the entire data into the regular table format of Excel. Right now, Excel is considering this particular data as a database. So for that, you need to select all the data, press Ctrl T, and then convert the entire data in the form of tabular data. And also, don't forget to click this icon which reads My Table has headers. So the first row is the headers. Now let's select OK, and your entire data will be converted into tabular form. Now let's reset this to the normal type, which has the clear color, not all the fancy colors. Now the entire data is converted from the DBMS to the tabular form, and now you can start implementing the MIS reports and pivot tables. So that's how you work on MIS report in Excel. With that, we have come to an end of this tutorial on MIS report in Excel.
So what is Excel macro? You do certain daily tasks and daily reports or monthly reports that you generate, and you use data from your Excel and you scrub data, and you basically have the same things performed or done on the Excel sheets every time and every day or monthly or bi-weekly or any number of times that you open your Excel. You remove certain columns, you add certain things, and you change certain values, and these are the things that you do an n number of times on an Excel. And this can all be done by simple automated way, which is macros. So what it does is, it is a set of tasks that you can execute as many number of times as you want. When you create a macro, basically what it does is it will record all your mouse clicks and keystrokes. Basically, if for example you have your monthly accounts report that is there, and it comes every day, and you have to put it and extract certain data and remove certain columns that you do every time that you open that sheet. For instance, you remove that column I, which has the absolute values of your accounts or the sheets that you have, and you remove that column and you edit some names, you add such things every time that you open that report, and then you format it in a proper way and send it to your management. So this can all be done in a simple running script called macros. So what you do is you record those mouse clicks and keystrokes and record a macro for it, save it, and next time tomorrow when you come, you just run that macros, and this will do everything for you, and you do not have to do that same tedious task every day. So this is basically a set of code or a task that you can execute and automate, and it can be done n number of times. So it makes your life easy. Now, so next thing is how you actually activate the macros in your Excel. It's a simple tab that you need to add in the ribbon section, which I'll be showing you across, and this will enable the macros on your Excel. So you go to Files, go to Options, and then you need to customize a ribbon. Click Customize Ribbon, and then there is a Developer tab which you see here. It should be activated. So you just need to select that, click on the tick mark, and just click OK. So this will add a Developer tab here, and this will enable the macros. So now you have your data, and you can run macros or record a macro and run it on your Excel. There is also an option to do it a different way. Right click on any of the tabs on the ribbon, customize ribbon, and you can add or remove your macros from here. So this is two ways that you can activate your macros. So how you record a macro is the next thing. So here I have a work orders sheet that I receive every day, or one of you will receive every day. And how you record a macro, you have certain set of tasks that you do, and this report has so many things that are obsolete which you do not need, which has to be put across to your management or for your use. So how you record or start a macro, you go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. As soon as you click on this Record Macro button, it will start recording your keystrokes on the mouse clicks and you can save that and run it as a script in the next sheet that you do. So this is the sheet that I have, and we'll try to run macros on this and see what it does. So here I have, and this actually works this way. I need to go to the developer tab and start recording a macro. So when I click record macro, it starts recording my mouse clicks and keystrokes. So in this sheet I have to remove some columns, and the columns that are obsolete and the data that looks weird here should be removed, and what I need is the work order number, the district, and the technician name, and the kind of service that we provide, and the request date, work date, the cost, and the payment. So this is what I want, and I do it every day when I receive the sheet, and I have to make these changes and send it across to the accounts team. So what I do is I simply automate this by running a macro. So I go to, let's see how it records the macro. I click record macro, I save it as work order accounts, and I'll add a little description like work orders for accounts team, cost. Click OK, and see what I do is basically I add the borders first so that the data looks proper, and then I do not want this column, I delete it. I do not want the number of technicians that are there, I do not want all these, and I also want the labor hours, the account, and what kind of payment. This is very crucial for the accounts team. I do not want any of these obsolete data, so I just delete this. Okay, and then I just want to have some cosmetic changes done, so I make sure this doesn't have any border, and that's it. This is the task that I perform every day. I still don't need this, and I go to the developer tab and click stop recording. So now I have the macro saved, and when I have it, I have automated all these steps in one simple click. And how I execute it in another sheet, so I will show it across to you. The next thing, so here I have the next report that has to be changed or formatted and send it across. So I simply go the next morning and go to the developer tab and go to the macro, and I have this macro save which we ran just now, and with a single click I will be able to do these daily tasks and execute in a flash. So I just click run and it does the rest for me. I have my report ready and is in a proper format that is required, and it can be sent across. So here, as we see, it is done in a single click by running a simple macro. Continuing our work on macro, we can simply do this by a single click of a button, by adding a button. So what you have to do is go to the developer tab, and in the control section you will see the insert option. When you click on the insert drop down, you will see form controls, and you can say select a button, and here I select a button, and the mouse changes to a cross, and you can add your macro and assign it. So as we have saved it work order accounts as a macro, and when I just assign that macro to this button, I can edit the text by making it as work order accounts, just to make it simple. Okay, and now if you see, if I just click this button, it will run the macro and format our sheet. So this is how we run the macros in a single click of a button by adding the button. There is another alternative way to go to the macros instead of the developer tab, and you go to the view button and then go to macros at the end. You can view macros, you can record, and you can edit your macros. So when I click view macros, it will show you what are the macros that I have and that I can run, and you can simply run it. Alternatively, and you can record a macro as well instead of from the developer tab. If you just click on record macro, it will do the same functions that we do from the developer tab. Okay. The next thing is to edit the macro. How do you edit your macro? You have to use a simple application in Excel, which is the VBA, Visual Basic Application, to edit your macro. You go to the developer tab and then click on Visual Basic. This literally opens another window like this, and you will see the module that you have been working on, and you can edit the macro here. So as we see, if you go back to the Excel, we see that our sheet, we have been working on the sheet, and it has the column still K, and the actual sheet is this. So if I go to the Visual Basic editor, and I'll make sure I remove the columns that are existing from the column M, and I just delete that and I click run. I go back to my sheet and you see these changes are not there. Okay, this is our old macro and this is our new macro. As we see, this sheet has the rush column, which is the priority of my orders. So these are the things that we can edit with the VBA. So here we are. What is VBA? Visual Basic Application. It is basically a Visual Basic Application language that is used for macros in Excel. So what it basically does, Visual Basic for Application is a programming language of Excel that helps you automate tasks by writing macros. We have seen how we use macros, how it simplifies our tedious daily tasks by running a simple macro. Now to help us write these macros and help us get the best use of our abilities to ease our work and automate our tasks, we use VBA. So why VBA? There are many advantages of using VBA and why we prefer VBA in macros for Excel. So basically it is a very simple language. It saves time in performing tedious tasks. You have number of tasks that you do every day, as we have seen in the previous section, how you can simplify your daily task by just running a simple macro, and this VBA helps us in performing those tasks in a very simple manner. Another thing is it supports English-like statements. There are multiple statements that you can use and which are very basic English language statements, and this can help us, or it is very easy to program or code or edit these commands. You can select a range, you can it is like a if and else statement and things like that. We will look into those in details in the next sections. Now one more thing is it improves the functionality of Excel by allowing you to make Excel behave the way you want. There are multiple functions that you perform in Excel, like selecting a number of rows or columns or selecting a set of cells in particular. You do it on a daily basis. So these things can easily be performed and easily be edited and executed by using VBA. We will look into those in detail. Now what is the VBA editor interface? This is particularly an interface which you will have look in detail, where you can edit your commands or your codes for your Excel. Now how this is achieved, we will see it here. Now this is basically the VBA editor interface, where you can see this is the toolbar section, where it shows all the options, wherein undo or save or file. We'll see those details in the next section. This is basically the toolbar section of the VBA editor interface. The next thing is the menu bar. Menu bar, as we all know, it is simply shows you the menu, wherein you have all the options like file, edit, view, insert. Insert is the one very important menu bar option, and when you can insert different modules and buttons and all. We'll look into those in details. Run is one more important thing. All these things fall under menu bar. The next thing is the VBA code window. VBA code window, as it says, is the code window where your actual code resides, wherein you can go into it and edit the codes or write the codes and select the different range of functions that you can perform. And this is basically the VBA code window, where you edit your or write your codes. The next thing is the Project Explorer. Project Explorer is simply like a Windows Explorer, but this is in particular is specific to your VBA, wherein it shows the different options that are there, the Excel sheets or the worksheets that you're working on, or the modules that you have saved, and so on. Basically, it is an Explorer for your VBA, like a Windows Explorer, which is for the File Explorer. The next thing is the Properties window. Properties window shows you the properties of the worksheet that you're working on. For instance, here we are working on the sheet 2, and it shows the properties, what are the kind of worksheet that we have, the page breaks, the right to left, whether it is enabled or not, the name of the sheet, and so on, whether it's visible and things like that. The next thing is the immediate window and the watch window. Now, what is the immediate window? Immediate window is basically a tool or a window wherein you can run and execute simple lines of codes, individual Excel codes that you can run. It will allow you to test individual lines, which is very useful and handy when you're writing and debugging codes. The output of the lines that you execute can be seen here in the immediate window, whereas watch window is similar to it, but it displays the value of the watched expression in its current state. So this can be extremely useful again while we are debugging the VBA code. Adding a watch is a great utility, and we'll see the advantages of having a watch window in your VBA interface. So these are the things that we'll learn and look into it in detail in the coming section. Now we continue our topic for Visual Basic for application for macros, and I'm going to show you how to run some codes and run some macros in the codes and perform some simple to complex tasks using the VBA for macros. So there are two ways to open the Visual Basic application, and the first thing is you can run Alt F11, click on the sheet and just press, and it will open the Visual Basic for application window. Or alternatively, you can just go and click on the Visual Basic and it will open the sheet for you, the code window for you. And as we have discussed before, these are the windows that we see. This is the code window, and this is the Project Explorer, and this is the immediate window where we can run some testing codes. Immediately it will show you the output. So here we see the Project Explorer window where we see the modules and all for our Visual Basic for applications. So as we see the code is empty here, we'll try to record a macro and see how the code develops. Okay, so I just go here and click record macro, and I save it as a format and columns. Okay, this Workbook, and I just save it, click OK, and it has started recording. So now what I'll do is make it simple, and I just delete some columns here. Okay, I do not need this. I delete this. Is there a weight? I want this. I want the mode of payment, parts cost, labor hours. I do not want this. Number of technicians, forget it. Okay, and I go further left and see what all do I need. I don't need this. I delete all these and I just expand this so that it's clearly visible, and then I want to change the format, the font. So I select this and I change it to Times Room. Okay, I go back to my developer tab, click stop recording. It is saved. Okay, now I go back to my code and see the macro here. So we see the macro here and we can see in detail what it looks like. So we see the code, what it's doing, and what the macro run has generated the code with. So we see we have basically the name of the macro is format columns, and what it is doing, we are just selecting the columns and deleting some. We are checking the range on some columns. EE select, that is the E column that we have selected, and then again so on. And the next thing is the font selection that is mentioned. We are changing it to Times New Roman, size is 11. So it is basically a basic VBA code. So it starts with the sub and it should end with end sub. So this is the code or a format of the VBA code that it looks like, and we'll try to do some basic functions with the VBA and discuss this in further details. So for ease of explanation, I have picked up a blank spreadsheet, and I'll try to explain some basic functions and the commands and the codes that we use to accomplish the task that we with VBA. So as we see, this is a blank sheet and I have selected a new module for it. So here I start the code, and as it says, it starts with sub, and I am specifying the module name as a number. So I'll just try to make it quite simple, and so we as soon as we enter the sub, it ends with the end sub, and so this is the start of the code and this is the end of the code, and whatever is there should be here, and this is the name of the code or the macro. Now I'll explain it further about the dim statement. Why is it used and what does it use for? So dim is basically a keyword which is a short form of dimension, and it is used to declare a variables in the VBA. So here I am trying to specify a variable called x, and how I'm going to do it, I will have it as a number or an integer or anything. So here in this example, I'll put it as an integer or a number. Okay, and as I put as, it populates the prompt. So I select integer, and for example I select the number to be 500. Okay, and here I'm trying to assign a variable integer a cell a value of 500 with the dim keyword. So where exactly I want to put this, you will see it when you execute the code. Okay, range, I am selecting, it should be under course, where I'm going to put the value of x as, and I close the bracket, and what should be the value? Value should be x. So now as I click run sub, or you can do it with by running the alt or F5 key, and it will run the code. So you see here in the Excel sheet, it executes the value of the cell B5 to be 500. So this is one simple function that you can do with the dimension keyword or dim keyword, and you can assign the value as integers. Now we proceed further with some more examples, and how we assign the string value as a text or something else. Okay, Now I'm going to show you what dim can be executed, used as to set variables. Dim can be used as double, where double is basically a longer form of single variable. It usually takes more space but uses needs more larger numbers. Okay, and then you can set double, and I just don't specify it, and we can use date. It basically stores the date values. Okay, and then again string. So what string does, if you use string, it stores the text. It can contain numbers, it will have some text as calculations, or anything can be performed. So these are the basic things that I will cover, and you can also use different values for it. So I will discuss this in the next example. Okay, so in the next example I'll try to sub or use a string value for it, and I put it as a string, substring value. This is my name. So as soon as I hit enter, it ends with the end sub prompt, and now I can give my code. So I put it as dim book as string. Okay, now I'm trying to use to name a country or put a value of a country to one of the cells. So let's see how it goes, and I select country, and in country I select America. Okay, now what is the value or the cell that basically takes the, or we will put the name of the country as? So I have to specify a range, and as soon as I hit it goes, and I have to specify the cell here. So here I put it as G and 4. Okay, so I close it and I put a value to it. What value I am going to assign? It is a country. Okay, now I try to run this code by simply, and see G4, the name populates as a country here. So this is a dim keyword being used as a string in our VBA code. So we can also use VBA to pop up a message or an alert or a kind of a button, or a message pops up when you execute this code. So this basically can be executed using the code here, which I'm going to put, and we use the, okay, let's give it a value. I'm going to name it as double value, and again the dim keyword, I'm going to use the keyword as double. Okay, why double is used is basically it gives a longer, it can be used for a longer form of single variable text. It usually takes more space and larger numbers, and we'll try to assign it. Okay, now I'm going to pop up a message in the, which says value of A is so and so. So I'm going to give value of A as 250. Okay, and how it pops up a message. Okay, so there is a message box which can be used, and it will give you a value. It will prompt you to enter the value, what kind of button you want, and you can enter the text and you can enter the value. So here I'm going to write a code which which gives a pop-up message, a message box saying that the value of A is so and so. Value of A is, I'm going to put it in % code, so it actually takes the value of A. Okay, now that's it, and let's try to run this, and you will see a message box popping up. Okay, so the value of A, the message box pops up saying the value of A is 250. So In the next example, I am going to write a code wherein you can give a value or a string, you can assign it to a selected cell, and this basically used when you have some when you have a task of giving a value to a particular cell, or you have to assign a text or say something about a report. Okay, so this let's see how it goes, and we use the, I will say it as fun with some procedures. This is the name, and again dim. So here I'm going to give a user input, and it will be as a string. Okay, you can give any any string or any statement. What my user input will be, I will define it here. This is the report for VBA. Let's make it simple. Okay, and where I'm going to put it is in the active cell, or the cell that I have it. Select. Okay, what will be the value? The value will be the user input. I have defined user input as this is a report for VBA. So this cell turns into this is a report for VBA. I run this and you see this. So in some cases you need to run this, and it makes life quite simple when you use VBA for this. As we have seen before, we have used message box. Now I'm going to use the same message box to display my name, or you can use it to display your name. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to name it as name. Okay, and it's very simple. You have to define a message box which displays your name, and I'm going to put it under quotes that my name is Irfan, and we'll try to run it. See here, so it pops up a message saying that my name is Irfan. So this is a message box that you can display, and I can do anything with this. This is a PBA basics workshop. Okay, I run it again and it pops this message. So these are the things that you can use to customize, or when you open an Excel sheet or try to run a workshop or a report, and it pops up a message, customary welcome messages that you can customize, or define a report or kind of data in it, and this can be used run using the message box. And now I have another good example wherein you can write a code to tell Excel what is the value of a cell, or what is the number that is there in the cell. So here it is. I put it as sub, okay, number, and it will again populate a message box which will set it to the entered value is, and it should tell me which, or I specify which cell it is that we are going to find the value of. Okay, so I give a range of I have to give it in codes. I'm going to codes completed, and it should tell me the value of the number that is present in the cell A1. Okay, it ends. Let's try to run it. run it, and it will give me the value. So this is how we can use Excel to determine or show or populate a message box which will give us the value of the number that is there in the cell. So here I can change it to A4 as well and try to run it, and it will give me the number. So this is a simple way of populating a message box which will tell us the value of a let me show you one more simple example wherein a message box pops up, or a welcome message that can be set when you open the Excel or worksheet. So let's name it as auto open, and then again message box. I want it to populate, and what does it say? I put it in quotes, welcome to our worksheet or workshop. It's very simple. You just run it and see, it pops up a message saying welcome to a workshop. So these are this is one more way where you can run a code or do a simple welcome message on Excel. Next, I'm going to show you a code wherein you can give a value or assign a value to a particular cell by simple code. So we name it as add value. Now I specify the range. I mean, where I'm going to specify a cell where the value will be given to the cell. Now I'm going to give it as B5. Okay, to put it as quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I'm going to give? Value equals 250. Okay, so now with this code, I'm going to assign a value of 250 to the cell B5. Let's see. Run it. See, again I do it to B10. Okay, so this is how you can assign a value to a particular cell. Now I can run the same thing and give a range of cells. Let me make it very simple here. I give it as B1 through B5 as 450. So let's see what it does. See, here I'm specifying the range to be B1 through B5. So it is doing it for the whole range. Okay, and then I can give another set of range here, like let me specify it, range to be C1. I have to give it in quotes, otherwise it will give me an error. C1 colon C4, and I separate it with a comma, and I can specify another range. So the next one will be D1 to D4, and then I close the quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I give is let's say 230, and I try to run it. So it gives the value of C1 through C4 and D1 through D4 as 230 as we specified it in the code. So this is one more example wherein you can assign values to the range of cells or cells with the VBA. One more thing, I can assign a value to a particular cell by specifying the cells. It's very simple. Just specify the cells like 06, comma 7. Okay, and I close the parenthesis. I assign a value to it. Value equals 10. Let's see. See, here it assigns the value to that particular cell that we have specified, row 6 and column 7. Okay, so this is one more example wherein you can assign values to particular cells. Okay, in the next example, there will be a scenario wherein you need to select a range of cells in a sheet. So this can also be done. This task can also be performed using VBA. So I will show you how. This is our, let's say, select a range. Okay, and I am going to set a dim variable as example. Okay, let's say it as example, and what I'm doing is I'm specifying a range because I need to select a range of cells. Okay, now I'm going to set the variable as set example, where I'm going to define the range of the cells that should be selected. So let's say A1 to D5. Okay, this will be the selection, and what I'm going to set the value. Okay, I am going to set a value example. I'm going to give it a value of 256. So let's see how it pans out. Okay, so here I'm selecting a set of cells, a range of cells, and I'm going to assign a value with this function. So this makes it quite simple, and this will be used in a regular daily task wherein there will be a scenario wherein you have to select a set of cells and give a value to it. So you can do it with a click of a button with the VBA. Now I can simply tweak this with by just selecting it. So I'll remove this, and instead of assigning a value, I'll just put an option to select it. Now let's just run it and see what happens next. Okay, so this is one way of just selecting it. Okay, and then it becomes easier for you to copy, paste, and do some functions in it. So you can select this, and you can assign a value, and you can also give a set of values to a particular range or cells with these codes. Now, what if I want to do a selection of the same rows and columns in the next sheet? And I can do this with the set of another set of commands. So I will show you how. So here, let's say we set the same thing, and we specify the worksheets. Okay, worksheets. I want it in sheet 2. Okay, so I just put it as sheet 2, and I activate it, basically activating it. And now I'm going to specify the worksheet 2, and what is the range that I'm going to select? The same thing. Okay, the range will be A1 to D5. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select it. Okay, and see what happens here. Okay, bing. So here I am selecting the worksheet 2, and I'm activating it, and I'm going to assign range, and I'm going to select it. So I can just copy the same or select the same set of cells in the next sheet. Okay, now when there will be, as I said, there will be by requirement where you need to copy some cell contents and paste it to another location. So how you do that? It's again a simple code that you can write, and let's say it as a copy and paste. I'm just making it simple by giving something that we can understand and relate. And copy So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this range and I'm going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. Okay, so let me just remove this and I'll show you. First we have to specify the range where you want to copy the cells. Okay, so let's say it is again A1, it should be in quotes, A1 colon D5 quotes, and I am going to select it. Okay, then what I'm going to do is once you select this, the selection that you have what should be the function, and I am going to specify the selection and the function should be copying it. Okay, so I just set that, and where I'm going to paste it. So I have to now specify the range where I have to paste this selection, and you can just mention the column here, let's say G 10. Okay, and close it. I'm going to select it, and then where I'm going to paste it, I can do it in this sheet. Okay, active sheet, and paste it. So we are selecting a range of cells, selection, and that selection, what we are doing is we will copy it, and now we are going to specify the range where you are going to select it and then paste it. Quite simple. That's okay. See, and you can just change it so it is visible on this G5. Okay, so this makes quite easy, and you can run it. The next scenario will be like when you need to get the count of the number of cells. Like you have to have a selection and you need to count the number of cells. So this can also be done, and it's quite easy. I am going to show it to you. Let's say the sub be count cells. Should always be relatable so that you remember and you understand what is the output and why you're using it. And I'm going to set a variable. Let's say I'm going to set an example for this, and what we are going to do is we are going to specify a range first. Okay, we will specify the range of the cells that we need to count basically. So I'm going to set a variable as a range, and then what we are going to do is example, and we specify the range here. You can specify the range or your selection where you need the count of the number of cells. So E1 colon D5 quotes, this is N. Now how you want the output? You want a message box to pop up. So you will set a message box, and what should it give? It will give you the count of the variable. That is the variable is here is examples. Okay, so it will count the number of cells in this area. Okay, let's see, it says okay here. I think I missed it, so I just specify the number here, and let's see. So it gives you the number of count in this 20. Okay, now let's see, I want to 6, so it gives you the selection. So it's quite simple. It will be very useful in our daily task and wherein you need to count the number of cells. So this is one way to get it. Well, I can further tweak this and to determine count the number of rows or columns. So it's again very simple. I just need to do some changes here. I have to set the column count. So if I want to calculate the number of columns, just Let's see how it should calculate or give the message, the number of columns here. See, it gives, there are 5 columns. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it gives us the number of columns here. If I change it to, it should give me 4 number. Okay, similarly you can count the number of rows here. Just change it to rows. See, it says 6 rows are there. Okay, should give me number of. See, so this way you can calculate the number of count the number of cells, number of columns, number of rows with this. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the if statement. If statement is one of the most widely used statement, and whoever is in programming are very much familiar with this function. So what it does is we specify a condition. If a condition is met, then the output should be such and such. We can specify the condition and it will check whether that condition is there, and if it is achieved, then you will have to specify the output as well. So this can be achieved with the if statement. Okay, and it is very easy because it understands the basic English language, so it's not very complicated, and I'll show you how. So the syntax can be like this. If suppose you specify a condition, and if that condition is met, then the result, you specify the condition and the result both. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you can specify the else or else condition, wherein you specify the condition 2, then the result should be this. So here you are going to specify 2 conditions or multiple conditions, wherein you specify this, and if it is there, then result will be this. If it is this condition, and then the result will be something else. Let's take an example wherein you have some scores or marks, and you have to select the result. You can't do this manually entering, so you can write a code. Suppose, for example, I have it here. Okay, let's show an example, and I specify as if statement. Okay, now I have to specify the variables. Now I have 2 variables. I have a score and I have a result, and the score is an integer, the number, and the result is a string, pass or fail. So I specify this. Okay, dim score, I specify it as integer. Okay, and then there's another variable that I have to set, result as string. Okay, now what the score will be? The score, I have to specify the range. Score, I'm giving it as a range. I mean it's in my cell A1. Okay, I specify the range. What is it? It is a value. Okay, sorry, it should be a dot. Okay, and then I'm specifying a condition here. If score the variable is greater than or equal. So as I said, it's quite simple, and it takes the basic English language functions. Then the result is another variable that I have set. Result, what it should be? It should be in quotes pass. Okay, so if this condition is met, then the result will be this. Okay, And now where I want to specify my result, I should give a range for that as well. So I give it in the next column or any one. This is the basic example. Value should be the result. Okay, let's see how it runs. See, it says pass. Change it to 40. It doesn't give me anything because I have specified only one condition here. Okay. Change it to 75. Let's see how it runs. See, so this way it's very basic condition that you are specifying. You are specifying two variables, the score and the result, and then you are giving a value for it, and you are specifying the condition. If the score is greater than, then the result should be passed. Now in the next section, we will simply tweak this and use an if then else statement. We'll attach an else statement with it and see. We'll specify another condition and see. So here again we'll use two variables, that is the score as integer and the result as a string. And let's stick to the same values. And now I'm going to specify it, and if the score is greater than 60, then the result. So the result will be pass as it is before, and then I'm going to specify another condition. Else the result should be fail. Okay, and now I have to put it as a end if statement. I have to specify the end string, and the result will be again in the value, the range will be b1. So let's see, if it is more than 60, then it is pass, otherwise it is fail. Okay, it is pass. Let's see, 40, and run it again. So, okay, so we are specifying two variables again. We are giving it a range and we are specifying one condition. If this condition is met, the result is pass, otherwise else it is fail. So another set of example. The next statement that we use or we are going to discuss is the loop statement, that is the for loop statement, and why we use it. There are situations and tasks that you need to execute, and you need to do it several number of times. These are basically executed sequentially. It means one after another. So the first statement or the function is executed and the next is taken up, so and then the next and so on. So these loop statements allow us to execute a statement or a group of statements multiple number of times, many number of times, and this happens only when the first task or the first task is done, and it executes that and it goes to the next one. So here we'll discuss a simple example of the for loop statement. So let's see how it works, and I'm going to set up a loop statement. Okay, again I'm going to make it as loop 1. So here it is. I have to specify the variable, that is dim, and I'm going to specify x as an integer. Okay, I'll try to execute it and then explain it what happens and how it executes. Okay, for x equals to 1 to 24. Okay, let's see, and I'm going to specify the range as, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to fill the column A from 1 to 24 with some value, from 1 to 24 with the values of 1 through 24. Okay, so I'm setting up a range, and how it ends is it gives me a value. Now it executes this and goes to the next. So I'll explain you how. So we are setting up a loop. We are setting up an integer, a variable x as integer, and we are setting the value of x to be 1 to 24. So here for 1, it executes, the first thing is it takes x as 1 and it fills in a1, and then the next value of x will be 2 and it goes to a2 and fills the value as 2. So just let's try to execute this and you will see the column A filled with 1 through 24. See, it's quite simple. It executes one condition and then goes to the next, and we are defining it with the number of values and the variable as x, and the number of values is 1 to be 24. Okay, so this is one basic example of a for loop statement. Now let's do some more addition to this example by executing another set of for loop and giving the output, and we'll code the output to be the color coded ones in the column B. So how we do it, it's a basic simple example that I'm going to take. And again, what I'm going to do is I will have these values here and I'm going to color code the B column with certain color index. For each number there will be a different color. So let's see. And what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change the B. And what action is going here, we put up a value. Now we are going to select it, and with this selection what I'm going to do is it should select it and it should color the interior with what? With the color index. Okay, and the value of x. And then I'm going to specify the pattern, what pattern it will take for the box to be colored, and I'm going to put it as a solid. It will fill the whole thing with the solid, and then I just execute it. See, it takes this color B and it's coded like this. So these are the simple things that you can set up with the codes and for loop statements. So there are numerous examples and exercises that we can perform, tasks we can perform with the VBA, and this can be found in detail in our next courses, advanced courses.
So what exactly is a user form? So user form is a graphical user interface that helps you have a live interaction with your worksheet, which enables you to enter or eliminate data from your Excel worksheet through the graphical user interface. Now let's get into the practical mode and start the Excel workbook. Now we have launched our Microsoft Excel. So let us create a blank workbook for now. Now we have the blank workbook or worksheet. Now before we get started with the user forms in Excel, the fundamental step is to enable the developer menu on the toolbar. Here you can find the developer menu. So basically it will not be enabled as default. To enable that, you need to get into file menu, and inside the file menu you can see the last menu, that is the options menu. Select that and you will have a dialog box on your screen. And inside that, you need to go into the Customize Ribbon option. And inside the Customize Ribbon option, you have the main tabs. Scroll through the main tabs and here you can find an option called Developer. By default, it will not be enabled. It will look something like this. But to enable that, you need to select the check option in this and click on that and select OK. Now the developer option will be enabled on your tool menu. So now you have your developer option on your toolbar. So to get started with user forms in Excel, click on the developer option and here you can see Visual Basic. So click on that Visual Basic and now you have your new window opened right on your screen. So this is the Visual Basics for applications. So here is where you create your user forms. Now to create a user form, just select on Insert menu
and you have the option called user form. Now a new user form will be created for you, and that is user form 1. So this is the user form which you can design and enable to interact with your worksheet and help you insert data or eliminate data. For now, let's try to create a simple user form for employees. Now here you can see the controls option where you can find the various options to provide an object into your user form. So it might be a label, it might be a text box, it might be a multi-page, it might be a command button, it might be a frame or a toggle switch, many more. For now, let's make it simple. Let's create a label. So this is our first label. We have just dragged and dropped it, and let us name it as, okay, so let us select it and rename it as employee ID. Now let's insert another label. Drag and drop, as simple as it looks. Select that and rename it as employee name. Now another one, you can also copy that and paste it. And this should be our employee phone number. Now we have our 3 labels on the screen. Let's try to insert the text box. Now this is our first text box for employee ID. Now let's copy and paste it. So another text box for employee name. Copy and paste again, and the last text box for employee phone. Now let us try to insert the button. So the first command button, let us rename it as insert. Now let us relocate it to a little bit left. Now let us try to insert another button, and here it is. The second button would be refresh sheet. The refresh button will play the role of clearing the text boxes in case if there is some data already entered. If you want to clear that, you can just press on refresh and it will be cleared. Now we have our user form. So let us try to rename our user form. So here you can see that we have the properties tab, and inside the properties tab you can always rename it. And to rename it, let us go into caption and rename it as employee data, and that's done. So our basic user form is ready. Now let's get back to Excel sheet. So remember that we have created 3 labels: employee ID, employee name, and employee phone. We need to create the exact same columns here. So employee ID, let us expand the column a little bit. Now employee name, let us also increase the width, and finally we have employee phone. There you go. Yeah, we have our 3 columns. Let us select all the 3 columns and align to middle. You can also format your cells. Let us select the green color and text as white, and let us bold. Yeah, pretty good. There you go. So we have created our sheet and it's ready now. Now the last part remaining is we need to code this particular user form. So coding in the sense, we have 2 buttons over here, right? So those buttons should be performing some kind of operation. So for insert button, the operation should be inserting the data which we have entered into these text boxes. So to program it, just double click on the insert button and here eliminate everything and paste this code. So basically what we did is we had this particular code segment. So this is the starting part of the code segment and this is the ending part of the code segment. So we are writing our code in between these two lines. So what did we write here? So end of the row is sheets of sheet name. So this is the sheet name. Right here we have our sheet name as sheet 1. So that is the sheet name where we want to perform the operations, and range from A to rows count, end XLR row. That is, we are counting the number of rows here. That particular statement will count the rows till the end of the sheet automatically. And after that it will shift to text box value. That is, once the row number is counted, that is from 1 to n, it will start entering data from the first available row. That is A column. A column. Then once the A column is finished, it will enter into B column and subsequently into C. And once the text boxes are entered the data, that is, let's come back to here. So once we have entered all the text, that is the employee ID, name and phone, after selecting the insert button, automatically these three text boxes should go blank again. You cannot have the same data again in your text box. So that is why we have included text box value 1 null, text box value 2 null, text box value 3 null. So that was for command operation insert. Now we should program the command operation for refresh. Double click on that and you have the code option over here. So this particular code will be automatically loaded from the click button 1. Now for click button 2, you need to add some more data, that is refreshing. So whenever you press the refresh button, the text should go blank. For that we'll use the same code from the previous click button or the command button. Paste it over here and this should perform the clearing operation. And it's done. Now close this. So select the employee data, user form, and here you can see the run option. So select that run option and the sheet has the user form here. Now let us enter the employee ID as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and employee name as JOHN. Okay, caps lock is on. JOHN John. Employee phone as 1800 231 and select the insert option and the data got inserted. Now let us try to insert another data 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Employee name Vic and employee phone number 18000345. Yeah, by now you might have guessed I'm a fan of John Wick, yes. And yeah, there you go. We have entered the second data over here. Now let me show you another trick where you can place all this user form as a macro and replace this by just one single button. So whenever you press that button, this data form or user form will pop up and you can directly start entering data. So for that, let's get back to the Visual Basic and stop this particular execution. And you got your user form back. Now you need to insert a model. Get into insert option and select the module or model. Yeah, it is module, not model. So inside this module, you need to write the command for macro. So here it is. So what we are basically doing is employee data dot show. Or we can use an underscore and get back to user form and rename this as data. Cool. So what we are doing is entering the subject as enter employee details. This will be the macro name, and when this macro is called, the employee data user form should be shown, and once it is shown, the code should be ended. That is end subject. Now we have designed our module Now let's get back to the sheet. And here, go to the developer option, go to the insert menu and select button and draw the button somewhere. And now you can select the enter employee details macro and press OK. And now you have a button here. Now you can edit this. Edit it as press to enter employee details. And there you go. Done. So now whenever you press this particular button, the user form will activate. Okay. And you need to play this. Okay. The error was related to the employee data sheet name. We had to rename the employee data from user form to employee data. Initially it was just user form. We have renamed that to employee data and now the code is fine. So let's get back to the sheet. Now if you press this button, the user form will automatically start. Now let us try to enter the data again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 this time. And some name. Let's enter as Jennifer. And her phone number would be 1-800-345-098. Some random number and select insert and the data has been inserted here. So this is how you work on user forms in Excel.
Now, what is regression? So when you talk about statistical modeling, regression analysis is used to estimate the relationship between two or more variables. And basically we would want to look at two or more variables and basically a relationship of those variables with the response or the target, right? So for example, if we look at our data here, we have temperature, we have price of ice cream, and then we have units sold, and we can go ahead and make predictions. So for example, when you look at regression here, you see something like this, which is regression statistics. You have ANOVA, you have different plots which we have here, which is x variable 2, and then you have normal probability plot. Now we have already seen how you can have your add-in, that is data analysis, which helps you in doing different kind of data analysis here, right? Now how do we do this? So we have our variables here, which is temperature, price of ice cream, units sold. And when we talk about regression, we need to understand which one of these are independent variables, which one of these are dependent variables, right? So when you talk about your x, that's your independent variable, or we can say predictor or explanatory. So when you talk about your independent variables, or as we say predictors or explanatory variables, these are the factors that might influence the dependent variable. And when you talk about dependent variable, that's your response or target. That's the main factor you're trying to understand or predict. So we can plot a scatter plot to see relationship between variables. If they are linearly related, are they positively related, negatively related, and so on. We can also get values such as R square, which is coefficient of determination, regression line, and then analyze the relationship between variables. So here is one of the links of one of my other videos where we are learning on machine learning and also on regression, but that's programmatically and using a processing framework such as Spark. Now here, let's see how do we do this in Excel. So basically we would want to use our variables, which is temperature, price of ice cream, units sold, and then get these plots. So what we can do is, for example, I can get rid of this and might be I can just say no borders. And when it comes to these plots, we can have them generated again. That's not a big deal, using your data analysis add-in tool. So we have been given variables here. Now, as I said, when we talk about your regression analysis, we need to understand whether we have one variable or we have multiple variables, right? So you might have heard of univariate analysis, bivariate analysis, and so on. Well, here we are focusing more on using Excel to do our regression analysis. So I'll not go deeper into regression topics, but certain things as basics should be known, that when we talk about regression analysis, what does it do? It helps you understand how the dependent variable changes when one or more independent variables vary. And it basically allows us to mathematically determine which of those variables really has an impact. So technically, when we talk about regression analysis model, that is based on the sum of squares, which is basically a mathematical way to find the dispersion of data points. So mainly the goal of the model is to get the smallest possible sum of squares and draw a line that comes closest to the data. So that's what we mean by our regression line, or basically looking at the points and seeing if the points fall on a regression line, if there are residuals, that is points which do not fall on the regression line. And in terms of statistics, when we talk about statistics, we differentiate between a simple and multiple linear regression. So you have something called a simple linear regression models, which basically gives you the relationship between dependent variable and one independent variable using a linear function. And if you use two or more variables, that is explanatory variables, to predict the dependent variable, we are actually dealing with multiple linear regression. So if the dependent variable is modeled as a non-linear function because the data relationships do not follow a straight line, we have to use non-linear regression. Now, what we will do is we'll see how we can work on this. So here we have some variables, and if we look at this, might be based on temperature, price of ice cream, we would want to find out how many units were sold. Now, what we can do is we can basically start looking in by creating a simple scatter plot, which is quite easy in Excel. So if you have been given variables, what you can do is you can click on insert. You can then choose the kind of plots which you want, and here you have insert scatter plot. So we can choose this, and you can choose the first option, so that gives you a blank layout. And what you can do is now you need to select data. So for example, let's click on select data, and then you can say add. So what we would want is we can give a name. So we want X values and we want our Y values, right? So when you talk about Y, that's your dependent variable or your response or target. So that is in our case units sold, and X values are one set of features or variables or multiple variables. So here I can click on this series X values, and then I can select this. Now in Y values, what I can do is I can select these, and then I can just say OK. So that shows me that it would be giving me a regression scatter plot. Now let's say OK, and we have some points plotted here. Now if you would want to see the impact of one individual variable such as temperature or price of ice cream, you could as well do that. Now what you can also do is you can add more meaning to this by giving in a title, or you can also go into quick layout and you have various options here. So you see, it gives you what is the access title, what is the series, and I would prefer to use here something like this one. So that gives you your regression line, that also gives you your R square, and that gives you your Y and X, that is your coefficients. So let's select this one, and then we have some values which we can use to compare. This also shows me the regression line, and you can keep this for reference. If you would want, you can change the chart title to something else, say scatter plot of dependent where's independent variables, and you can give any name which has more meaning. And we can get rid of this one. So we have series, and we can say what are these points, if you would want to add in legend, if you would want to do that, or I can just get rid of this and I will keep these values here, which we will see when we do a data analysis. We can always compare these values. So here I've created a simple scatter plot, and then I can look at dependent versus independent variables, or I could have selected one particular variable. So this is just for reference. Now we can add more details. We can say what is my x-axis, what is my y-axis. So basically you can here say, for example, just say y, and might be here I will say x, and we can rename that later. Now, how do we perform data analysis or get into regression? Right now, what we would want to do is we would want to get, or we would want to do the regression analysis to demonstrate the relationship between dependent and independent variables. So normally when you talk about your linear regression equation, you might have known about it. So it is basically y, when you say y equals, you can say bx plus a plus c, and this would be normally the mathematical equation for a linear regression, where x is your independent variable, y is your dependent variable, your a is the y-intercept, which is expected mean value of y when all x variables are equal to 0. So basically on a regression graph, that's the point where line crosses the y-axis, and that's your intercept. When you talk about b, that's basically your slope of regression line, which is the rate of change for y as x changes. And then you also have your constant, right? So that's your that's basically your random error term, right, which is basically the difference between the actual value of dependent variable and its predicted value. So your linear equation always has an error term, because in real life predictors are obviously never perfectly precise. Right now, what we can do is we can also reduce this equation to y is bx plus a, and that's the equation of a line. We can look into this, and the linear equation can be understood mathematically in this way. Now, how do we do it in Excel? So what we can simply do is here, let me, yeah. So we need to get into data, and then here we have our data analysis add-in. You can click on this one, and from these different options you can choose regression. So that's what we would want to do. Now we'll say okay. Now here you need to give your input y range. So as I said, you will have to select the dependent and independent variables, right? So we would want to do some regression analysis here, and here we have your x and y. So y being your target, that's basically your units sold, so we can select this along with the labels. When it comes to x, either you can select one variable or multiple variables. So I will select temperature, price of ice cream, and then since we have chosen the headings, we will go for labels. Right now we can always look at the confidence level. We can change that. So you can say whether you want it in a new worksheet, or you can just say output range, and I will probably just click here and select one of the cell here. Now we can also choose the other options which we would want to see as a part of this regression analysis. So basically we have selected input y range, which is your dependent variable. You have selected x range, which is your independent variable. And if we are building a multi-regression model, then we have chosen temperature and price of ice cream both. Now we can choose the labels which we have done. We can choose your output range, which is basically on this sheet, and then we can select the residuals. So that basically gives you your residuals. Now we can also get your line fit plots, which you were seeing earlier. You can also go for your normal probability plots and then basically just say okay. And let's say okay. And that basically gives you your regression analysis output. So we basically have your summary output. We also have ANOVA. We have our residual output that's from the previous one. And basically we can get rid of this. That's not required. I can get rid of this one. Yep. So now we have our regression statistics. We also have our plots. So we can basically look into these. So we have our normal. Let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And then what we can do is, since we had some existing data, it has overwritten. So let me get rid of this and I'll repeat this step again. And let's say no border. Yeah. So now what we want to do is we want to do regression analysis. So we go get into data, we get into data analysis, we choose regression. We have already chosen our Y range, which is column C. X range is multiple variables. We have gone for labels, output range, which we would want to select a particular cell. So let me select this. I'm going for residuals, line fit plots, and normal probability plots, and say OK. So now we have our plots. We can just separate them to have a better understanding. Yeah. And that basically shows you the variables. So here it shows me units sold, and then what are the predicted units sold, and here the variable is temperature, here the variable is price of ice cream, right? So that's your one variable and second variable, and then you also have your normal probability plot. Now to interpret this or to understand what we have here, where we look at your summary output, so it is good to understand what Excel is helping us out. So basically, when we do a regression in Excel, it is performing all the calculations automatically. The interpretation is something which we need to understand. So basically, we are looking at multiple R value here, and we can, let's also fine tune this one. Yeah. We have our values here, and if you see, we have our R square. Now we can then basically look at our multiple R. So what is your multiple R? That's your correlation coefficient, which basically measures the strength of linear relationship between two variables. So this can be any value between your, when you talk about your correlation coefficient, it can be any value between -1 and 1, and its absolute value indicates the relationship strength. So the larger the absolute value, the stronger the relationship. So 1 basically means a strong positive relationship, -1 means a strong negative relationship, and 0 means no relationship at all. Now when you're looking at R square, that is the coefficient of determination, which is used as an indicator of the goodness of the fit. So it basically shows how many points fall on the regression line. So your R square value is basically calculated from the total sum of squares. When we say precisely, it is the sum of squared deviations of the original data from the mean. Now, when we talk about looking at the value of your R square, so it is basically, we can be seeing that this is 0.450788. That's the value which I'm talking about. So it basically means 45% of our values fit the regression analysis model. So in other words, 45% of dependent variables, that is your Y values, are explained by the independent variables, that is your X values. So normally if you have R squared value higher, then that is considered as a good fit. And here we have considered multiple variables. Now, when you talk about your adjusted R square, it is the R square adjusted for the number of independent variables in the model. So you would want to use this value instead of R square for multiple regression analysis, such as in our case. Now you also have standard error. So that's basically goodness of fit measure that basically shows the precision of your regression analysis. So the smaller the value, the more certain you can be about your regression equation. So when we talk about your R square, that represents the percentage of dependent variables variance that is explained by the model. And standard error is basically an absolute measure that shows the average distance that the data points fall from the regression line. So you will have to look back into regression statistics terminologies to basically understand more of this. And if you're already from data science background, that then you already know what I'm talking about. We are just seeing how Excel easily helps us in doing these things. Now we can also look at observations here, which is basically the number of observations in our model, which is 7. Now, when we talk about regression analysis, and if we look at analysis of variance, that is your ANOVA values here. So we basically see DF, you have SS, MS, F, and significance F. Now, to understand these, so basically what we are doing is, or what Excel is doing is, it splits the sum of squares into individual components that give information about the levels of variability within your regression model. So when you talk about your DF, that's basically the number of degrees of freedom associated with the source of variance. You have sum of squares, that is your SS. So smaller the residual SS compared with the total SS, the better your model fits the data, right? Now, when you talk about MS, that's your mean square. You have F is basically the F statistic, or you can say F test for the null hypothesis. Basically, it is used to test the overall significance of the model. And then you finally have your significance F, which is the p-value of F. So when we usually talk about simple linear regression, the ANOVA part is not really used, or it's rarely used, right? But when we look at the significance F value, that gives an idea of how reliably or statistically significant our results are. So if significance F is less than 0.05, that's 5%, our model is okay. If it is greater than 0.05, we will have to better choose another independent variables, right? Now we can also look at the output of coefficients, and that's what we would want to look at. So you basically have your intercept here. So when you talk about your intercept, temperature, price of ice cream, so we know we are looking at our variables, and then we are also looking at our intercept, which basically gives you more details on your coefficients. So the main important thing when we talk about regression analysis is basically your coefficients. It basically enables you to build a linear regression equation in the form of y equals bx plus a, which I explained earlier. And then basically we can understand our regression analysis output better. Now, when we look at the residual output, which we are seeing here, so that gives you your observations, how many observations we have. It shows what is the predicted units sold, and then it also gives you your residuals. So we can compare the estimated and actual number of sold umbrellas based on the observation. So we have 11.209 here, and if you compare, that's basically 12. The second one is 15, and here it is 13.5. You have, and similarly, you can compare all the values of actual units sold and what our regression has predicted. So basically what we can do is we can compare these and we will see if there is any difference or no, right? So obviously there will be or there would be some difference because independent variables are never perfect predictors of your dependent variables, and the residuals basically help us in understanding how far the actual values are from the predicted values. So that's what we see here in the residual section. So for example, when we look at this one, which is 11.209 and the actual is 12, we see what is the residual and how far is the predicted value from the actual value. So similarly, we can also look at the percentile values. So that gives you your probability output, and this is what we have in our graphs. So we have basically our variables. We are looking at our variables and also the units sold and the relationship between them. We can basically add in more details to this particular plot, and you also have normal probability plot, which is basically getting your values from your probability output here. So this is how you can perform a simple regression analysis. And now what you can do is you can, as I said, you can basically be looking at your scatter plot. You can be looking at your y and x and your r square values, right? But remember what are the variables which you are selecting, and then you can compare these with basically the values what you see here. So remember here I've chosen my both set of variables, and you can choose one variable and then basically see what is its impact on the response or on the target. So it's pretty simple here. You can add more details to your scatter plot or the plots what we have created, or some people prefer to do it using formulas. So basically we have some statistical functions that can help you do linear regression analysis, such as you have linearity, you have slope, you have intercept, you have correlation, and so on. So basically you can use these particular functions, and what you will have to do is you will have to basically go in for a function if that's what you would want to do, and then you can search for functions and say, for example, I'll just say linest and say go, and here I have my function. So if I would want to really use this one, I can do that. What I will have to do is then select the variable. So if you just say okay, and that basically says your known y's, known x, your constants, your stats, and basically you can use the formula also, but we are not covering that here. Might be in the later videos we can do that. So just try out and perform some regression analysis and try to look at your different variables and try to interpret that. So that basically gives you an easier way of performing regression analysis using your data analysis add-in in Excel.
Now, at times you might be working on a really important spreadsheet on your Excel, or you might have the sales data of your company or some confidential data of your organization. And you might have shared the file with your junior, or you might face some pocket issue and you forgot to save, or you missed to save your data. And what to do if you cannot save your data, and how can you recover it, right? So this might be a really big hassle. Today we are exactly going to discuss the same and see how to do it in multiple ways. So Excel comes up with an option to automatically save the data. Also, it will try to warn you that your data is not being saved. Would you like me to save it or not? Right, so we'll do the first one. So here you have the autosave option. You can either say okay to it, or you can ignore it. In case if you ignore it, if you choose to ignore it, or if you choose to manually save it, and then if you want to close the file, remember we haven't saved the file. If you wish to close it, Excel will automatically come up with a dialog box asking you want to save your changes to your data.xlsx. That means it is asking you if I have to save it or not. Let's try to ignore this, and forcefully let's try to close it. You can go to Task Manager option. Here we are trying to simulate the option of pocket issues. So we are forcefully closing Excel without saving any data. So we have closed it. Now here you can see we do not have Excel running in the background. Now, when you directly open or try to start Excel, when you get the power backup again, and if you want to open that same data file, it will ask you the document recovery option. It says you have closed the file without saving the changes, and you can choose to, come back from the same place where we left last time. Okay, now that was the packet issue, and now let's see another way. Okay, let's imagine that somebody eliminated few important data files from your organization's confidential data, employee ID, employee name, etc. And again, let's simulate the force close of the Excel. Now we are closing it again without saving. No data was being saved. Now it will also ask the same data. It has another version here, the original one, which wasn't saved. So here you can recover the same file again, however it was initially. So you can save it and it will get back to the original place. So this was one way. Also, we have another few multiple ways. Just we have to navigate to File, and here you can open, and in the Open menu, you have a button called Recover Unsaved Workbooks. Not just the current workbook, it will also have all the remaining files which are related to Excel that are not saved. So here you have a few workbooks which was not saved. This is one option, and we also have another option. We can just navigate to Info, and there you have another option called Manage Workbook. And in the Manage Workbook, you have another option called Recover Unsaved Workbooks, which will also redirect you to the same file, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, and you'll have all the unsaved workbooks which are related to Excel. So this is how you can recover the unsaved data in Excel using multiple ways. First thing, Excel will automatically ask you if you have to save the file or not. And in case if you forget to save it, you can directly recover it by default by Excel. It will automatically show that some folder was not saved on the left side of your Excel spreadsheet by default. And in case if you missed out on that one, you can manually go to File, and you can either choose Open option or Info option to recover the unsaved folders from your default file location from your PC, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, etc., which will have all the list of all unsaved workbooks related to Excel.
Let's see what is a project plan. Project plan is a basic thing that is needed to execute a project. According to Project Management Book of Knowledge, a project can be defined as an approved, elaborative document that guides the team during project execution and project control. When we are making a project plan must answer several questions for us. These questions are like, what are we expecting our project to deliver? How are we expecting to get our deliverables within the desired time? Who all will be a part of our project and what tasks they will have in the project? When will the project start and when it is expected to end? That is, the deadlines of the project. Now, let us learn about project management in Excel. Microsoft Excel is one of the most common applications these days. It is used in both offices and at homes. Microsoft Excel is an easy project management tool that allows the team members to easily see the tasks in a project, develop a plan, and track its progress. Before we learn more about project management in Excel, let's first have a look why do we use Excel. Microsoft Excel is an easy tool to plan a project, so it can be used by people who are beginners in terms of project management. In Excel, one can find several analytical tools like concatenate, len, and counter, so this makes data analysis easy and effective. As the entry of data is easy, same is tracking and controlling of project status. Then, there are several project management templates in Excel that help us to have an effective distribution of project data. We will be checking several project management templates towards the end of this video. Now, let's have a look at the process of making a Gantt chart in Excel. Before we begin this, it's important we know what is a Gantt chart. A Gantt chart is like a horizontal bar chart that is used for project management. With the help of a Gantt chart, we can check the status of the task, the date they start, the date they end, and their dependencies on each other. Gantt chart helps in coordinating and monitoring different tasks in a project. Now, let's have a look at the steps that will help us in making a Gantt chart. First step we have is make a project table. We have several rows and columns. Like here, we have 3 columns. In the first column, we have the tasks. In the second, we have a start date. And in the third column, we have the duration or tenure of the task. The second step is to make a bar chart in Excel. For this, we will select the entire second column. Then we will go on the Insert tab and click on the bar graph chart. There, we can select stacked bar graph in 2D bar charts. As a result, we will have the entitled bar graph on the screen. In the third step, we will add the duration to the bar graph. We will right click on the chart, and in the menu that appears, we will select Select Data option. A window that appears on the screen. In that window, we will select Add option as shown. We can also see the start date is already in the entry section. Then in the dialog box that appears, type tenure in the series name and click on the range selection icon that's shown in the figure. Now select the relevant data from the tenure column and click on OK. Now we can see a bar graph that has two colors on the screen. This bar graph now has the duration of the tasks. The fourth step we have is adding description to the Gantt chart. Now we will open the box again, and in that box we will select the edit option as shown in the figure. Then we will select the tasks as we had selected the duration of the tasks before and click on OK. We can now see the tasks have appeared towards the left side of the Gantt chart. The fifth and the remarkable step will help us convert this bar graph into a Gantt chart. We will now click on the bars and select the Format Data Series option from the menu that appears. Then in the Format Data Series dialog box, we will select No Fill option. We can find our Gantt chart on the screen now in accordance with the data that we had entered. Now we can see the tasks on the left side are in the reverse order. So what we will do next is, we will click on the task panel, then go to the Format Access dialog box and select the categories in reverse order option. Now we can find our tasks in the right order. One more thing we can notice is, Gantt chart is starting with some other date and not with the dates that we had entered. So for this, we will copy the first date in some other cell, then clicking on the copied cell, we will go to the home menu to select the dialog box as shown in the figure. Then in that drop down menu, we will select the number option. We can now find a value displayed in the copied cell. We will copy that value, click on the dates on the chart, and as the Format Access dialog box opens, we will paste that value in the box that says minimum shown in the figure. As a result, we will have our final Gantt chart on the screen. In the last step, we can give several designs to a Gantt chart, change colors, and make it more presentable for us. Now when we know the basic steps of making a Gantt chart, I will show that practically to you in Microsoft Excel. Our first step is to open Microsoft Excel, and in Microsoft Excel, we will make a project table. In a project table, we will have three columns. The first column will be task, the second column will have the start date, the third column will have tenure or the duration of the task. So beginning with tasks, we have task 1. In task 1, we have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Then comes task 2. In task 2, we have 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4. Then we have task 3. In task 3, we will have two subsections, 3.1 and 3.2. Then we will start with the starting dates. In starting dates, we will put 1st January. The task 1.1 will be 1st of January. Then this will be 4th January. Let's say this is 5th January. Then we will put this as 11th of January. And this will be again 11th January only. This will be 15th January. Let's put this as 17th January. Let this be 19th January. Task 3 begins on 23rd January. And the 3.2 section begins at 26th of January. Now let's put the tenure or the duration of the task. We will begin with task 1. It takes 12 days. Then 1.1 takes 7 days. We say this takes 4 days and this takes 8 days. Then for task 2, it again takes 12 days. It takes 5 days, 5 days, and let's say this takes 6 days and this takes 4 days. Then we come to task 3. This takes 8 days. And let's say this takes 6 days and the 3.2 section takes 5 days. So this is how our project table is ready. In the second step, we will select the entire second column. After we have selected this column, we will go to the Insert tab. In the Insert tab, we'll go to the bar columns, and in this we will select 2D stacked bar charts. Now we have the entitled bar chart in accordance to our data on the screen. Then comes the third step. We will add the duration of the tasks to the bar graph. We will click on the chart, and after we click on the chart, we will select Select Data option. In the Select Data Source dialog box, we find the start date is already there. Now we will click on Add, and after we click on Add, in the series name section, we will put tenure. Then in the series value, we will click on this icon and select the entire tenure series and click on OK. So this is the bar graph that we have now. This is now in two colors, the orange color and the blue color. This bar graph now has the duration of all the tasks in our project table. Now in the fourth step, now it's time for us to add description to our Gantt chart. Instead of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we will put task 1, task 2 and the subtasks. So what we will do is, we will again go to that box, we will left click on the Gantt chart, select the select data option, and then we'll go to the start date. Here we'll select the edit option. In the edit option, we will select all the tasks and click on OK. Now we can see all the tasks are aligned towards the left of the bar chart. As we can see, this is a bar chart or a bar graph and not a Gantt chart. The next step we have is converting this bar graph into a Gantt chart. So we will click on the bars and select the Format Data Series option from the menu that appears. Here we have this Format Data Series option. Now we can see the dialog box on the screen. Here we'll go into the color section, fill section, and then we will select no fill. Now we can see the blue lines have disappeared. So this looks like a Gantt chart. So now when we have a Gantt chart on the screen, we can notice that the tasks here are in the reverse order. So what we will do is, we will click on these tasks and select the Format Axis option. Here we will select categories in reverse order. We can see our Gantt chart is now in order, like we have our task 1 on the top and task 3 at the bottom. The dates are starting from 11th of December, but the dates we have provided are from 1st of January. Now we will copy this cell, then go on the dates box. Here we'll go to Format Axis. In the Format Axis, we can see minimum. In this minimum, we will paste this value and press enter. As we press enter, we can see our Gantt chart starting from the date that we wanted to start, and that too in the correct order, starting from task 1 to task 3. Now as a result, we have our final Gantt chart on the screen. In the last step, what we can do is make our Gantt chart more representable. We can change the color of these bars, we can give them shapes, and we can do many other things to make it more presentable. We will first select the bars. Like what we will do is, we will select task 1 and let's say we give it the color blue. Then task 2, we will give it color green, and in task 3, we'll give it the color black. So here the subsections will give different colors to the subsections as well. Then we come to task 2.1. This is how we can change the color of these cells, or apart from changing colors, we can select a bar graph and do the gradient fill. So this is how we can make a Gantt chart more presentable. After changing the colors or changing the shapes, we have our final Gantt chart on the screen. Finally, let's have a look at some Microsoft Excel templates for project management. Microsoft Excel templates help in collecting data, putting them into order, and check their dependencies with each other. With the help of these templates, we can monitor the status of the tasks, and we can also check the progress our project has made. Moving forth, we will check some important Microsoft Excel templates. The first template we have is Excel Project Review template. This template helps us have an overview of the project. We can have a clear understanding of all the tasks that are planned and that are completed. This helps project managers to measure the progress of the project and take further steps accordingly. Second template we will check is Excel Budget template. In this template, we can monitor all the expenditures of our project. It helps us in managing the budget of a project and also helps in comparing the budget of a project at different phases. Let's have a look at the budget template in Excel once. We can download this template from officetimeline.com. The Gantt chart towards the right is in accordance with the dates towards the left. If we fluctuate the date, we can see the template working. The start date for task 1 could be changed to 10th June. If we change this date to 10 June, we can see the fluctuation in the Gantt chart. So this is how we can use this template directly. Let's have a look at the third template now. Third template we will see is Excel Sprint Project Tracker template. This template is used majorly in agile projects, where the project is made in several sprints or sessions. This template includes the start date, the end date, and the duration of each task. We can also see the percentage completed of each task. Let's have a look at the Sprint Project Tracker template as well. We can see the Gantt chart towards the right and the data towards the left. So if we change any data, we can see the Gantt chart changing. For example, we can change the data in Sprint 2 Feature 3. Let's change the start date to July 2nd. We can see the Gantt chart changing. This is how we can use this template directly to track our sessions. Let's have a look at the fourth Excel template. This template is Excel Project Tracker. In this template, we have the data of all the tasks with the status and owners. We can track the percentage of tasks completed and also compare the planned duration of the task to the actual duration of the task. After the critical part tracker, let's check the Excel project schedule template. This template helps in effective management of the project as it helps in monitoring the time that each task of the project takes. It provides a clear view of all the work associated with the project. Let's have a look at this template in Excel once. We can see the Gantt chart in accordance to the data. If we change the estimated hours at two places, let's say at the design review, we make it 15 hours instead of 5 hours. And at the create staffing plan, we make it 2 hours instead of 20 hours. We can see the Gantt chart fluctuating. This is how we can use this template to manage the schedule in a project. Moving forward, the next template we will see is Excel Project Status Report template. This template helps us having a list of project deliverables and the risks associated with that project. This template helps the project managers about different crucial activities involved in a project. After this, we have Excel Milestone Tracker. The milestone tracker helps us in tracking or monitoring different tasks in a project. Project managers use this template to monitor the project performance with respect to the timelines. The last template we will see is Excel Project Planner. Excel Project Planner includes a list of tasks with the respected owners along with the start date and the end date of that task. This helps in monitoring each task and comparing the estimated task date with the actual ones. Let's have a look at this template in Excel. We can see the Gantt chart with respect to the data entered. Let's make changes at several places in the data. We can make this 22 to 24. We will make this 23 go to 2. And we can make this 5th September go to 15th September. And when we make the changes, we can realize the Gantt chart is fluctuating. So this is how we can use this template to plan a project effectively and efficiently.
Excel supports a number of shortcut keys that you can use to speed up your work and make your work efficient. These shortcuts make working with spreadsheets a little easier. Now the question arises, do I need to memorize the shortcut keys? The answer is no. The keyboard shortcuts in Excel helps you perform data analysis better and faster, but it would be an advantage if you can remember a few of them. Now, let's begin by looking at some of the important workbook related shortcuts. So we will see how to create a new workbook, open an existing workbook, and save a spreadsheet so that you don't lose any data or calculations that you have done. Towards the end, you will see how you can toggle between different sheets in a workbook. Now to open an Excel workbook on Windows, you can just search for Excel here. You can see this is the Excel app. I'll click on it. And you can see there's the Home tab, New tab. From here you can open any existing workbook as well. So let me go to the New tab and open a blank workbook. Now mark here on the top, it says Book 1 Excel. Now if you were to create a new workbook, the shortcut is Ctrl+N. Now mark this. So if I hit Ctrl+N, you can see it has opened a new workbook called Book 2. I can show it to you here. You can see there are two workbooks, Book 1 and Book 2. So the shortcut to open a new workbook is Ctrl+N. Now if you want to open an existing workbook that is present in your system, the shortcut is Ctrl+O. So if I hit Ctrl+O, you can go to Browse and check for your Excel file that is present on your system. Let me go to the desktop and search for Excel workbooks. You can see I have two Excel files here. Let me select the COVID-19 file. I'll click on Open. I'll enable editing. There you go. So we have our existing workbook opened on Excel. Now if you want to save a workbook or a spreadsheet, the shortcut is Ctrl+S. Now this is very simple, you use it in other editors as well. Now suppose I duplicate this column, I use Ctrl+C, go on top and hit Ctrl+V. Now to save this spreadsheet, I'll just press Ctrl+S. You can see the workbook is saved. Now you can also click on this one which says save, Ctrl+S. So I don't need this column actually, so let me go ahead and delete this column. And now to close the current workbook, the shortcut is Ctrl+W. So if I hit Ctrl+W, it will ask me, do you want to save this file or not? I'll say don't save, and it will close that current file. Next, if you want to close Excel, the shortcut key is Ctrl+F4. Now if I hit Ctrl+F4, you can see my book 1 is closed, so I can go ahead and close the workbook. Now let me go ahead and open a workbook again. So I'll search for Excel and click on it. I'll go to a blank workbook. Now if you want to move to the next sheet, you can use Control Page Down. Now in this current workbook we have only one sheet. Now let me create 2 more sheets and come to sheet 1. Now if you want to move to the next sheet, the shortcut is Control Page Down. So if I hit Control Page Down, you can see I'm in sheet 2 now. If I again hit Control Page Down, I have come to sheet 3. Next, if you want to move on to the previous sheet, the shortcut is Control Page Up. So let me hit Control Page Up. You can see I'm in sheet 2 now. And if I hit Control Page Up once again, I have come to sheet 1. Now to get a little more clarity on this, let me open a workbook that has multiple sheets or multiple tables. So I'll hit Ctrl O and I'll look for my sample Superstore dataset. Click on it. You can see this dataset has 3 tables. The first one is the orders table. The second one is the returns table, which has the detail about the orders that were returned. And the next table is of the people table that basically has person and the region to which the person belonged to. So let me come to my orders table. Now if I want to move to my returns and people table, for that I can hit Control Page Down, which is to move to the next sheet. So if I hit Control Page Down, see I am in the returns table now. If I hit Control Page Down once again, I've come to my people table. If you want to move back, I'll hit Control Page Up. You can see I am in my returns table. If I hit Control Page Up once again, I've come back to my orders table. Now there are a few other shortcuts that I want to tell you here. So suppose you want to switch between different tabs that are present in the ribbon, you can do that as well with the help of shortcut keys. So in Excel, this is the ribbon which has different tabs like the File tab, Home tab, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, and so on. Now currently we are in the Home tab. If you want to move to the Data tab, the shortcut is Alt A. So if I hit Alt A, you can see we have come to the Data tab. Now if you want to go to the View tab, the shortcut is Alt W. You can see we have come to the View tab. And if you want to move to the Formula tab, the shortcut is Alt M. So if I hit Alt M, you can see we have come to the Formula tab. Now let me open another Excel file where we have listed all the shortcut keys that we are covering in this video. So let me go ahead and do that. So I'll go to File and under Open, I'll click on Browse, and under Desktop, I'll look for my Excel shortcut keys file. I'll click on Open. So this is the Excel sheet we have created for you for your reference. You can pause the video to note the shortcut keys we have covered so far. If you want to get access to this Excel sheet, please share your email address in the chat section. We'll send it to you over email. So far, we have covered all the workbook related shortcuts. So these are the shortcuts we have covered so far that I'm highlighting here. Now let's move back to our slides and see what we have next. So you can see we have our cell formatting shortcuts up next. Now here I will tell you the different shortcuts that can be applied to a cell, such as editing a cell, aligning cell contents, adding a border to a cell, adding an outline to all the selected cells, etc. So let's go ahead and do these operations. So I'll go to my book 1, and the first shortcut that we'll see is how to edit a cell. For example, there are certain values such as 10, 20, 30, and if I scroll down like this, and now if you want to edit the cells, you can just select that cell. Here I have selected A4 cell, you can see on the top, and hit F2 to edit the cell. So if I hit F2, you can see I can edit the cell and make it say 40. Similarly, I'll hit F2 again and make this as 50, and so on. Now you can also edit the formula that is present in a cell. So let me use a formula. Say we'll calculate the sum, and I'll choose A1 to A8 and find the sum. Now if I select this and click on F2, I can change the formula as well. Let's say average. I'll hit enter. You can see it has calculated the average from A1 to A8. Now if you want to copy paste cells, the shortcut is very simple, is Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Now suppose I want to copy cell A4, I can just hit Ctrl C and I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it. Similarly, you can also select a range of cells and hit Ctrl C and Ctrl V to paste it. Similarly, you can also copy paste different cells from other worksheets. So I have come to my sample superstore workbook, and let me select a few cells, and I can copy it by hitting Ctrl C. I'll move back and I can paste it by Ctrl V. Next, if you want to bold and italicize the font values in a cell, you can use Ctrl B and Ctrl I respectively. So if I want to bold, suppose the headings or the column names, I can use Ctrl B. You can see it's bold. And if I want to italicize certain values, let me select this one. I can use Ctrl I to italicize it. I'll hit Ctrl I. You can see it's italicized. Now you can also underline the cell contents. So let me show you how to do that. For this purpose, we use Ctrl plus U. So let me select this cell and I'll hit Ctrl U. You can see it has added an underline. Similarly, let me do it for one more cell. I'll hit Ctrl plus U. You can see it has put an underline to this cell as well. Now if you want to fill colors to certain cells, the shortcut you can use is Alt plus H plus H. So let me show you. If I select this cell and hit Alt HH, you can see it has prompted me to select a color. I'll select this blue color, and you can see you have filled a color to this cell. Similarly, you can fill color to a range of cells as well. I have selected these cells, and let me hit Alt HH, and this time I'll select this green color. You can see we have filled all these cells with green color. Now if you want to add a border to a cell, the shortcut is Alt plus H plus B. Now let me select this cell 40 and hit Alt plus H plus B. So it has prompted me to select the type of border that you want. Now let me select I want a top border. You can see here it has put a top border to cell B5. And now let me choose cell E6 and again hit Alt HB, and this time let's say I'll select all borders. You can see the cell has all borders across it. Now if you were to remove the outline border, the shortcut is Ctrl plus Shift plus underscore. So if I want to remove this top border from cell B5, I'll hit Ctrl Shift underscore. You can see the top border is no more there. Similarly, let's remove all border from cell E6. I'll hit Ctrl Shift underscore. You can see the border is gone. Now if you want to add outline to selected cells, the shortcut is Ctrl plus Shift plus ampersand. So let me select the cells that I had colored just now, and if I hit Ctrl Shift ampersand, you can see it has added a border to the selected cells. I can show it to you here as well. Let me select it and hit Ctrl Shift ampersand. You can see it has added a border to all the selected cells. Another thing I want to show you here is, if you want to move to the previous cell, the shortcut is Shift Tab. So if I select this cell and hit Shift Tab, it will take me back to the next cell, which is E8. If I hit Shift Tab again, it takes me to C8, next is B8, then it's A8. Now if you want to move to the next cell, the shortcut is Tab. So if I hit Tab, it will take me to the next cell. Now if you want to select the cells on the right, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift right arrow. So initially if I select cell H2 and now I want to select all the cells on the right, I can just hit Ctrl Shift right arrow. So as you can see, it has selected all the cells on the right. Similarly, if you want to select all the cells on the left, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift left arrow. As you can see, it has selected all the cells. Now if you want to select the column from the selected cell to the end of the table, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift down arrow. So I'll hit Ctrl Shift down arrow. You can see it has selected the entire column. Now if you want to select the data above the selected cell, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift up arrow. So I'll hit Ctrl Shift up arrow. You can see it has selected all the cells that were present on top of it. Yeah. Let me again take you to the Excel sheet that has all the list of shortcuts discussed in this video. So I'll go to File and I'll open Excel shortcut keys. So now we have looked at all the cell formatting shortcuts that I'm highlighting. Again, if you want to get access to this Excel sheet, please drop in your email ID. We'll share it over email. Next, we'll be discussing about some additional cell formatting shortcuts. So up next, we will see some additional cell formatting shortcuts. Here, we will have a look at how to add a comment to a cell. So comments are used to give extra information about a cell value. You can also learn how to find a value and replace it with another value in the spreadsheet. Then we'll see how to activate a filter, insert the current date, current time, and also add a hyperlink to a cell. Finally, we'll see how to apply a format to the data in a cell. Now let me go to my sample superstore dataset. So this is my sample superstore dataset. Now if I need to add a comment to a cell, the shortcut key I will use is Shift F2. So let me select Brosina Hoffman and hit Shift F2. You can see my comment box has appeared. Now let me give a comment like Brosina is from LA or Los Angeles. You can see Brosina Hoffman is from Los Angeles. Now if I select this, you can see our comment. Next, if you want to display, find and replace a value from a cell or a range of cells, you can use Ctrl plus H. So let me select Ctrl plus H. You can see our find and replace box has appeared, and here if I want to change the name of, say, suppose Brusina to something like Angela, I'll first select for Brusina. So here I am typing what I need to find, that is Brusina, and I'll replace it with Angela, suppose. Now I'll hit replace all. You'll get a pop-up, say all done. We made 48 replacements. If I click OK and select close, you can see the name Brusina was changed to Angela. Excel has another important feature, which is to filter your data based on certain values. Now let me show you how you can apply a filter. So I'll select this city column and I'll go to my data tab, and here you can see we have filter. I'll choose this. Now we have applied a filter to our city column. To show you more, you can see here it has all the city name listed, and if I uncheck this, select all, and I'll select certain cities and click OK, it will filter my data only for those cities. Use Ctrl Z to undo it. And now if you want to activate a filter, the shortcut key that I'll use is Alt down arrow. So if I held Alt down arrow, you can see my activate filter box has appeared. I'll choose cancel. If I click on a particular cell in this city column and hit Alt down arrow again, you can see the list of cities here. Now I'll move back to my book 1 and I'll show you how you can insert the current date. Now to insert the current date in a particular cell, the shortcut I'll use is Ctrl plus semicolon. So now if I hit Ctrl plus semicolon, it will give me the current date. You can see this is our current date, that is 9th of June. Similarly, you can go ahead and get the current time as well. So the shortcut for that is Ctrl Shift colon. So if you hit Ctrl Shift colon, it will give you the current time as well. Also, Excel allows you to insert a hyperlink. Now in order to insert a hyperlink, you can use Ctrl plus K. So if I hit Ctrl plus K, you can see the insert hyperlink box has appeared. Now you can give any address here. So let me go to Google and say W3 schools. I'll copy this link and I'll paste it in the address section. And here on the top where it says text to display, I'll write W3 schools website. Now if I hit OK, you can see we have inserted a hyperlink, and if I click on this, it will take me to the W3 schools website. So it opens up in my Google Chrome. You can see this is the W3 schools website. Similarly, let me insert one more link. So I'll go ahead and click Ctrl K, and this time let's say I'll choose Simplilearn's website. I'll select this website address, and here in the address section I'll paste the URL, and on top I'll write Simplilearn website, which is my text that it will display. I click on OK. If I click on this cell, it will take me to my Simplilearn's website. Going back, now I'll tell you how to apply certain formats. So let's see how you can apply a currency format. So you can see we have some numerical values here. I'll select these values, and if I hit Ctrl Shift $, now these numbers have been converted into currency format. We have all in the form of rupees. Similarly, if you want to convert a particular cell value, say 0.3 into percentage, you can use Control Shift and percentage symbol. So it has converted into 30%. Suppose it's 0.6, and on this if I select Control Shift percentage, it has converted into 60%. Another shortcut key that you can use is Alt Q or Alt plus Q. This will go to the tell me what you want to do box. So if I hit Alt Q, you can see it has taken me to the tell me what you want to do box. If I select a pivot table, it will ask you to give the range and select where you want to place your pivot table. I'll hit cancel. Now moving ahead, if you have enjoyed watching this video so far, consider subscribing to our Simplilearn YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Let's see what we have next. So now we'll look at some of the important row and column formatting shortcuts. Here we will learn how to delete rows and columns, hide and unhide selected rows and columns, as well as group and ungroup rows and columns. I'll go to my sample Superstore dataset. Now, if you want to select an entire row, I'll click on a particular cell, and if I want to select row 7, I'll just hit Shift space. So you can see it has selected my entire row. Similarly, if you want to select an entire column, you can hit Control space. So if I hit Control space, it has selected my order date column. Now to select the entire worksheet, you can use Control Shift space. So I'll hit Control Shift space. You can see it has selected my entire worksheet. Now if you want to move to the edge of the worksheet, you can use Control right arrow. So this is the edge of the worksheet. Now if you want to delete a column, you can use Alt plus H plus D plus C or Alt H D C. Now let's say I want to delete a specific column. Let me choose a column. Say the discount column, I want to delete it. So I can use Alt H D C. So let me press Alt H D C. You can see the discount column is gone. I'll use Control Z to bring it back. Now, if you want to delete a row, you can use Shift plus space to select that entire row. So let me hit Shift space. Now I've selected my row 10, and then if I hit Control minus, it will delete row 10. And see, row ID 9 is deleted. If I undo it, I have it back. Moving ahead, now if you want to hide a selected row, the shortcut is Control 9. So let's say I have selected row 11 and I want to hide it. I can just use Control 9 to hide it. Now you can see we have hidden that particular row. Now if you want to unhide that selected row, the shortcut is Control Shift 9. So I'll hit Control Shift 9 to unhide it. You see we have that row back. Similarly, you can also hide a selected column. Now to hide a selected column, let's say I want to hide first name column, so I can use Control 0. So if I hit Control 0, you can see we have hidden the first name column. Now to unhide that selected column, we can use Control plus Shift plus 0 or Control Shift 0. So if I hit Control Shift 0, you see the shortcut did not work. Let me try it once again. Control Shift 0. It's not working. So for that, you need to change the settings by going to the control panel. So let me search for my control panel. I'll select it, and now I'll search for language here. Let me search for language. I'll click on it. I'll go to advanced settings, and then I'll click on change language bar hotkeys. In this, here I'll select change key sequence, and then under switch keyboard layout I'll choose not assigned and click on OK. I'll apply and click on OK, and then I'll close it. Now if I hit Ctrl Shift 0, it will unhide my selected column. Moving ahead, now if you want to group rows or columns, the shortcut key for it is Alt Shift right arrow. Now suppose I have selected these two cells and I want to group these cells, so I can hit Alt Shift right arrow. So you can see the group box has appeared and I have selected rows. If I click on OK, you can see here we have grouped both the rows. Now if you want to ungroup the rows, the shortcut for it is Alt Shift left arrow. So I'll hit Alt Shift left arrow and select rows. I'll click on OK to ungroup the rows. Now let me take you back to our reference sheet. So now we have covered all the row and column formatting shortcuts that you can see here. Now let me move back to our slides. Now we are into the final section of our shortcut keys. Here we will cover the shortcut keys you can use in a pivot table. In Microsoft Excel, a pivot table is a table of statistics that summarizes your data. For example, you have sales data for different regions and for different products. Using a pivot table, you can summarize the data by region and find the average sales per region, the maximum and minimum sales per region, total sales made for each region and for each category of products, etc. It allows you to summarize and show only relevant data in your reports. I'll create a pivot table and show you different shortcuts to group pivot table items, ungroup pivot table items. Then we'll see how to hide pivot table item, create a pivot chart on the same sheet, and create a pivot chart on a new sheet. Now let me go to Excel and create a pivot table using my coronavirus dataset. So I'll select File and I'll open a file. I'll choose my COVID-19 dataset. So you can see we have our coronavirus dataset. It has the date column, the day column, month, year, the total number of cases that have come up in each country, the total number of deaths that were reported, country territory code, and we have the continent as well. Now let me show you how you can create a pivot table first. So I'll select my table and under Insert, I'll choose Pivot Table. I have my table range selected. Then I'll choose Existing Worksheet to place my pivot table. I'll select a cell and click on OK. Just squeeze this and I'll sort in this column as well. Now I want to drag my countries and territories onto rows. So you can see we have all the countries here, and then I'll drag the cases column onto values and similarly the deaths column onto values as well. If I close this and let me squeeze it further, you can see we have our pivot table ready. It has all the country names. and the total sum of the cases and the total sum of deaths that were reported in each country. Let's use this pivot table and apply some shortcut keys. Now first, to group pivot table items, the shortcut key that I can use is Alt Shift right arrow. So let's select a few items from this pivot table. I have selected 4 rows, and if I hit Alt Shift right arrow, you can see we have created a group. It says group 1 and it has 4 countries and the total cases as well as the total number of deaths. Now if you want to ungroup the pivot table items, you can use Alt Shift left arrow. So let me use Alt Shift left arrow. So first I have to select this group and use Alt Shift left arrow. You can see we have ungrouped the pivot table items. Now if you want to hide a pivot table item, you can use Control minus. So let's say I want to hide the values for Afghanistan. I'll use Control minus to hide it. See, Afghanistan is no more there in this pivot table. To unhide, let me just use Control Z. It's back. Similarly, if you want to create a pivot chart based on the pivot table on the same sheet, you can use Alt F1. So let me hit Alt F1. Close this and let me hit Alt F1. There you go. We have our pivot chart ready on the same sheet itself. So you can see there's a blue line and there's orange line as well. The blue line represents the number of cases and the orange line represents the sum of deaths. This chart depicts that United States has the highest number of cases as of now. And then you can see we have Hungary, Iraq, then there's Portugal and other countries as well. Let me delete it. Also, if you want to create a pivot chart on a new worksheet, the shortcut you can use is F11. So you just have to hit F11. So let me hit F11. You can see here it has created a new pivot chart on another worksheet. It has the sum of the cases and the sum of the deaths. With that, we have covered all the shortcut keys that can help you speed up your work in Excel. If you think we have missed out on any shortcut keys, then please put it in the chat section as well as in the comment section of the video. Now let me go back to my slides. Now let's have a question and answer session where I'll address a few questions. So please feel free to put in your questions in the chat section of the video. There's one question which I can see here is, how important is Excel for data analytics? So Microsoft Excel is one of the top tools for data analysis. It is recommended for those who don't know programming. Excel supports a wide range of functions to sort and filter your data, perform calculations, and apply conditional formatting as well. You can also create pivot tables and pivot charts, perform what-if analysis, and derive valuable business insights by visualizing the data using reports and dashboards. Another question I can see in the chat is it necessary to memorize all the shortcut keys? Not at all. You need not memorize all the shortcut keys. It is hard to remember all of them. Shortcut keys are only useful for performing your tasks better and faster, but it would be an advantage if you memorize a few of them. Also, if you continuously use it while working on Excel, then it will be easier for you to remember them. Let me check a few more questions. Okay, the next question I can see here is, can Excel be integrated with other software? Of course, it can be. Excel data can be imported into Microsoft Access. Microsoft Word and PowerPoint use Microsoft Excel to create tables within their documents. Power BI Desktop uses Microsoft Excel to analyze data. Similarly, Excel can also be integrated and used with Microsoft SQL Server, Python, and R programming. Now let me check if there are any more questions. Okay, someone has asked how to secure information in Excel. So Excel has a cell locking feature that prevents other users from changing the information in the cell. Additionally, the entire worksheet or workbook can be password protected. If there are certain parts of the workbook that should not be seen by unauthorized people, you can place a password on those parts of the workbook or the entire workbook itself. Now I think I have covered most of the important questions. If you have any more queries, put it in the chat section. Our team will reply to it.
Today we are going to talk about Microsoft Excel interview questions. So here I'll be discussing some important questions that you will come across when you face interview for Excel. And we will start with the basics, the beginner level, and most of them will be discussed here will be the beginner level at the beginning, and then we'll discuss it at the further level. Okay, so the first question that you might get asked is, what is a cell address in Excel? So a cell address is a combination of column, letter, and a row number that identifies a cell on a worksheet. Basically, each cell will have an associated column number, column letter, and a row number. So you have to keep in mind it will always be a column letter and a row number. Each Excel sheet will have, suppose for instance, if you take row 5, rows will be in numbers and the columns will be in letters, column A, column B, column C, column D, and so on. And the numbers will be for the rows. So for instance, if you take this particular cell, the cell address is D5, column D and row 5. So this is the cell address. Now let's move on to the next one. Now you will be asked, what is relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing in Excel? So relative cell referencing is usually the relative references change when a formula is copied to another cell depending on the destination's row and column. Okay, so this is called relative cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing, irrespective of the cell, you don't have to depend on the value of the cell destination. There is no change when a formula is copied. So this I'll explain it in the next slide. The basic difference is this type of referencing is there by default in Excel. Relative cell referencing, you just insert the formula. You don't need to put a dollar sign in the formula. Whereas absolute cell referencing, if you don't want to change in the formula when it's copied across cell, then absolute cell referencing requires you to add a dollar sign before and after the column and row address. So see, for instance, this is relative referencing. If you see this particular cell is having we put the value as A3 into B3. So what it will do is it will multiply A3 and B3 and it will give the product. This is relative cell referencing. Whereas absolute cell referencing is again the same thing, but you have to put a dollar sign before the column and the row number. So here you are specifying this as A3 into B2. Okay, A3 into B2, and it will give you this particular answer. Irrespective of that, it will calculate what is there in this and it will give you the answer. Okay, now we need to move on to the next point, is basic question. When you scroll across an Excel sheet, sometimes you have a header on the first row, and if you scroll down you will not be able to see the first row. So there is a process there is a trick to freeze the panes in the Excel. So you just need to have the rows locked. So how do you freeze panes? This is the question. So what you need to do is you need to select the view tab, go to the view tab and go to freeze panes. It's a basic thing and you will see this. If you see here, select the third row and click freeze panes. So you just select this and click freeze panes. Okay, so you're going here and you're going to the third row and you are going to View tab and you are selecting Freeze Pane. So what happens is first two rows will be locked. Okay, these two rows will be locked. Similarly, for if you want to freeze the columns, okay, it's the same thing. I am going to select this particular column and then click on View and then click Freeze Pane. So what happens is the first two columns are locked. A and B will be locked. And if I scroll right, you will always see the customer name and category column. So these two we have locked and the next will be scrolled. So this is the function of freezing panes. Okay. Now coming on to the next one, and you will be asked, and you have an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet and you want to restrict, you want to protect the data from anyone or from someone from copying the cell for your worksheet. So how do you do that? You need to select that particular data that you want to protect and then click Ctrl Shift F, and then you will see the protection tab. Okay, you just need to go to the protection tab and select lock. Okay, and you will be asked to put a password, wherein you will be getting the review tab where you need to select the sheet, put a password and just save it. So I will show you across in one of the examples here. So this is particular data that you have and you need to protect. You select it. So here, as I said, I selected it and then I just press Ctrl Shift F. So here you see the protection tab. Click the protection tab and then click select and then lock and then click OK. And then you need to go to the review tab and then click on the protect sheet. And you need to select this protect worksheet and contents of locked cells. So you are selecting these and you are protecting the content, and you just need to put some password. Okay, and then click OK. Okay, so this is how you protect the data on a worksheet, and you are selecting this area, Ctrl Shift F, and just put up a password and select locked sheet. So this is how you protect the sheet from anyone to copy it, the content. Now the next question that you might be asked is, what is the difference between a function and a formula in Excel? So you will be asked this question and you need to remember this. Formula is like an equation which is typed in by the user. You are typing it. Suppose A1 plus B2. You are typing this formula in one particular cell. Okay. Whereas functions are predefined calculations. It is like a formula which is already there in Excel and you can use it. So as it says here, it consumes more time and it has to be typed in manually. This is as per the need basis, and this is particularly, it's very quick and very efficient. You have inbuilt formulas in Excel, the sum and multiplication, product, and various other things that you will come across. So this is the basic difference between a formula and a function in Excel. Okay. Now the next question that you might be asked is, or you need to know basically, is the order of operations used in Excel while evaluating the formulas. So what is the order? You need to remember this acronym, PEDMAS, PEDMAS, or in other simple terms, you can use this also. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So these are the acronyms, PEDMAS. Now let's see what happens first. And you in math, when you do some calculations, you have order of operations. Okay, BODMAS is the one of the order of operations. Now in Excel, similarly in Excel, when you put up a formula, Excel will calculate it in a particular order, and this is called the order of operations. And the order of operations is, first it will calculate what is there in the parenthesis. It will perform this function and then it will see if there are any exponents in it, and if it is there, it will do that calculation the next, and after that it will see if there is any multiplication or division. So PED, and then it will see if there is any addition. Okay, and then the last one will be the subtraction. So Excel knows this, and you have to know this so that when you put up a formula, you will know what is going to happen first and you will not mess up with your formula. Okay, this is the order of operations. It is one of the important questions in the interview for a beginner Excel level. Now the next one is how will you write the formula for following? Multiply the value in a cell A1 by 10 and add the result by 5 and divide it by 2. It is quite simple. Okay, so I'm just giving it an example in this slide, and you might be asked something else. So you will be given a task to calculate or put up a formula for this. So when you are asked, multiply the value in a cell of A1 by 10. So this is particularly thing. Okay, A1 is the particular cell that is being given, and you are multiplying it. Okay, you put it in parenthesis and then add the result by 5. So it will calculate the parenthesis first. Okay, and if it sees if there are any exponents, you have to think in that way, if there are any exponents in it or not. And then first it will see the parenthesis and then exponent. There are no exponents here, and then it will do the multiplication and then the addition and the division. Okay, so you will get this particular answer, and if you put it simply in this way, your answer is wrong because it will multiply it into 10, add 5 and divide by 2. So you have to check which one is right, and you have to make sure that you are putting the right parenthesis. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Okay, the next question is there is a difference. What is the difference between count, counter and count blank? These are three particular important things that you need to. These are similar, but they are quite different when you actually see it. Okay, so first we will see what is count. Count is basically it counts the number of cells which have numeric values. As the name suggests, it is count. It will count the number of cells which has numeric values. Okay, if you see this column, and we are at A11, we are putting it as count equals to A10 to A2 to A10. So you're taking this range and you're finding out what are the number of cells which have numeric value. If you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cells have numeric values. It counts the cells which has numeric value. And the next thing is the counter. Okay, what counter does? It counts the number of cells which has any form of content. It can be anything. It can be a number, it can be a alphabet, it can be anything. It will see what are the number of cells which has any form of content. Okay, for example, this is the same example we here taken here, and we have put the function as counter A2 to A10. Now see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it sees that there are 7 cells have some content in it. It is numbers and letters. It can be anything, but it has some content. So counter is the function for this. Now the next one is count blank. Okay, as the name suggests, it will count the number of blank cells only. So again the same examples, count blank A2 to A10. Okay, it will see what are the number of blanks. Okay, if you see this is blank and this is blank, so 2 cells are blank, so it will count the number of blank cells only. Okay, now the next one is what is the shortcut to add a filter to a table? Why do we use filter? And it is one of the basics function in the Excel where you need to do some sorting, and it can be done by using a filter. What is the shortcut key? It's very simple, Control Shift and L. This is the key that is used to put up a filter. You just press this Control Shift L all together and you will find the filter and you can sort it. Now the next question that you will come across is how do you create a hyperlink in Excel? So it's quite simple. There is a simple shortcut, Control K. You press these two together and you will get the option. You will select it will select the cell where you have to insert the hyperlink. Hyperlink basically it redirects to any other document. It can be a web page, it can be a Word document, it can be another Excel sheet or so on. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, Now another important question, that is how to merge multiple cells, text strings in a cell. So how do we merge the text strings in multiple cells into one cell? There is one particular simple function that you can use, which is called as concatenate. Concatenate function is used to merge text strings present in multiple cells. Okay, and it's a very simple thing. You just need to put this equals to concatenate, and then if for example, this is the formula: concatenate text1, text2, text3, or this is concatenate a1 comma b1 comma c1. This is the data in our three cells. Excel is found in a1, b1 and c1. So now if you want to put them all in one, and you can merge it in one cell using the concatenate function, and it's very simple: concatenate and parenthesis a1 comma b1 comma c1. Okay, and you will get it all merged in one particular cell. Okay, so this is how you use the concatenate function. And you can also use the AND operator to combine cell values. It is the same thing. You can use the AND operator instead of commas. Okay, and I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, now we have this. I'll just copy this thing to here. Okay, and let's make it simple. And now I want to put this here: equals concatenate and a1 comma b1 comma c. I just close it and I put enter. So you see this all the different text is merged in one particular cell, and you can perform various merge functions using the concatenate function. It's a very simple thing, and it is a frequently asked questions in the interview. Okay, the next question, it is a very important one again, and a very basic as well. So how can you split a column into two or more columns? You have some particular text or a sentence written or data written in your cell or a column, and you want to put them across in two or more or many number of columns. So how do you perform this function? It's very simple again. You need to select that particular cell. So for instance, we have it here is India is a democratic country. India space is space a space democratic space country. So it's a different text here, and you want to split this particular sentence into different columns. Okay, you need to select that cell and then go to the data tab and then choose text to columns. There will be an option wherein you need to select text to columns. Okay, and you will see this screen. Okay, and you need to choose the delimiter here, and what we are specifying here is first it is a delimiter, and then we are selecting a delimiter as space, because we see that it is space here which is very common, and we want to split it. So you will see a preview here which shows what your output will be like. India in one column is a democratic country. So the delimiter is space here, and you need to select this and then click next. Okay, so you will see the options. Select the columns data format and choose the destination. Now you see the data preview, and you need to select the destination where you want to put this output as, and you select that and then click finish. And this one, what it does, it splits the text into multiple columns. Okay, so you see this, you have selected this as the output, and it starts here: India is a democratic country. So you will come across some data which is huge, and there are spaces or obliques or anything that is differentiated it with, and you need to put them in different rows or different columns. So this is the function that you need to use to split the text into different or multiple columns. Okay, the next question can be a very simple one, or most widely used in fact. And what is the use of Vlookup and how do we use it? So what is this particular thing in Excel? VLOOKUP function is used for looking up a piece of information in a table and extracting some corresponding data or information. So you have some set of values in one particular column and you want to retrieve or extract the data corresponding to that particular column or a cell in the whole sheet. Okay, so the syntax is something like this. It is, you need to go to one particular cell where you want the output as, and you type the function VLOOKUP, and you are selecting the value where it is the cell exactly where you want the output to be, and you are selecting the table here, and you are specifying the column index and range lookup. So value, this indicates the value that you have to look for in the first column of a table. Okay, and then the table basically this refers to the table from which you have to retrieve a value. We will show this in the example in the next slide. And the column index, it provides the column in the table from which we are to retrieve a value. Okay, you will specify the column index, which one you are looking for. The next thing is range lookup, which is optional. True with if you put true, it is approximate match, which is default, and false if it is exact match, if you're looking for the exact match. So what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we do it? Okay, so find the product related to a customer name Richard. Okay, you have this sheet, and in this one you want to see what Richard has bought. Okay, what is the product that he has bought, and you can do this with the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so you just go here and you type in the function VLOOKUP. You're naming it as Richard, and first thing is the value, it is H4. Okay, and then the next thing is the table. Okay, table is A2 because this is the table. Okay, and you're looking for customer name Richard. Okay, and then you're selecting this, the whole column index, which is E15. I mean, you're selecting this whole table till 15. Okay, E15. You're selecting this, and then the next thing is optional, which is giving you the range lookup. Okay, what it does is it's optional. It is, you're looking for an exact value or an approximate. By default, it is approximate match. So how it performs the function. Okay, so it gives you the answer as camera. It goes and lookups for Richard in this particular, it will give you the output here, and the A2 is the table that it will look for, the customer name, and it will search for Richard, and then it will give you the output as camera. Now the next thing will be VLOOKUP, different from lookup function. How different they are. VLOOKUP lets the user look for a value in the leftmost column of a table. So as we've seen in the example, it allows you to look for a data in the leftmost column of the table and returns the value in a left to right way. Okay, it sorts in left to right way. Whereas lookup function lets the user look for data in a row column and returns the value in the another row or column. It will give you the lookup function in the next row or column. Okay, not very easy to use as compared to the lookup function. Okay, as we see, it's a bit complicated when you compare it to the lookup function. It's quite simple and it is used to replace the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so this is the different lookup and VLOOKUP function. Now Excel is basically used for reporting, mainly used for reporting to management. You have to extract different kinds of reports, and what are the report formats that are available in Excel? This is one of the important questions again for a beginner level, and there are three formats basically: compact form, outline form, tabular form. Okay, these are the three formats that are available, report formats that are available in Excel. Okay, the next question is about a function, which is how does if function work in Excel? Okay, the if function in Excel, it actually performs a logical test, and you will give a condition, it performs the test and returns a value if the test evaluates to true, and another value which you again will specify if the test result is false. Okay, for instance, we have here a simple example which is shown in the slide, and what we are doing here is written record is valid if age is greater than 20. We have age here specified, and salary is greater than 40,000, else return the record is invalid. So we are giving two conditions, and it actually checks and evaluates whether these conditions are met, and it will give you then output whether record is valid or invalid based on the two conditions that are specified. Okay, and F2 to axis, which is these column, we are specifying it should be greater than 20, and G2 to G6, which is the salary column, and we are specifying the condition to be greater than 40,000. So based on this two things, it will check and perform. If these conditions are met, then it will give the desired result. Okay, so this is the function that is used in Excel, if function. Okay, the next thing is SUMIF function. Okay, again, the SUMIF function adds the cell value specified by a given condition or a criteria. So you are giving a condition and you are actually doing another function which is performing the addition. Okay, it will add the cell values based on a condition. Again, it is shown here the total sum of salary where salary is greater than 75,000. Again, for example, the salary column is G2 to G6, and we are doing a SUMIF function. What the result will be, it will perform the addition of salaries which are greater than 75,000. So it will see which values are greater than 75,000, and then the output will be, it will be adding these salaries which are greater than 75,000. Okay, now coming to the next slide, we will discuss another important function, COUNTIF, and we'll find the data result based on the data that we have and the COUNTIF function. So we have a slide, the data here, and using the COVID data, find the number of days in which the number of deaths in Italy has been greater than 200. Okay, it's not shown here for some reason, but I will show you in the Excel sheet. Okay, so this is the data that we have, and we will try to find the function. So we'll use the COUNTIF function, and COUNTIF function is again simple. COUNTIF, you are specifying the column, that is the source that you are looking for, that is G2, the column G, and it is 2. It starts from 2, row 2, G2 till G35777, which is the end of the column. And what you're looking for is Italy. You are specifying it in quotes, Italy, and then the next column that it will look for is the E column, the number of cases. Okay, here we have the number of cases, E22. Again, we are specifying the range, and what we're looking for is number of cases which are more than 20. So we'll perform this function and it will show you the output. Okay, I'll show you to you in the Excel. So here is the sheet, and I will try to get the answer here, and so we are performing count F. Okay, count F, and you are giving the brackets, parenthesis, G2, which is the countries column. Okay, countries column, here who are specifying the whole range, 3, 5, 777. It is basically a long list of data, and you're specifying the range. And what you're looking for is particularly any country. You can pick up like Algeria. Okay, Algeria, and you specify it in quotes. Okay, comma. Then what is the next target that you are looking for is the column E, where it is mentioning the number of cases. Okay, so you specify the column range for the number of cases, which is again E, and then the 3, 5, 777. I mean, it's a basically a long list of data that you're looking for, and then what is the condition that you want to know, and you have to specify it in quotes, and what you're looking for is number of cases which are more than, and you hit enter. Okay, so it gives you the output as 143. So there are 143 days in which the number of cases were more than 20. So let's refine our search further. Let's see 30, and it gives 140. So another example that you can take is, let's pick Afghanistan. And hit. So there are 119 days that you will see the number of cases were more than 30, and this can be done with the COUNTIF function. So the next question is about the pivot table. So what is a pivot table? It's basically is a summary of table of the data set. I mean, the data that is there, that can be, multiple number of rows and columns which has different data that has to be that is there in the reports, and you need to analyze those trends, and you need to create a report and basically present it to the management or in a presentation. So pivot table is a summary of table. Whatever data is there, you can put it in a summarized format. They are useful if you have long rows or columns that hold values you need to track. Okay, so you have long list of data and you need to summarize it and put it in a presentation, or you need to track the values. So it's very simple. You have to select the data and then go to the insert tab and select pivot table. Okay, and then it will show up like this, and you need to select the table, which is table or range, and then you need to specify where you want to put up this pivot table. Okay, and it's quite simple, and I can show it to you in one of the examples. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to select this, and once you generate, or as we have seen in the previous slide, you need to select this, and you need to select the output where you want to put the pivot table. And then once you do that, you will see something like this, and you need to select these particular fields and put it in values. So it will, for example, you need to select the deaths, number of deaths. You can just simply click this, select this, drag and drop it in the values. Okay, so these are the different fields that can be put up in the table. Okay, we can show it to you in the example here. So this is our data, and we need to show it in a pivot table. Okay, select this and then go to the insert tab and click pivot table. Okay, select that, and it will show you the table or the range, and now where you want to put it. Okay, I will put it in the existing worksheet. Okay, and I'll just select which column. I'll put it here, for example, and it will show you this, and click OK. So this is the table, and now you need to select the fields that you want to show in the table. For example, we need to see the continents, the number of cases as per the continents. Okay, I selected and put it in the row, and we see immediately we see it in a table where you see the names of the continents. And now I want to see the number of cases, and I simply select it and put it across in the values. So this is quite simple and very informative, very short and crisp form of presenting the data in a pivot table. Okay, so this is how it is being used and it is being presented. You just need to go to the insert tab, pivot table, and it will generate the table, and then you can select the fields. All right, so the next question here is how do we create a drop down list in Excel? This is particularly useful when you need to sort particular data with the drop down list, where a number of different variables are there, and you need to select one particular field and sort the data. So you can do this by creating a drop down list using the data validation option present in the data tab. It's quite simple. You select the data and you go to the data validation tab in the data and click select data validation. So once you select that, it will ask you to specify a range. So you need to select what data you need to sort and put a drop down. So you need to select this and click data validation, and you select the list option, which shows you that there is a different option. Okay, I'll show it across in the Excel. For example, what we have here is some particular data, and we have different variables. We need to sort or put a drop down list. So just go to data as said in the slides, and go to data validation and click data validation. Now as you click it, it will ask you to data validation settings. Okay, and in the drop down, go and select list option. So it will ask you to specify the source. So when you ask to specify the source, just click this particular column and click OK. So here I'm mentioning the source is column B. Okay, B3 to B14. Okay, click OK, and then it will give you the option. So here you can put this in anywhere across the Excel and click the option. Okay, so this is the way to drop down using the data validation option. So in the next example, we will see how do we apply advanced filters in Excel. We use the advanced filter option present in the data tab. So this is the scenario wherein you have multiple set of data and you need to sort it, and it's actually huge data, and you need to sort a particular column or a field with this criteria, and you can select it and specify the criteria and specify a range what you want to select, or based on what criteria the range can be specified, and you can just get it in a single click. So this is the option. You have to go to data tab, advanced, and you have to apply the advanced filter, and then you need to specify the list range, that is basically the source, and then the criteria wherein you specify the criteria present here. I mean, you are specifying, in this case we will take an example wherein we are trying to sort the data or the number of cases based on number of deaths and in a particular country, and we are specifying the output. The copy to field is the output, where you will see the output. So I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have a spreadsheet wherein you will see all the data, COVID data that we have, and based on the countries and the continents and the number of deaths, number of cases, and so on. Okay, and it also has different fields like the date, year, and month, and all. So here I am going to sort the data which is particularly for Europe and which has deaths of more than 200 in a day. So how do we do it? Go to data, advanced, and you need to select copy to another location. Okay, and this is the list range, so it's basically given in this countries. Okay, and the criteria range you have to specify this. So I am going to select this as my criteria. Okay, and then I have to put the output in one particular cell, so I need to select it again, let's say here. Okay, and then I just click OK. See, it's quite simple. Instead of running through the whole thing, we can just do it with a simple function. Okay, so it shows me the deaths which are more than 200 and for which particular country and for which particular continents. Alright, so this is basically made very simple with this option. The next question is you need to highlight some particular cells using a particular criteria. In this case, we are trying to analyze or highlight those cells where the total sales is more than $5,000. So what we do is we use conditional formatting to highlight the cells based on the criteria. It's a very useful tool in analyzing data, and visually it helps. You can have a look at the data in quick flash. You will see the data and it's quite visible using the conditional formatting. So how we do that is I will show it to you now. So as said in the slide, we have the data of the sales that is provided to us, and we need to see who has done more sales which is greater than the $5,000. So just go to home and you need to say go to conditional formatting. So for that you need to highlight or select this, go home, conditional formatting, highlight. Okay, and you have different options here. You select greater than and you specify the value. Here my criteria is $5,000. Okay, we can select which color. So let's go for green. Okay, see this, you will immediately see the option. You don't have to dig or look in deep into the data and find out which one is more than 5,000 or any particular value. Okay, so conditional formatting. Now moving on to the next question, the index and match function. You must be familiar with the index and match function and why it is used. Basically, index function is a very powerful tool wherein you, for example, you have a table of planets in our solar system and you want to get the name of the fourth planet, Mars. So you can do it with a formula using the index function, and at the same time you can use the match function. Okay, with the match function together you can play wonders with it. Okay, match function is another function that is designed to find the position of an item in a range. For example, we can use the match function to get the position of a word or or in this case we have a name, and we can use the index and match function to find the city. How we do that is shown here. Okay, it looks quite complicated here when you see the formula, but I can show it to you in the Excel and explain it further. Okay, so here I have, and I want to know where these people are and where they belong to. Okay, so let's see how it goes. We have seen it, and we use the index function. Okay, index. Okay, now when I have to specify the range. Okay, so the range is A2, and it selects the name, and I want to select it from A2 to A7. Okay, E7, sorry, E7. Okay, so as you see, it highlights the whole table. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I want to match it. Okay, match it with a condition. I am specifying a condition A10. Why? Because I have to specify a name here, and it will show me the city where he belongs to. Okay, where it shows is A2. Okay, if you see A2, it shows the name. Through A7, I have to specify the range here. Okay, not just one name, we are specifying the whole range. As you see, if you put the values, it will show you the selection. Okay, A7, and what it should be the exact match. So 0 denotes the exact match, parenthesis close, and I am putting another match condition. Okay, what is this? And this will give me the output. What output is? Okay, B9. Okay, this is my city. B9 is the city where I'm trying to find from. Okay, and what it should look for is A, column A1 through E1. Okay, it should select this particular row, and what it should be the exact match again. Okay, let's see how it goes. It will give you an error because you haven't put the value here. Okay, so let's see. Andrew. Okay, hit enter, and you will see the city where he belongs to. Okay, now let's see where Anna belongs to. Enter, and it shows Dallas. Okay, so this is the one other function, index and match function, being used, and it can be asked frequently in the interview questions. Okay, the next question will be how to find duplicate values in a column. Okay, there are two ways that you can actually do this, and one is basically the very simple one, which is the conditional formatting, and the other one is, we have seen this before, COUNTIF function. Okay, how we do that? You need to simply select the data and go to conditional formatting and select duplicate values. And it's quite simple. And there is another way which give you the color coded conditional formatting. Okay, and there is another way which is the COUNTIF function. How we do that is, again, you have to put another column and put up a COUNTIF criteria, COUNTIF function, wherein you see that you are specifying the range and the value which is being twice or enter duplicate, and you have to put up a condition. I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have the data and I need to find the duplicate values here. So I just select this, and as I said, it's quite simple. Go to conditional formatting, home, and then go to conditional formatting and select highlight cell rules and simply go down and select the duplicate values. Okay, it will give you which color you want. You can simply select red or anything. As you see, the moment you select, you will see the duplicate values highlighted. Okay, so I just cancel this, and there is another way in COUNTIF function. So I'll put another column where it says duplicate names, and I will put up a COUNTIF function here. Okay, so let's see how a COUNTIF function works here to check the or find the duplicate names. So as I said, I will put up a formula function here for the COUNTIF, and we'll drag it to other cells. Okay, COUNTIF, and since it's an absolute reference, I have to put up a dollar symbol. Okay, my reference here will be H, the column here H2, okay, and again dollar, because I'm using it as an absolute reference, colon, through, dollar symbol again, 9. Okay, so it drags till at the whole, it drags till the all the names. Okay, the H9. All right, and then what I'll do is I'll put a comma. In why I want to do is I have to select H2. Okay, this is my criteria. I mean, it is repeating twice. All right, and I have to close the parenthesis, and if it is more than 1. Okay, so this is my formula. I just put enter, and it should say true. So this is the condition, and it is true. Okay, I simply drag it, the whole thing, and whether events is repeated, yes, it's true. Andrew, it's a duplicate entry, false. Emmy is a duplicate entry, and it says true. And as you see, Emmy and Evans are duplicate entries. So this is how we use the COUNTIF function and the conditional formatting to sort duplicate entries in the data. Now let's move on to the last question for the beginner level. And since we have duplicate entries, there is also a problem to remove duplicate entries. So how can you remove duplicate values in a range of cells? Okay, to simply do that, you can delete the duplicate values in a column by simply selecting the highlighted cells and press the delete button. So you go in each column and you see the duplicate values, select it and delete it. Okay, and this is one tedious way of doing it. And you can also, after deleting the values, you can go to the conditional formatting, choose clear rules to remove the rules from the sheet. So this is one way. Okay, the next thing is again a simple button that is there in the data tab. That is one of the tools present in the data tab, which is simply called as remove duplicates. It's quite simple, and it's there in the data tools. Let me show you in the Excel. So here we are, and we have this data, and we need to check and remove the duplicate. So as I said, go to the data tab and simply click on remove duplicates, and when you click on it, it will ask you want to continue or expand this selection. I just say continue with the current selection and remove duplicates. Okay, select all, click OK. 2 duplicate entries that were removed. Previously we saw that Evans and Anna were there, Emmy were there, so that has been removed. Okay, so that's it for the beginner level, and we'll go to the intermediate level in the next slides.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here we are at the intermediate level questions, and these are like higher level or intermediate level compared to the previous things that we have discussed with the basic level questions for the Excel interview. So let's move on to the next thing. And so there are some scenarios where you enter the date or some dates in particular data sheet, and you need to find out what is the day of the week. Okay, so you might be asking a question, how do you find out the day of a week for a particular date? So that is the function. We have a specific function, and that is the weekday function to find out the day of the week for a particular date. Okay, so as we know, these are the 7 days of the week, and we just put the function as it says equals to weekday, and we need to enter the column or the area or the cell address here. So weekday is the function, and it will give you the which day it is of the week. Okay, week as it says 1, it denotes Sunday. Okay, and 3 is again Tuesday. Okay, so this is the function that is used to find the day of the week. So now we move on to the next one, and there might be a question, what are the wildcards available in Excel? So basically Excel supports 3 types of wildcard, which are asterisk, the star, it represents any number of characters. It can be used in different formulas and all, like multiplication and all. So it represents any number of characters. Okay, the next wildcard is the question mark. It represents one single character. Okay, you just need to memorize this in the back of your mind that it represents one single character. Okay, whereas asterisk is it represents any number of characters. And the third one, which is rarely used in Excel, it is the tilde. It is used to identify a wildcard character, that is tilde, asterisk, question marks in the text. Okay, and it is very rarely used. So you need to memorize these 3 things, that there are 3 types of wildcards. We can see the functions of these in the later sessions. Okay, the next one is we have a question here, what is the data validation? Illustrate with an example. You might be asked this question, and you have to know what is data validation, what is it used for, and you should know how to set up in an example. Okay, data validation is a feature in Excel that is used to control what a user can enter into a cell. Okay, so you have, with the data validation, you're not allowing a kind of data that should be input in the cell. Okay, for example, you have the authority by setting up the data validation that you can enter either a number or a text or just a number and so on. Okay, using the data validation. And where is it available? It is in the data tab. Okay, select data validation option present under data tools. Okay, and you just need to select the particular cells where you want to set up the data validation. I'll show it to you in an example. So this is how it looks like. You just need to go to data tools and click on data validation, and it will show you. And you have the options here, allow, and if you click on the drop down, you will see different options. Like I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, for this particular thing, if I want, this column should have only names, and it should have, if you insert a number, you will be thrown with an error. Okay, you will get an error message saying that this is not a valid option. Okay, so there are some columns where you have to put only names or you have to put only numbers. So you can set this up with the data validation technique. Okay, you just allow it or customize it as per your requirement. So this is how it looks like when you set up an error. So here we have set up a data validation saying that it should not allow you to put any text. Okay, so you will get an error when you put a number here. The value does not match data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Okay, so here as an example, I have some data where I am putting the names here and I'll put the salary here. I want to make sure that we cannot enter any numbers here. Okay, it should be only text. It should have only name. So how do I perform that? How do I restrict any user to that they should not be able to enter any number and they should only enter the text? Okay, so there is a function. Okay, you just need to go to data validation, click data validation, and here in the settings I'll go to custom. There are different options here. You can choose whole numbers, decimal, list, date, time. So these are the options, and I go to custom and I'm giving a particular formula here. Okay, what is that? It should be only text. Okay, so it's a simple thing. It should be text, and I need to define the range. Okay, so how I'll define the range? I just select this. Okay, and I select the range. Okay, so I have selected the range here, and if you go to input message and error alert, you can customize it, and here we are taking the default one, and this is the input message if you want to set or customize something. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, I have set this, and then I try to put a number here, and it throws me an error. The value you entered is not valid because we have set a restriction. A user has restricted values that can be entered into the cell. So this is how the data validation works. Okay, the next thing is you will be given a situation wherein you have to you will be given data and you have to perform a function. Like in this example we are taking a condition wherein you will have data and you have to specify the result based on the data. You have to formulate it. Okay, so given below is a student table. Write a function to add pass or fail to the results column based on the following criteria. You will be given a criteria. So this is the student table. You're giving the student names, marks, and attendance, and then based on that you will have to specify a formula wherein you will see the result. Okay, based on the past student data, you have to put a pass fail results in the column based on the following criteria. What is the criteria? And for example, here in this example what they're saying is you have to say that the student is passed if his marks is more than 60 and the attendance is more than 75%. Okay, so how we perform this function? As it says, you have to use the if function and check with the and condition to fill the results column. Okay, so let's see this in the example here. So here is the example, and we will perform the if function and check with the and function. So how we do that is here. Okay, so I have to put the if function here. Okay, and check with the and function. Okay, and I have to specify the conditions. I have to specify where it should see the or check the conditions. Okay, so we are checking the conditions here, and the marks should be in row in the column U, and it starts with U5. So let's see U5. Okay, it will immediately go to column U and 5, row 5. Okay, and then what is the condition we are specifying here? It should be greater than 60. Okay, and the other condition is the column V, that is the attendance column. Okay, and what is the condition we are specifying? V5 should be greater than 75. Okay, and we just close this conditions with the parenthesis, and now we have to specify the result, whether it is pass or fail. Pass, comma, in quotes again, fail. Okay, so let's see how this works. Okay, Okay, see, this works. Okay, the marks is 50 and attendance is greater than 80. So he is failed because his marks are 50. His attendance must be more than 75, but yes, he has not scored marks more than 60. So we drag the same formula to the whole thing and you will see the result. Okay, this is quite simple, and you will see this formula and using the if and check with and condition. Okay, now moving on to the next question. You might be asked to, this is a simple function wherein you will be asked to calculate your age in years from the current date. Okay, so how we do that? There is a particular function and it's very simple. Use the year frac or dated if function to return the number of whole days between start date and the end date. So you specify a start date which will be today's date and the birthday, and then the end day will be today's date, for example. Okay, and you will get to know the age using the year frac function and dated if function. Okay, so here is a small example, and this is how we use the year frac function. Okay, you specify this function and then specify the input dates, that is the today's dates and the date of birth and the today's date. Okay, and this is one of the ways to get it, and there is also dated if. Okay, this again, it is dated if function and you specify the input cells. Okay, so let me show you an example for the same. So here we are, and we have today's date, that is 4th of May, and date of birth for anything it could be. So I will specify the year frac function. Okay, equals year frac. Okay, and then I should, as soon as you enter, you specify the start date and the end date. Okay, and I will specify the start date as today's date. That picks the column, and then I put the comma, and then the end date should be this thing. Okay, and just close it, and it will give you the age. Okay, so this is the age. For example, if you want to find out my age, I don't want to reveal my birthday, but it's okay. Okay, let's see if it calculates. I'm 32 years old. Okay, alright, so this is one of the ways, and similarly you can use the dated if function shown in the example. Alright, now moving on to the next question. You have nested if statements. This is very important, and you will definitely be coming across this question. How are nested if statements used in Excel? What are nested if statements? The if function can be nested. I mean, it can be loop when we have multiple conditions to meet. Okay, it can be nested. The false value is replaced by another if function. Okay, you have specified some condition and you are putting up a condition, and if that condition is not there or not met, then if it will be replaced with another if function. So the syntax will be like this. Below is an example. So we use two if statements in conjunction. Okay, so here is an example. Here we are specifying a condition wherein the result is excellent if it is more than 80, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. So this is very simple. You perform one if condition, and if that is not met, it will go for the next if condition. So we are nesting two if conditions. We are joining two if statements. Okay, I'll show the same example here in the Excel. So here we are. We have some data and the students and their marks. Okay, and we are specifying a condition wherein if the result or marks are more than 80, the result is excellent, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. Okay, so how we get this is we use two if conditions, if statements. So as we have seen it, if now the first condition is our source, or the source is B2. Okay, so B2, and what I'm specifying is it should be greater than 80. All right, I just close this, and the result should be excellent. Okay, excellent if it is more than 80, and if this condition is not met, it will go to the next if statement. Okay, we are nesting another if statement. What is the condition here for the next statement? It will check B2 is less than or equal to 60. You can specify any marks. All right, so if it is less than 60, it should give the result as bad or average. Okay, specify anything and you, okay, and just close the double parenthesis. So let's see how it works. Okay, see, it works like this. Now let's pull up the same formula for the other results. Okay, see, if it is more than 90, it is 90, it is excellent. So it is checking the first thing. If it is greater than 80, it is excellent. Okay, and now in this case for mark, it is bad. Why? Because it will first see whether it's excellent or not. If it is not excellent, then it will check the other condition. If it is less than 60, it will give you the bad result. All right, and similarly so on for the other marks. All right, so this is how we use the nested if statements. You are adding two if statements, the first condition and the second condition with another if statement. Okay, when it comes to Excel, it is basically involves a lot of data and a lot of data to be analyzed, and we have some powerful tools which are used in Excel to analyze the data. One such important tool is descriptive statistics that is used to analyze the data. So we might come across a question and you will be given a data or a table, and you need to find the descriptive statistics of the columns using data analysis tool. Okay, so you will be given maybe for example anything, and you will have a lot of data. You have to use the descriptive statistics option in Excel for the data analysis. Okay, how you do that is you have to add a pack. Okay, you should be knowing that you need to add a pack which is called the analysis tool pack, which you go to file options and then just click on the add-in and select the analysis tool pack, click Excel add-in and just click go. Then it will add the option, and then when you select the data, you have to go to the click on the data analysis option, which will show up when you select the add-in or when you add the add-in. Okay, and then you need to select the descriptive statistics. What we need to do is we need to analyze this data, and it will show you the values like mean, and you can also customize. You see you have these data, and for you to check each and every row and find the mean, the smallest, the maximum number, and things like that. So this can be easily done using the descriptive statistics for the data analysis. I'll show the same thing in the Excel, how it can be performed. So here we are, and I'll show you first how to add the option to it. Okay, go to add-in, select analysis tool pack as shown in the slide, and you need to click go. If you just click OK, it will not add, so just click go, and then you need to select analysis tool pack. Okay, it will give you these are the different options. For now we are selecting analysis tool pack and then click OK. As soon as you do that, you will see the data analysis. This option gets enabled when you add that pack. So this is the data that you have. You need to find or analyze using the descriptive statistics. So as you see it, click data analysis and click select descriptive statistics. Okay, and it will show up the option like this, and you need to select the input range. Okay, for some reason it's already there, and if you want me to show, I will show it to you across. You have to select the whole data. Okay, this is my input range. And you need to select this labels in the first row so that it doesn't take the first row. Okay, I'll show. Okay, and now I'm putting the output in another worksheet. Okay, you can specify or you can specify a new worksheet, and these are the options that you can select. So you are getting a summary statistics, which is the default, and you can select the confidence level, that is the mean value, and you can set it up by whatever value percentage you want, and you are selecting the largest one and the smallest number. So all these data will get analyzed and it will open up in a new sheet, and just click OK and you will see this. So these are the, if you see, this is our data: paid, organic, social, and revenue. So this is okay, make it more precise. Okay, so with a single click, all our data is analyzed. Okay, this is the mean value, and this is the minimum is 0, maximum is certain set. This is the total, and the number of count is 1000. So you don't need to scroll down and check what is the largest amount that is paid. So this is the largest amount for the paid. Okay, and so on. So the largest revenue generated, all these things are generated with a descriptive analysis. Okay, descriptive statistics with a data analysis tool. So the next question is about a pivot table, and this is more refined or more advanced compared to the last one that we discussed in the beginner level. So here you are asked to create a pivot table to find the total cases in each country belonging to their respective continents. You are being asked to put up a pivot table with two variables, basically each country and their respective continent. So again, we have the same data, and we need to set up a pivot table which shows the continents and the countries with the respective continents, the number of cases. Okay, so let's see how we get this in the example. So here we have the same data. It shows the days, months, year, cases, countries, and their continents. Okay, continents here and so on. Okay, so I'll go to the insert tab and select the pivot table. Okay, again the same thing, I will be asked to enter a input range. Okay, so I select this, and since it's huge, I'll just put the number to be 7777. Okay, let's assume. Now this is our input data, and where you want the output to be, it's already selected. You can put it anywhere. I'm putting it here. Okay, just click OK, and it will give you the option to select the fields. Now what we want is number of cases, okay, which will show you the value, and the countries and territories, their respective continents. So okay, so this is how it looks like, and we have to check. Now it is asking us to find the countries. Okay, so with their respective continents. You see this, you see Africa as a continent, and you will see, okay, you will see Africa. If you just remove this, you will see the number of the cases with the respective continents. And if you want to include these countries, territories with their respective continents, you will see as such. If you just expand this, you will see the countries that are having the cases in the continent Africa. Okay, so country wise sorted with the continents. Okay, this is another advanced step to get the data or show the data in the pivot table. Okay, another question that you might be asked, this is a basic, and we have already seen this in the previous example that I have shown. How do you provide the dynamic range in data source of a pivot table? You have to select a particular data source in your input table to show up in the pivot table. So you have to select the input range. But how do you create, or how do you create or provide a dynamic range in this data source? So just need to create a name table to provide a dynamic range. So where is the data of your table? So as we have seen in the previous example, you will be able to select the input range, and you just need to put this value, any number, so that it will pick up the dynamic range for your input source for the table. Okay, so now we move on to the next one, and this is about the pivot table again. Is it possible to create pivot table using multiple sources of data? Yes, you can create a pivot table from multiple worksheets. Sometimes you will have different data in different sheets. Can you create a pivot table for all the worksheet in a single pivot table? Yes, you can, but there is a condition. There should be a common row in both the tables. So you cannot have different types of data. There should be a common row. Okay, so then only it will act as a primary key for the first table and the foreign key for the second table. Okay, so this is something that you have to remember, and you need to create a relationship between the tables and then build the pivot table. So you have to analyze what kind of data it is. It should have a common row in both the tables on both the sheets, and then you have to establish a relationship between this table and then build the table. Okay, there is a wizard for that. We'll see that later. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is again, with the pivot table, wherein you will be asked to further refine or refine your search and show it in the data. So here we are with the COVID data example again. You will be asked to create a pivot table to find the top 3 countries from each continent based on the total cases using the COVID data. Again, as we have done this before, we have created a pivot table for this, and we need to further refine it, showing the top 3 countries with the number of cases. And I will show that same thing in the Excel, and we already have created a table, and we'll refine it further to show the top 3 countries which are having the highest number of counts in the respective continents. So here we have the table already with us, and I just click on the show field list. It will show me the countries and territories. What we are asked is to show the countries with the top 3, that is number of cases. So you just need to go here and you need to select the value filter. There is a filter which you can select with the value, and now I select top 10, and what I need is top 3. It's very simple, and you just need to know these things. Okay, and based on the number of cases. Okay, this is our field already. Then just click OK, and it will show you the top 3 countries. So it's quite simple, and it is very important to know this field and how you play with the value of the filters for each particular field in the pivot table. So it shows you these things. All right, and now you can refine it further with the continents and all. Okay, so different continents, and you can see this. So you go there, and there is a value filter you can set up. All right, we have set up a value filter. Okay, now there is another one. How do you create a column in a pivot table? Okay, like you will be given a situation where you need to add one more column and show it in the pivot table with a particular calculation or with a particular value, and you don't have that actual value in your data, but you have to calculate it and show it across in the table. So there is another option which is called pivot table analyze, and you need to create a calculated field from pivot table analyze option. So when you go to your table and then go to pivot table analyze, you will see the option to add a calculated field. Okay, just go there and click select calculated field, and you need to define. So in this example, we are going to define another column where we calculate the bonus of the sales, and there is a particular formula. The formula is you put an if and statement, and then you calculate the formula. You specify what is the bonus and what is the way that you're calculating the bonus, and it will particularly add it another column to your table. So let's see how we do that in the table act. So here we have this table, and I have inserted a pivot table, and I am putting it in output here. Okay, and then you will get the table. Okay, now you need to select the customer name and the unit sold, unit price, sales. Okay, so we will add another column to it. How we do that is this: go to pivot table tools, and then you go to analyze. Okay, click on field, items, and set. Okay, you need to select calculated field here. Select that, and we are defining a new field here, which is the bonus. And as I said, we will put up a formula for this, and we will define it how we calculate the bonus. Okay, with an if and statement, which we have seen before, how we put up an if and statement. Okay, now I'm going to say it as like this: sales, my sales should be, I'll specify a condition how they will calculate the bonus. If sales is greater than 4,000 and the unit sold, okay, I am trying to put it as the unit sold. It also depends on the units sold is greater than 1,000. Okay, for example, let's say 1,000. A person who is able to do sales of 4,000 and the unit sold should be more than 1,000, then the sales, what is this? The bonus will be sales into, that is the amount of sales he has done, into 5%. Okay, let's say 5% bonus, and sales is, if it is 2%. Okay, okay, we are adding this field bonus and click add. Okay, so we have added this, and we have put up a calculation for the formula, and you will see this in the, so this is a simple way of adding the column to your existing data, and we are doing the calculations and showing it up. Okay, so this is one way. Go to pivot table, analyze, and field, items, and sets. You can select this option and add it. Okay, you can customize this, as I said, with adding different fields. This is pretty handy in analyzing the data which does not exist in the table, and you add some value to your pivot table. Okay, the next question will be about slicer. You must be familiar with what a slicer is in a pivot table, and how do you use it, what are the purpose of using it, and how do you put up a slider in the pivot table. So how does a slicer work? Basically, slicers are used to further filter data in the pivot table. Suppose you already have some data, and it's for ease that you can do it by just adding a slicer. You can select particular data in or a field, and you can see the output for that particular field that you have chosen in the slicer. Okay, so it's very simple. Go to the insert tab and select slicer under filters. Okay, and then it will be like this. Okay, and here, if for example you see this is our pivot table, we have added two slicers to filter our table, that is month and countries and territory. So this will be the general pivot table that looks like, and we have added another two slicers, that is month and country. So if you go for example, if you want to see what is the number of cases and some of the deaths for a particular month and for a particular country, you can just do it by a single click, and it will show that particular data only in the table. Let's see and do this in our Excel. Okay, so there is a table pivot table already created for this, and I want to add a slicer. So how do I go ahead and do this? Is I go to the options and insert slicer. Okay, at the moment you click on it, you will see what are the options that you want to add. You can select different fields and select the slicer for it. For this example, we are choosing month. Okay, this is one of our sliders. You can just put it here, adjacent to the, and again this will be our slider. Okay, let's add another slicer here. Okay, and this will be the countries and territories. Okay, click on that and you will see two simple badges here that you can choose from. So if I want to know in the month of Feb how many number of cases were there for particular, let's see, the moment I choose the month, it will show that particular number of the corresponding table for the whole. And now I want to further refine it to a particular country. So for example, Australia. Okay, so there were a total number of 18 cases and 0 deaths. At the same time, if I go for Algeria, it is like this. So as you see, it goes like this. Okay, so this is one of the very important tool that you can use to show the data in a much simplified manner and ease. Okay, so the next question is about the pivot table again. What is the percentage of contribution of each country and continents to the total cases? Again, the same example for our code, the COVID one. In this time, we want to show the output as the percentage of contribution for each country and continents to the total cases. So we have the same data and we generate a pivot table, and we should show it as the sum of the cases to be percentage. Okay, and this is how we do it. This is our data, and I'm going to create a pivot table for this. Okay, so it shows the table, and here I have to show what is the fields that we need to select. Okay, for ease, we are just selecting the cases and the countries and territories. Okay, so cases to be the values. Okay, okay, so this is how it looks like. Now when I see, okay, let me show it to you. See, it shows the number of cases. Now if I just want to refine it further and see it as number of percentage as the number of cases. Okay, so how I do it, show field list, I go here and I go to value field settings. Okay, then again number format, show the value as, okay, sorry, show the value as, you need to select this thing, percentage of grand total, and then just click OK, and you will see this to be the percentage. So it shows the data in the form of percentage. Okay, this is very simple, and you just need to remember, as we have seen before, show field and then value field settings. Okay, this is the thing that you need to check. Okay, grand percentage. There are other options also, and you can select from whatever you want to. But in this case, we are showing it to be the percentage. Okay. Okay guys, now the next question is about a very important aspect of presentation when we come to pivot charts. How do you create a pivot chart in pivot tables? This is very basic or very important aspect of pivot tables, that you can represent data in a form of a chart. And there are different types of charts which I'll show it to you in the example. Okay, so we have a data here and we want to show it right now it is in a tabular form. Okay, we have put up a pivot table for this, and now the same thing can be put up in a pivot chart. Okay, so what you need to do is go to the insert tab and select the pivot chart. It depends on different versions of Excel that you have different forms or different buttons. So I will show it across to you, and this is how it looks like. Okay, it's very simple. It can be a pie chart, it can be a bar chart, it can be different forms, and we can see that in the example here. Okay, so let's go to the example. And so we have the pivot table generated here already. What you need to do is you need to select the table and go to insert and see the options. There is a column chart, there is a line chart, there is pie, bar, area, scattered, and other parts. Okay, there are different forms. Okay, so right now what we do is we will select the column chart here. Okay, you need to select the pivot table and click on the column chart. Again, there are different forms which can be seen in some time now. So this is the basic form. Okay, and it will show you the countries. And it will show it as a form of a chart. Okay, again, you can change the chart type. You can change it to pie. Okay, this personally is very good in presenting or doing presentation. And you can select different forms, different styles. Okay, it will also show you the percentage. So this is one form of presenting your table into a chart. Okay, again, bar type is also there. So this won't suit here in our example. There are different ones. I'm just showing it to you as how it looks like. So depending on your the aesthetic, you can see and select what kind of chart is best suitable. Okay, so this is how you put up a pivot chart in pivot tables. Okay, so this is one last for the intermediate level. And what are macros in Excel? Create a macro to automate a task. Basically, you have some daily tasks that you perform in Excel. Okay, and you can do this with quite ease using the macros. Okay, it basically is a program that resides within the Excel file, and it is used to automate tasks in Excel. Some daily tasks that you run, like when you come across in any data and you have to scrub that data, and you do some daily routines, and by removing some columns or adding some formulas, and adding some colors and changing the fonts, or be it anything that you perform, and you have to do a repetitive task. So all that can be done by recording a macro, and this is what macro is used for in Excel. So how you capture those steps in Excel is through a macro. To record a macro, you can either go to the developer tab in the Excel and click on record macro, or you can use or access it from the view tab. Okay, so these are the ways to access macros. Okay, just go to the developer tab and click record macro, wherein when you click record macro, it will record the steps that you're performing in each step, and it will capture that, and you can save that. It is like a daily routine that you run, and you can do all these multiple steps, maybe n number of steps, within a single click by running that macro later on. Okay, so you record a macro and run that. Okay, you do it through the developer tab. Go to developer tab and click record macro, and it records all the steps that you are performing. Okay, you need to name it, and you just need to perform the actions, and it will record the macro, and you just save it later on. Whenever you come across the same daily task that you run, you can just click it by running that macro. Okay, wow. So in a single click, it will perform all the actions that you have done or steps that you have performed on that particular Excel sheet or any other Excel sheet. Okay, this is very handy when you have similar data and you do the similar task each day. Okay, so this ends the intermediate level, and in the next slides we will see the advanced level. So now we discuss the advanced level interview questions for Excel. And when it comes to the advanced level, you will come across, definitely you will be asked about what if analysis. How does it work? How does what if analysis work in Excel? So what if analysis, as the name suggests, you have to have an analysis done, okay, with the help of different complex mathematical calculations like formulas, and using different formulas and calculations you can experiment with the data and you can analyze if this particular input changes, what will be the scenario, how will your output turn out to be. So as you can see, it is about different variables to see how your changes would affect the outcome of a situation. So this is what if analysis is, and the same thing can be done with Excel. And how it is done is, you need to go to the data tab and click on the what if analysis under forecast. Okay, so there are three options, and one is the scenario manager, goal seek, and the data table. So these are the three situations or three tools which are available in the what if analysis in the data tab. Okay, so goal seek is basically for reverse calculations. Okay, and you have some idea, you have some set goal in mind, and you have certain variables and what you need to do and what you need to achieve to have certain set goals. Okay, you will set a value for the goal, and with the goal seek option you can get to know what value you have to achieve to come to that level. Okay, so this is what goal seek is. It is one of the simplest sensitivity analysis tool. And so for example, you know that a single outcome you would like to achieve, like you have a set goal that you have to achieve this particular grade. Okay, and the goal seek feature in Excel allows you to arrive to that goal by mathematically adjusting a single variable within that equation. So you set the goal and you will do the what if analysis goal seek option to know what you have to do or what you have to achieve for the set goal. The next option is the data table, and it is basically used for sensitivity analysis. Okay, so in this scenario, the data tables allow the adjustment of only one or two variables within a data set, but each variable can have unlimited number of possible values. Okay, so basically they are used for side-by-side comparisons. It makes it very easy to read the scenarios. Okay, but you need to set up the data table correctly. Okay, and what you do is you give the input in the table and then you set up the formula. And for instance, you need to calculate the monthly payments for a loan. Okay, you provide the principal amount, like whatever amount you're taking, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, and you set the interest rate in a formula. Okay, and you set the term in, and then you need to provide different input options, like what loan amount that you're taking, and you set the formula and go to data table, and go to what if analysis and select the data table, stretches across, and then you will see the monthly payment options or the monthly EMI that you can calculate. There are different things that you can calculate. You can calculate the target or the sales bonus or things like that. Okay, giving different scenarios in the variables. Okay, but you need to set up a data table. It might be a little challenging, but yes, it is a very powerful tool. Okay, so the next one is the scenario manager. It is a bit more complicated compared to the other two, but then it is more advanced than goal seek, as it allows you to adjust the multiple variables at the same time. Okay, and this is very complicated compared to the other two, and it is even, it gives more better output when it compares to the other two what if analysis tools. So here, when you go to what if analysis and the scenario manager, you have to select the data and provide different scenarios, that is different values for each scenario, and then it will analyze, calculate and create different scenarios. Okay, so it becomes very easy for you to analyze what if you are changing the value of your interest amount, or the term of loan, or your targets, like monthly targets or an yearly targets and things like that. And you just have to see what the scenario will be when you set this particular value for a table or for data, whatever targets that you need to set. You can use this what if analysis in Excel for the different scenarios and different calculations. Okay, these are very powerful tools and you need to know this. Now, as we move on to the next one, you might be asked, what is the difference between a function and a subroutine in a VBA? Okay, even though these two are used quite frequently, there is pretty much different from each other. Okay, so a function always returns a value of the task it is performing. Okay, so when you are writing a module, you will have a function. When you have a function, it will always give you a value. Okay, for example, you are performing an addition, using the function, it will give you a value for sure, whereas subroutine, it does not return a value of the task it is performing. Functions are called by a variable. Okay, you can set up a variable and you can call the function. Okay, whereas subroutines can be recalled from anywhere in the program in multiple types. Okay, in many different ways you can recall a subroutine, like we have seen. We write a subroutine and we put up a button, and we can, when you click the button, it will recall the subroutine. Functions are called by variable. Okay, you have to set up a variable, and when you enter it, it will come up. Okay, functions are used directly in spreadsheets as formulas, whereas subs cannot be used directly in spreadsheets as formula. Okay, this is very important difference. And the next thing is the functions can be used to perform repetitive tasks and return a value, whereas users must insert a value in the desired cell before getting the result of the sub. So this is particularly limited. Okay, whereas functions can be used to perform different repetitive tasks and return a value. User input is not required, whereas if you see the subroutines, user must insert a value, okay, in the desired cell, that too in a particular cell which is defined in the subroutine to getting the desired result. Okay, so these are the differences between functions and subroutines. Now the next one is what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook in VBA? So when you work on modules and different Excel spreadsheets and workbooks, you will have these different workbooks open, and there is a particular difference, and you might be asked, what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook? So as the name suggests, this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually running from. Okay, you are running a code, VBA code, and it is the actual workbook where you are running the code from, and that is this workbook. Okay, and you have multiple spreadsheets open, and you're working on particular, suppose for example you're working on sheet X. Okay, and active workbook is the workbook that is currently active from the different open workbooks. You have different open workbooks, but you are working on one particular workbook, and that is called the active workbook. So this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually written, whereas active workbook is the one that is currently open, currently active. Okay, so this is the difference between this workbook and the active workbook in VBA. As shown in the example, this is a simple sub that is written, a code that can be written to find out which workbook is the this workbook in the VBA and the active workbook as well. Okay, so this is a simple thing that you can run to determine. Okay, it shows the active workbook and this workbook. Okay, so as we move on to the next one, so this is the question: how will you pass arguments to a VBA function? Okay, there are two ways. Basically, arguments can be passed to a VBA function as a value or as a reference. So this is an example that you can see. It is by reference. The key word for this is by reference. Okay, so when you are passing an argument, by reference, the keyword should be by ref, whereas by value, you're specifying a value and the keyword is by val, value. Okay, so these are the two ways that you can pass an argument in VBA. So when you pass an argument by reference in a procedure, the variable itself, okay, the variable itself is accessed by a procedure and it is to the location or the address in the memory. Okay, the value of the variable is changed permanently by the procedure in this case. All right. Okay, so to pass an argument by reference, you should use by ref. That is the keyword before the argument. Okay, so in this example, it is clearly shown what is the keyword that is being used. Okay, and by reference is the default in the VBA unless you specify something else, which in this case is by value. Okay, and as I said, the keyword for by value, passing the argument by value, is by val. Okay, so when you set the keyword by val, the variable, what happens is the by value argument function or argument is passed through by value. Okay, the number function is called here, which means it assigns a value to the variable x here. Okay, because the variable was passed by value in the function, any change to the value, okay, any change to the value of the variable is only the current function, so it ends after it performs the function. Okay, then it reverts back to the value when it is declared again, where it is set to 0. So if the variable has been passed by reference in the function, then the variable would have permanently assumed the new assigned value. So this is the basic difference by reference and by value. So now we move on to the next one. So there might be a question that you will be asked that how do you find the last row or a column in a VBA? Okay, so to find a last row, sometimes you have long list of data and it has like n number of rows and n number of columns. So instead of scrolling down altogether to find the last row, you can use this VBA code. You can write this code. It's a very simple one, and it will give you the last row. You will find the last row with a single click. Okay, let's see it in the VBA. So here I have a sheet which it has long list of rows, and instead of scrolling down, I can just find out the last row with this VBA code. Okay, I just click on this, and as seen in the slideshow, I have just written it, and you will see you just run it and you will see the number of rows. It will give you the last row in the sheet. Okay, similarly we can do this for the column as well. Okay, in case if you have long list of or large number of columns, instead of scrolling right, you can just run this VBA and you can know the last number of columns. Okay, number of columns. So as we've seen in the last row, now we'll see the code for the finding the last column. It's the same thing. Instead of row, you will see it as column. All right, and when you run it, it will give you the last column. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. So you might be asked this: how do we check whether a file exists or not in a specified location? There is a code, simple VBA code that you can write and you can run. You can use this utility to find out whether the file exists or not. Okay, and you need to check whether the file exists, and if it does, it will give you a message that the selected file exists, and if it doesn't, it will pop up with a message box saying that the selected file doesn't exist. So what you need to do is you have to specify this function. Okay, and check file exists. This is what it does. Okay, you have to specify a variable, that is the store file name, where you will give the location of the file and the name of the file. Okay, and then you will also specify whether the file name is there or not. Now, so it runs this and it will see whether the file name exists or the file actually exists or not, and it will give the appropriate message box. We can run the same thing in my PC and we can check it. So here we are. I have put this and I have run the same thing. and what I'm looking for is this book 2. Okay, let me maximize it. This is what I'm looking for, and the location is desktop. Okay, so let me run this and you will see whether it exists or not. Okay, and it says this selected file exists, so it goes and checks whether the file exists, and then it will give you the message. So this is how we check using the VB. So the next one is there is a powerful tool called debug, and you might be asked questions about how debug works or how you check the debug. Okay, to debug a VBO code line by line, you can use the F8 key. Okay, you can also create a breakpoint to terminate the execution. So for this, if you go to your VBA, you will see the option as debug. Okay, you can use this by clicking on debug or by pressing the F8 key. Okay, so what debug does is it will show you the step-by-step execution of your steps. Okay, it will check each and everything, and if there is an error, it will pop up. Okay, and what is breakpoint is at some point of time you can check one particular step. Okay, you can stop the, if there is 1,000 line codes and you want to check on one particular step, like maybe 800 step, so just go to that particular step and you can enter a breakpoint, and it will show you what is actually happening at that particular step, and you can see this in the locals window or the watch window. Okay, so let me show you some simple example of how this debug can be used to check our codes. Okay, so here I have written a simple code for this, and it is basically let me show you how debug works. Okay, this is the, okay, let me maximize it and we'll see. Okay, so this is the debug option that you can run and you will see what happens. Okay, this can be done by clicking F8. All right, so step into is the option, and you can check F8 and you can press F8 again. It will go to the next step. All right, and it will show you what's happening. Actually, you can see this in the locals window, what's actually happening. Let me see. Let me maximize it a bit so that you can actually see. Okay, so when I press F8, okay, step into, you will see what happens in the next step. Okay, this is what is happening. A is empty, B is 0, I is 0. Okay, I step into it the next step again, so it goes here. You can see what changes happen. I press F8 again, so this is what is happening. All right, so it is checking each and every step. So debug is the tool that you can use to check the codes. Whether, see, this is a very simple program, but therein you will have some different codes where you functions or routines that you can have, where you have 1,000 line codes and you need to check each and every step or some particular step. So this comes in very handy. Okay, let me press F8 and it shows what happens, in which you can step into each and every step and see what happens. Okay, and now if I show, there is something called as toggle breakpoint. Okay, this one particular is used by pressing the F9 key, wherein you will see what is actually happening at some particular step. Okay, so how you do that is you just need to go to a particular step and click on the bar here, and it will get highlighted into red. So this is what is happening. Okay, so in the watch window you will see that particular step will be magnified, or you can see what is actually happening in that step. Okay, so let me start it again, see what happens. I press F8 again, so here it sees, it actually shows, you can toggle and you can see what is happening in the watch window at that particular step. So module 1 A, B, C, the variant is empty, so expression is B. This is what is happening at this particular step. Okay, so this is how debug can be used. So now as we move on to the next one, well, you might be asked to create a bar chart with the given data using VBA. So you will have some data and you can create a bar chart or a any kind of chart with the VBA. We have done it with the pivot tables and all, but then we can do the same with the VBA. So it's a simple thing, a simple sub that you can write and create embedded chart using chart object. This is the sub that you can use. Okay, you are specifying a variable here and embedded chart. You need to specify the embedded chart and which sheet you're using, and this is very basic, and the chart objects like the length, the dimensions of the chart. Okay, and you need to specify the source. Okay, the source is sheet for range so and so. You can specify the range here. So let's go and do the same thing in the VBA. So here I have the data, and I've already copied the VBA for it, and let me simply run it. Okay, see, it creates a chart. So this comes in very handy, and you can see as I have mentioned, you have to specify the source, the dimensions of the chart, and so on. Okay, you are specifying where it's picking up the data from, and the columns, the range and the dimensions of the chart. Okay, you can play with this and you will generate a chart. So well, this ends our presentations, and so this is how it looks like, and we've seen that. So next question is about a VBA code again to calculate the area of a rectangle using the VBA function. How do you include a function to calculate the area of a rectangle? We'll all know that the area of a rectangle is length into width. Okay, that is the formula. We can execute it by defining a function in the VBA, and we'll define the same function. Function is equal to area, and it is area as length into width. In this scenario, I'll again show it to you how we do this in Excel, and let's go ahead and do this. So here we are. I will just go to the developer tab and open the VBA, and I insert a module. Okay, so here we will define the function. Okay, function as area. Okay, this is my function, and now I'm going to define the variables. Okay, length as double, because we want to make sure that it takes the decimals as well. Okay, and width. Okay, now what is the area formula? Quite simple. Area equals to length into width. Okay, very simple. Okay, now I go to my Excel and I'll define the area function. Okay, let's take the length to be put in A1 and the width to be put in B1. Okay, now if I just put the value here, it will take 12, and my width is 36, 3, and it shows the area to be 36. Okay, 11. So this is the area. If you just go and define it, try to enter area A1 and B1, it will not. So we have to define the function here using the VBA code. Okay, now let's go back to the slide and we'll discuss this. So here it has been shown as if we have a rectangle when the width is not provided. That is, if the rectangle is a square, we will not be given the width. So we are defining again length as double. Optional is we are giving an argument that it is optional. Width as a variant. Width as a variant means it can be 0. Okay, so we are defining it as if missing width, then the area should be length into length. Okay, else the area is length into width, as we have seen. Okay, so this is one way to define a function for the area of a rectangle. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So you might be asked about a VBA function to check if the number is prime or not. We all know what a prime number is. A prime number is divisible by 1 and itself. For example, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, and so on. And these are the prime numbers. And anything which is divisible by any other number like 8 or 4 or 16, which has a divisor, is not a prime number. So we all know this, and we will write a VBA code to check if the number is prime or not. So this is the one that is given, and we will do the same in the VBA. Okay. Before moving ahead, I will just explain these the code. And what we are doing here is basically we are defining three variables. Okay, we are declaring three variables. One integer variable, okay, and we call it as divisors. All right, and then the next one is the one long variable, long as the number and I as long. Okay, here long specifies variables because it has got the larger capacity than the integer values. Okay, the divisor will be 0. We are initializing the variable divisor with the value of 0. Okay, the next thing is we use a input box to get the number from the user. That is, you will input a number when you are asked to for the input box. Okay, so this is the so when the number is entered, we want to check whether this number is prime or not. Okay, so how do we check that? Okay, as we all know, the condition for prime number is it has only two number divisors, that is 1 and itself. So what we do is we start a next loop. Okay, for I equals to 1 to numbers. All right, so this is the start of the loop. We will define the conditions here. So now how do we actually perform the operation of dividing? We use the mod operator. Okay, this is one of the important operator to check here. The mod operator will give you the remainder of a division. For example, you have 7 or 8 or mod by 2 is equal to 1 because 7 divided by 2 equals 3 with the remainder of 1. Okay, so only if a number mod I equals to 0, I is the divisor of a number. Okay, so in this case we want to increment it by variable divisors by 1. So this is what we define it as. Okay, now so here a check is performed like I equals to 1 and then plus 1, I equals to 2, then plus 1, I equals to 3, and then plus 4, I equals to, so as it goes on until it reaches the number. Okay, because for I equals to 1 to number. Okay, so this is what is starting of the loop. Now you have to close the loop. So how we do that is next I. Okay, this is closing the loop. So this is what the loop does. Now we have defined the check. Now we have to define the result. What happens if the divisor is equals to 2, then the message box number should say is a prime number. All right, otherwise it should say message number should pop up and say it is not a prime number. So this is how we define it in the VBA. Let's go ahead and do this. So here we are. I have already set it up, and this is the VBA. So let's run it. Okay, and it will ask you. This is the module 2 because I defined it as module 2. And so the message box opens up and it asks you to enter a value. Now let's see, 2 is a prime number. Okay, I run it again by pressing the fake key. Okay, 12 is not a prime number. So this is how we have coded a VBA code, a function to check whether the number is prime or not. So this ends our presentation or about the interview questions.
Now with that, we have come to an end of this session on Advanced Excel full course. I hope the session was interesting and informative. If you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session, then please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be more than happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Until next time, thank you, stay safe, and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.